No. No, it can't be. I was reassured that AI data centers were good for people, good for all of us, the future of mankind. Investing trillions of dollars, selling out every piece of land in this country for AI data centers to help us. But now, I think the cracks are starting to show. I think the truth is starting to leak out, and, well, don't worry, BlackRock has solutions for that. Larry Fink made a really cool statement about how they're going to protect it from the domestic terrorists that might not want AI data centers, which I think is a really cool label to be slapping on normal, average working people that just don't want to see their energy bill skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist! What? You don't like the data center, do you? Well, welcome to the gulag. It's pretty unhinged, but I'll get to that in a moment. I want to show you something that I just learned about that I think is extremely alarming. This is so far the biggest public goat-seeing from the data center epidemic, where in Lake Tahoe, 50,000 residents have just been informed that in 2027, their energy provider is abandoning them to focus solely on the energy demands of the AI data centers in the area. Now, this probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on. All companies are finding ways to butt-fuck the normal person and focus entirely on suckling the bosom of AI. Not just for data centers, but let's take a look back about 5 months ago, which is like ancient history with the way everything's been moving, with Micron. You remember when Micron did one of these to all the normal consumers that relied on their RAM being one of only 3 big players in RAM production? Well, Micron, 5, maybe 6 months ago now, announced that they will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, "Fuck you nerds, we've got AI now." Then threw on their sunglasses and never looked back. Which inevitably caused the big RAM crisis and the prices to skyrocket there because of now the impending RAM shortage that would be unfolding, because again, Micron was one of only 3 big RAM producers, and they just outright said, we will no longer be providing to the consumer market starting this year. So they did that because AI was more lucrative, and now you're seeing everything else go in that direction. And this is the first example, the first big example of just an energy company that 50,000 people rely on to live, just hitting that Harry Houdini vibe and vanishing on them, saying, don't really care about you plebeians. Flesh and blood is cringe. AI is the future. We gotta go take care of AI. I mean, good luck out there, though. Maybe you'll find other power suppliers, but it won't be us. Bye-bye. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in, the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility company that it has less than a year to find another power source. Which shouldn't be a problem. They maybe just need to dig a few feet underground to find the fucking Tesseract, and maybe they can install that. Surely that won't be a huge issue. I imagine that'll be without hiccups. Doesn't this paint the most beautiful picture? It's always been abundantly clear companies don't give a fuck about you or anything, but now that companies see a way of cutting you out while still driving up their own profits, they are frothing at the mouth for it and jumping on board. They are abandoning ship on people because they don't need people anymore thanks to AI. So these data centers in this area are now the entire focus of NV Energy, and they are just saying, these 50,000 people, they can go kick rocks, pussy, good luck. And I imagine this will not be an isolated incident. This is something I've yapped about a lot. It's something that is very well known about data centers in particular for the energy demands. And as these companies get a lot of incentive to focus that energy on those data centers, they'll start to make the same decisions that we are seeing here from NV Energy, where they don't really need to supply energy to people. Ew, stinky people? Human beings? Oh! No, they can instead just focus entirely on AI data centers and making a fucking killing in the clams department through it. So they'll abandon people without a second thought. It doesn't matter to them. And I think we're going to continue to see this trend happening in places that are having this big push for AI data centers. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from NV Energy's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, found that the 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. At a regional business event last fall, NV Energy's director of business development called the moment unprecedented, saying the company was eager to serve the new industrial load, but that it would not impact our existing customer base. Are you telling me he lied? He was too focused on the load. That load was too appealing. It felt too good, tasted too yummy, that he did indeed impact the existing customer base by outright telling them to go take a hike. Get out of here, dweebs, and then giving them a wedgie on the way out in order to solely focus the energy demands on the data centers. Come on. No, there's no way they lied. Ah, man, that's crazy. But Liberty's 49,000 California customers may have already been bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities it owns in Nevada. The other 75% comes from NV Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year. It's like we don't exist, Danielle Hughes told Fortune. Hughes is a North Lake Tahoe resident, CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, and a supervisor within the California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division. And it's not like you don't exist. You literally don't exist to these companies. You are not even numbers on a page anymore, because now the numbers that they actually care about are whatever the AI data center numbers that they find are. This article also goes into how messy this kind of thing is and why it's an extremely tricky problem to solve, especially considering that their grid sits inside of NV Energy's balancing authority and they rely on their transmission lines, which they are no longer going to be having access to for these 50,000 residents that are being abandoned here. So the whole thing is extremely difficult to try and navigate, so even finding another power supplier isn't exactly easy and would also cost tons and tons of money. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the Sierra, a project Liberty President Eric Schwartzrock said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts, and also would lead to higher costs to these residents that have been abandoned. It's going to be passed down to them. So, no matter what happens next, them being completely, thrown to the dirt by NV Energy in favor of them supplying the power to data centers, no matter what happens next, if they do get an alternate power source player to come in to help them, it will most likely lead to a significant increase in their cost. Their bills are going to go up. So they're getting fucked, no matter what happens. I recommend you read the entire article from Fortune if you're at all interested in the nuance and the inner workings of how this garbage is unfolding. There's like a back and forth here where NV Energy's like, oh, they knew this was coming and it's their fault for not being able to secure a new independent power supply, that kind of thing. It's been going on for a while. We've always said it's temporary. We've just extended our agreements for a while and they've been dragging their feet on replacing us, that kind of thing. There's really a lot to unpack here, and there is no regulatory oversight that can come in and help fix this, even though there are arguments being made that there should be something out there and protesting how this is even allowed to happen, how the power provider could just be like, actually, we're just going to focus on AI. The 50,000 residents that rely on our power to live, they're, who are they? I already forgot about them. There's been a lot of arguments, there's a lot to it, so the article goes pretty in-depth on it. As for what's next in the region, Liberty told customers that NV Energy will remain the transmission provider. The wires aren't going anywhere, so that's nice. They didn't just dig up the wires and throw them in a fucking landfill or something. So the question is, who's going to supply the electricity that flows over them and what that cost will be and whether the regulators can protect customers whose upstream grid sits outside California's usual planning structure. And they are right now shopping the bid replacement contract to anyone and everyone. They are really trying to find this next energy provider. There was a tad bit of optimism when it came to a short-term solution, but long-term is a lot more unstable and unknowable. And they close with this statement saying, we have no representation, it's resource extraction. It is 1000% resource extraction, and representation has proven in other regions across the country to not matter at all when it comes to these data centers. Let's take a look at Utah. The Kevin O'Leary clown show, his fucking circus, who, by the way, likes to continue LARPing as an American. He's not. He is a bald Canadian bitch ass. And yet he still comes over here and tries to preach about American values and why the data center is like the most patriotic thing you can do. Cringe, pathetic, worm demon. Anyway, in Utah, all of the people were voicing how much they didn't want it, the disdain. They would not support it. Please don't. Begging, groveling, do not let this data center project be approved. A 40,000 acre data center, the largest imaginable. Like genuinely, I cannot even fathom something that big. A 40,000 acre data center is fucking diabolical. And the geriatric fossils that were approving this project, who are supposed to be representing the people in the community, outright said, one of them verbatim said, for hell's sake, grow up. A crazy statement, and I do believe they are fighting for hell. They are demons on the side of Satan. So like these fucking octogenarians, in the face of all the community that went out there, and there was a huge number of people yelling, screaming, begging, stop, don't do it, don't, no data centers. In front of all of them, they insulted the people, berated them, and then went into their own private room to get away from all the riffraff, all the hustle and bustle and hoopla, so that way they could unanimously push it through to greenlight the 40,000 acre data center. That goes in the face of all of the people that they are supposed to be representing the interests of. So it's pretty clear that even having representation of like the will of the people does not matter. These data centers are being built and brute forced through because most likely all of these politicians and the people in power in these communities are getting a nice little chunk of change for it, some real strong incentives, and they don't care about the people. And there's no consequences. There are literally no consequences anymore across the board. You can lie, you can scam, you can fraud, all of this, and there is nothing that happens. Nothing at all. So they feel very emboldened to just blatantly, openly be corrupt, and that's what's happening. So these data centers, they are coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down. It's extremely concerning. It's extremely infuriating. And BlackRock is already planning for people to feel like forced into a corner and doing something drastic, like maybe trying to destroy a data center.
And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it could be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone?
These slimy husks, these zombies are getting so comfortable calling anyone that goes against the corporations selling out of this country and their land terrorists. Oh, you don't support the companies coming in here with 3,100 data centers springing up in your communities, driving up your energy bills, ruining your water, polluting your community? Oh, that must make you a domestic terrorist, Buster. Or at the very least, you might have some ideas that are adjacent to domestic terrorism. A little bit of thought crime, perhaps? You don't like the data centers, Well, let's go ahead and check the surveillance data we've gathered on you through these data centers and see what we've got. This is Larry Fink of BlackRock. BlackRock is a huge player in the data center boom. And now he's openly talking about, well, how do we protect these multi-billion-dollar investments and the trillions of dollars that might need to be spent in order to secure them? Because what if a domestic terrorist starts using drone warfare on them? So it seems like there's a recognition from people like Larry Fink, these fucking zombies at the top of the food chain, that people are feeling backed into a corner. Everything in their life is getting more expensive, and data centers are only continuing to accelerate that issue. And the normal lies are no longer landing because the information's already out there. There are operational data centers that have been running for a while, so we know the bills go up in the communities that they infest. And we know they only provide temp jobs during construction. They don't actually supply any kind of economic boon to the normal working people of those communities through employment. The biggest data center in this country only has roughly 150 full-time employees. The smaller data centers or the normal-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees full-time. So this is not providing jobs or anything to Americans in any capacity. So the lies don't work. People are getting face-fucked by this. These corporations are fully selling out everyone and everything in this country. And they're realizing that they don't actually even need people to make money anymore. So they're even getting rid of people, like NV Energy abandoning 50,000 of the residents that rely on their power to live. And Larry Fink is now talking about what they're going to do to defend these data centers from someone who might be very desperate and trying to, destroy a data center on their own in order to, survive in the community or help people in the community live. So he's already okay, we've got measures in place, maybe underground or, who knows. But we're thinking about it. We've got countermeasures. Don't worry. We're protecting these billion and trillion dollar investments. It's fucking terrifying. And he's also being very upfront about they're going to control all the data centers. Great. If you're on the side of BlackRock, you're on the bad guy's side, by the way. To the people that for some reason still mindlessly try and support data centers because they love to swallow that corporate cock and believe all their lies. This is the lowest of the low if you're now just pumping your fist for BlackRock of all things.
So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficits are starting to be mounting. And we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is all going to be the role of private sector.
Oh, thank goodness. I feel much more comfortable knowing that the future's in the hands of people like Larry Fink and BlackRock. Isn't that good news? Yeah, so anyway, had to yap about this shit. It is so fucking out of control. It is so blatantly corrupt. It is genuinely terrifying. Anyway, just wanted to put that all on your radar there. That's really about it. So, yep.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Neo Aquarium, King of Crustaceans for the PC. Let's do this shit. I'm gonna be playing as a frog crab against some evil corn barnacles. They don't have a chance. This is my first match. Let's show them how it's done. Oh, I can move to the right, but I can also move to the left. You might as well give up now. Here we go. Oh, shit! I got too horny and shed my shell. No matter, new shell, new ways to kick corn barnacle ass. Firing torpedoes. I'm gonna take to the skies here and just rain shit. Oh, what the fuck? A nuclear bomb was just deployed and I'm being attacked by a light show. Try this on for size. Burrowed underground. You can't handle it. Oh, I'm in first-person shooter mode. I'm piloting a fucking TIE fighter. Oh, I'm slapping the corn barnacles now. Oh, shit, shit. I have been spotted. Time to escape. I popped out right under the corn barnacle fortress. Carpet bomb! You know, moving as a frog crab really isn't as easy as you would expect. I'm missing all these shots, but then again, so are they. Oh, shit! I keep shedding my fucking shell! Oh, I'm two-wheeling it now. I have lost all control of this crustacean. It's on a fucking unicycle. Oh, wait, there we go, wait! We're back in business. Alright, level 2. Fire! Nothing oh, shit! There's wieners popping up from the ground. Is this the level 2? The destructive dick attack? It didn't even do any damage. The corn barnacles are dick-proof. You can call me Mr. Level 3. There we go. Now I just need to infiltrate the corn barnacle hideout. Let's go! Holy shit, it's a Kamehameha! You're not ready for it, corn. Oh, fuck! I took down all their health! Oh, it's a level playing field now, ladies and gentlemen. We are on equal crustacean footing. Take this. Oh, shit! What the fuck? They're whipping me with dildo arms. That's gotta be a violation of the rules. Or crustacean rights. You have not experienced pain until you've gone toe-to-toe with a spiny lobster. Your fate is sealed, corn barnacle. It was the moment you stepped into the aquarium with the lobster. Activating force field. I'm not sure what I'm firing. Oh shit! It's attacking with beams of hurt. Oh damn it, damn it! It's got me cornered. There we go, there we go, there we go. Level 1! Yeah, there we go. Just attached 2 fingers to this bitch. How's it feel to get poked, corn barnacles? Yeah! Did absolutely no damage. Just as planned. It's time. If you're wearing a watch, then you too know that time is currently happening. Brace yourself! Fuck! Strategic shell shed! Evacuate! Damn it! My goodness, these corn barnacles abide by no set of rules. No handshake, they're just whipping me with lasers. The snow crab, that's what we're missing, that's what we need. About to start a blizzard up in this bitch. Everyone knows corn can't survive a harsh winter, and everybody knows barnacles can't survive without corn. You take away the corn supply, you take away the barnacles, you defeat the opponent. I cannot control this snow crab for ass cheeks. Finally wiggled my way over here. Spitting bullets. Oh shit. Dodging. Oh yeah. Feel the fury of the snow crab. I have no idea where I am. These shuriken starfish are taking me to lunch. How about a level 1 for your ass? Got 4 lightsabers now. I will not be able to be defeated. Come here, corn barnacles. Oh shit. Come on. Oh yeah. Look at all that damage. Stand your ground, snow crab. Let's finish the fight. I may not have a space shuttle, but I have the next best thing. Snow crabs level 2. Shit, it's like a fucking nightclub. Why, titties, am I running away from the corn barnacles? Just rush the enemy, we can take them, we have level 2. Fuck. I've got you now, corn barnacles. Fuck, anti-air weapons! The hermit crab, king of the ocean, terror of the deep. The corn barnacles are finished. Why do they have a little diamond above their head? Are they teammates? I think so. The army of hermit crabs has shown up, and we are here to shake the hand of victory. You do not frighten me, corn barnacles, because I have level 1. It's a fucking snowball. It's a fucking shield. Absolute defense. Shit! Shit! Hermit crab, hurry! Get out of there! Level 2 is almost ready. It's ready. I hope this one's actually offense, though. Let's do it! It's a fucking spiral staircase. Corn barnacles' weakness. The ultimate offense. I'm gonna deliver it right to their doorstep. Take this, you son of a bitch. It didn't do any damage. Excellent. Let's try level 3. I can only imagine how useful that's gonna be. Underwater rain. Extraordinary. They can't do anything about that. Oh shit. You are not welcomed in the ocean. Mission battering ram will not be stopped. You cannot defeat the undefeatable. There we go. The perfect hit and run. I inflicted no damage. Splendid. My lobster only has 2 legs left. But he only needs 2 legs. That's all he needs. He has 1 leg left. That's all he requires. Let's show him how it's done, lobster. Look at these moves. I'm losing altitude. Use the eject seat. Quickly. Fuck! The corn barnacles cannot be defeated. They are an unstoppable crustacean. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
You ever experience a Winter Soldier moment, son? Well, you're about to. I'm going to trigger one for you. Campbell's Chicken Noodle Possibilities. Remember that? Well, what if those possibilities were that you're consuming terrible 3D printed bioengineered meat? That right now is the big story around Campbell's, whom I'm sure all of you are familiar with Campbell's food products. I think a lot of us here have grown up with it. There was a recording that just got released that was filmed in secret by an employee that was, I guess, listening to a goddamn podcast from the VP of Information at Campbell's, who was ranting and raving about how terrible the quality of their food is and why he'd never buy it, how it's food for poor people, calling it bioengineered, 3D printed, basically just saying it's all like a bunch of shit you feed to piggies, not people. Then he also started like insulting Indians during this. It was like an hour and a half long recording, allegedly. It was recorded by a former employee named Robert Garza, who's filing a lawsuit about basically being wrongfully terminated because he tried to like complain about this kind of behavior. And the person apparently that has been recorded is Campbell's VP of Information Technology, Martin Bawley. I learned about this eye-opening revelation on stream, so I'm going to show you those clips, which also has like the pertinent audio section about like the bioengineered meat. Because that is a pretty big claim to say that it's like not real, low-quality, bioengineered meat from a 3D printer. 3D printed meat, that's like fucking SpongeBob canned bread moment right there. I didn't think we were at that point, and I still don't think we are. I'm pretty sure this guy was just a bit off his gourd during this rant, and it seems like it was a rant he was delivering straight from the soul. To be able to yap for an hour and a half, apparently uninterrupted, just raving about the company you are a VP at, like that's a lot. So I feel like he kind of got a little lost in the sauce. I would be very surprised to learn that it's actually 3D printed meat. I think what he was just trying to express is that it's so beneath him he would never eat this poor people food that his company makes. That seems to be the what he was trying to express. You hear about the Campbell's soup drama right now? Security analysts secretly recorded the executive VP for the company saying the soup is made with bioengineered meat that they make for poor people. What? Yeah, I just read a comment, and I just looked it up. There's a bunch of articles. Campbell's Soup at risk of being shut down in Florida because there was secret audio that was recorded with the VP saying that their meat is bioengineered, like slop, basically, quote, made for poor people.
Oh yeah, bioengineered meat chicken from 3D printer. Campbell's Soup VP mocks poor people who buy its food.
I have got to check this shit out later. What
the fuck?
3D printed meat.
Yeah, what the fuck? These stories always blow my mind because how many people have to know and not say anything.
Yeah, like this is just one of those things where there are so many people in this pipeline, and this is the first I've ever heard of that. We have shit for fucking poor people. I don't buy fucking Campbell's products. Now that I know, oh my god, this is crazy.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein.
Oh, Jesus.
Now that I know what the fuck's in it.
How is that? Like, I didn't even think we had that technology yet to, like, print meat.
So we do, but it's currently more expensive. It's super interesting because this guy also just sounds stupid.
Is taking legal action against
bioengineered meat, if I'm not mistaken, is really expensive right now because they can't do it in bulk.
It's got to be something, right? They have to found some way of doing it cheap.
Explosive allegations about one of its top executives.
I guess the other thing is, I can almost guarantee Campbell's probably comes out and goes, "Hey, we don't print our chicken."
Well, but apparently it's an audio recording of the VP saying that. I want to hear the audio. Where is it?
Of Monroe.
Yeah, that's my thought, though, is like the higher-ups are going to come out and be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah, but it's the VP. Okay, here, hold on. Here's the audio.
So in a company like Campbell's, there's probably like 1,000 VPs.
You think so? I guess that's true.
Yeah, here,
I
can look on LinkedIn.
Robert Garza
VP is
of
like the
Monroe.
lowest end of the impressive sounding title, basically.
Okay.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's not healthy. Now that I know what the in it.
Campbell
Even in
Soup
a can of
Company.
soup, I
I'm
look
gonna
at it,
look
look
them
at
up on
meat.
LinkedIn. Let's see.
Bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording
Okay, hearing the recording, it sounds like he's exaggerating. It sounds like the 3D printer is something he made up. But he's basically saying, like, this is actual trash food I would never eat. I don't want to eat meat that came from a 3D printer, do you? It sounds like he's the one that's, like, pulling that out, not saying that it actually comes from that.
Yeah, it's, like, hyperbolic a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But even still, just putting that out there is just an immediate, like, bomb to the company.
Yeah, like, I have to imagine their stock has dropped.
Man, that's so fucking
alleges Campbell Soup VP made racist comments and says its food is made for poor people. Yeah, it seems like this guy lost his noggin.
It's a 15... Well, the recording lasted longer than an hour and 15 minutes.
I just saw that.
Holy shit. What, was he just, like, uninterrupted monologuing at the office here while this guy recorded it?
A guy just went, over and over as he recorded on his phone.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly.
Is there another thing? They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Just pure disgust.
And when he complained,
the response to Robert sticking up for other people is he gets fired.
I'm so curious what even spawned this rant from him. Like, did he just come in randomly, like, all right, everyone gather around, I got a campfire story to tell you. Fuck Campbell's, this is shit for poor people, listen to me, listen well. Like, I wonder what got him down this road in the first place. Just like this snowball turning into an avalanche of a rant against the company where he is, like, a higher level position at. Like, maybe it was something as simple as Robert being like, hey man, what's going on today? He's like, well, let me fucking tell you what's going on today. It's crazy. And so he did record this. It feels pretty cut and dry here that this is that guy saying these things. And in retaliation, after complaining, he was fired. He was sticking up for his fellow employees and got fired for it. Big Campbell's themselves have responded saying, if the comments heard on the audio recording were in fact made by Mr. Bali, they are unacceptable. Such language does not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We do not tolerate this kind of language under any circumstances. So, criticizing his use of sentence enhancers. He's got a bit of a sailor's mouth on him, and Campbell's is condemning that. He's been temporarily put on leave while they conduct their own investigation. They noted his role in IT, which has nothing to do with how Campbell's makes its food, which is true. When I first was reading this story, it wasn't exactly clear to me what his role is, but after looking it up, he is not in, like, the production of its food, so it would be information he wouldn't be privy to in the first place, which is why I said during the stream it sounds like he's just exaggerating about, like, 3D printed meat. He views it as just, like, this lesser food because he's a fucking executive or something at Campbell's, so he wouldn't touch the shit. I don't think he's actually claiming it's 3D printed, and I would be very surprised if it was, because that would be extremely fucking expensive. More expensive than just sourcing cheaper chicken somewhere. But they responded to this saying, we are proud of the food we make, the people who make it, and the high quality ingredients we use to provide consumers with good food at a good value. We know that millions of people use Campbell's products, and we're honored by the trust they put in us. The comments heard on the recording about our food are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Campbell's then said that the chicken meat in its soup comes from long-trusted USDA-approved US suppliers with high-quality standards. So basically their response is, this is a load of hooey, this guy's a fucking wacko, and everything he said is a bunch of horseradish. Which, yeah, that makes sense as a response here. He does sound like off his rocker during the recording, just bouncing from like one complaint to another. And like I said, I really doubt that they actually 3D print their chicken at Campbell's. I've liked Campbell's like my whole life. I've never had like a problem with it. Is it like the highest quality gourmet food you can eat? No. And it's not supposed to be. I don't see what there is to be so incredibly angry about, where you're just like shitting on it entirely, saying like it's strictly for poor people, it's bioengineered 3D printed meat, and it would never touch my refined palate Absolutely not. Like, it's fucking absurd, man. Like, Campbell's is for anyone that wants, like, a cheap, quick little meal that's decent. That's always been where Campbell's lives, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it is so fucking weird to hear him go on this rant. Like, I do think this will do legitimate damage to the company, given his position and his fiery words here. And it's also terrible what happened to Robert, where you get punished for trying to do the right thing. So hopefully he wins that lawsuit here, because it sounds like this guy just went fucking rogue. It doesn't sound like Campbell's is going to be backing him up, at least not right now. It doesn't seem to be like that. But I guess we'll have to see. Like, maybe it turns out this recording is, you know, a bunch of horse hockey. Like, it's not real or something, but I doubt it. Seems like it probably is. Anyway, though, just found this to be interesting. Wanted to share it. That's about it. See ya. Get your protractor out, nerd, because I'm ranting Wumbo style right now. I am so tired of the Epstein files being treated like it's Half-Life 3, where there's all these, like, leaks being teased all the time and then nothing. Nothing ever happens. Just release the files. It's been years, and it feels like every 6 months there's, like, this big push, like, they're finally coming! It's on the way! Batten down the hatches because you're not ready for this bombshell, and then poof! What? Nothing. Nothing new. The reason I'm ranting about this is because yesterday I kept reading and kept being told, like, tomorrow's the big day. The Epstein files are finally fully declassified and all of it's coming out tomorrow. The dam has broken, we're gonna know everyone's names, and we're not ready for it because there's names on there you'd never expect, like, fucking Commander Shepard's on there, you know? The Citadel has been compromised. Like, it's like, okay, finally, it's about time, you know? All this red tape, we finally got around it. Good, let's release it. Well, now it's tomorrow, and all I have seen, some people have this binder that they're all holding that says Epstein Files Phase 1, and they're doing this. They're taking prom photos with it. They're just cheesing on top of the binder and still not releasing it. If what you have there are the Epstein files, why don't you make like a fart trapped in my butt and release it? Instead, they're just taking, like, these photo ops, like they're just looking for Instagram updates. Like, what the fuck? It's starting to just feel completely performative. It's feeling like it's just banished to the shadow realm forever. Because I have seen this as a talking point for a while now when people are looking for, like approval on things or trying to get into a position of power. I've seen this as a big talking point, like, hey, if you choose me, when I get in there, come hell or high water, I don't care whose feelings get hurt, I'm releasing the Epstein files. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna take a power stance, lat spread, and teabag this shit, going right into the department, marching in there, slapping the files out of their hand, and I'm putting it in the American public's hands. Take my word for it. Well, now there's a lot of people that can do that, and it's still not happening. The names are still not being released. The most we ever get is these little tiddlywinks of Epstein file morsels that have been known for years, and they parade it around like it's new info. It's so stupid, and I'm beyond tired of it, because there is no doubt so much redacted information that is still not publicly known that I'm fully confident they have access to, especially judging by these pictures they're all posing with, like, here's the Epstein files, I've got them right here. Well, how about you open it and let us take a peek inside if we're that close to releasing it? Like, today was supposed to be the day. At least that's everything I kept reading and getting told. So when is it? When will we finally know all of these names and all of this information? Because it has been so long of the same song and dance. Now, as I've been making this video, a new article just dropped that states that after review of the release documents from today, most of the information has been heavily redacted and previously reported. Also, it's called into question if the information was ever even classified in the first place, and it's drawing, of course, heavy criticism because apparently it boils down to being some of Epstein's phone book. And now I just read another article that said it's being pushed to tomorrow because the FBI director is withholding thousands of pages. It's such a mess. Like, I am fully expecting tomorrow to roll around and still nothing to be there. Hopefully I'm wrong about that. We'll see. But based on what I'm reading from the people that did have access to this huge new information, it boils down to mostly redacted shit, as well as things we already knew, and then some of Epstein's phone book. So when are we actually getting the meat and potatoes, the fucking spaghetti and meatballs of all of these Epstein names and all of this absolutely evil shit that they apparently have had access to for so long but still haven't released. It just feels like I'm perpetually reading BuzzFeed slop headlines in regards to this. The first arrest will shock you. The Epstein files are coming. Okay, that's exciting. When? I'm ready to be shocked. When's that first arrest happening? Why hasn't it happened yet? Like, who is it? Who are you trying to catch? Is it fucking Adam Warlock? Like, why can't we get a handle on them? When is that first arrest happening? Like, if these headlines just keep popping up over and over and over again in regards to the Epstein files, and then there's still nothing that ever gets released. It's at the point now where I really feel like there might not ever be an arrest that comes from it, and there may never come a point where the Epstein files ever get fully released. I also read a couple days ago that allegedly the FBI was working to delete some of the files, so it's just such a fucking disaster. It's so infuriating. And I keep hearing time and time again, like, it's coming, it's almost here. It's set your alarm clock. But it's become like the Bloodborne 2 of documents. It just doesn't exist, it feels like. I guess when Jeffrey Epstein mysteriously found a way to kill himself in prison, like, you know, Tony Stark of Suicide, he killed himself with nothing but a box of scraps and toilet paper. Somehow, all of the evidence and everything he had vanished with him. And now it only lives on in headlines occasionally about, like, well, it's coming, maybe. No, it's actually coming this time, and then it never does. But again, hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe tomorrow is the big day with a lot of new information, a lot of new names, and maybe, God willing, some fucking consequences for the people on the Epstein list. Here's hoping. Fingers crossed. But anyway, just wanted to rant about this briefly. That's about it. So, yep. Good morning, butterflies. I hope you've put on your favorite smile, ready to grab the day, put it in a headlock, and ask it who its father is. I've recently found something to smile about too, thanks for asking. A passion that was once lost, but I have now found. 30-year-old man still has fun the old-fashioned way. I've talked about this a little bit, but I'm going so hog wild on it I can't help but yap about it one more time. Also, I'm going to talk about a couple other things like editing, that kind of thing, which has apparently become a bit of a big topic after yesterday's upload. But let's start with that first part. Passion. I am a man with so much love to give. The cup runneth over on my capacity for love that it like loops back around to being neutral. It's that powerful. And my first love was gaming. Gaming. An integral part of my life. In fact, the first time I ever saw a mons pubis on a woman was in the game Backyard Wrestling for the Xbox. They had like a little section for videos they filmed while partying at backyard wrestling events, and a woman was drinking like a Bud Light and then like moved her bikini down a little bit, and you could see like the beginnings of a mons pubis, and my mind was blown. Where would I be without gaming? Who knows? Shooting up heroin somewhere behind a Walmart next to the dumpster, most likely, would be my guess. Gaming has always been a core part of my soul. Like, my whole internet presence stemmed from gaming, Gears of War. And it's always been, like, the bread and butter content of my channel. But as I've gotten older, morphing more and more into just some geezer, I haven't been playing as many games. Like, yeah, of course I still stream every new game that comes out, like every big AAA title, but I haven't grinded games like I used to for Rainbow Six Siege or Apex Legends. I haven't played all of the wacky games that come out, like, you know, that no one's ever heard of like I used to, with all of these obscure titles and fucking really off-the-wall concepts. I've kind of stopped doing that. And about 2 weeks ago, it really started to dawn on me how much I missed it. So I started a whole channel just for it. And I think there's been a big misconception with this channel, the Moist Critical Gaming one. People just assumed it would be all edited stream VODs of games that I played on stream. But that's not the case. What I actually want the channel to be is a combination of course that, because I do still game on stream more so now than ever. But the big thing is, I've gone back to my roots. The old gameplay and commentary days where I would just play games off stream, record it, and post it because I wanted to play those games. So I've started doing that again too, and it has been such a breath of fresh air. So like on that channel right now, I have a Titanfall 2 video, Fly Night, Battlefield Bad Company 2, Max Payne 1, all these games that I wanted to just play on my own, and I recorded it to post on that channel, and it has been a joy. I feel like what must have happened without me even noticing is, as I was like a daily streamer for a while, which I do still stream almost every day, even though I consider myself more of a part-time streamer now, but as I was like grinding streaming for a while, gaming kind of just became like a chore almost, like something I felt I was expected to do as opposed to something I wanted to do. So it lost that spark for me. But setting the clock back, going back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass, it gets me excited again to game. Not only off stream, but even on stream. I know this all sounds like a tall glass of who gives a fuck, but I don't know. It feels like as you get older, some things that you used to love start to lose that charm. And that's a shitty feeling. And it happened, again, without me even really noticing, or even really giving a thought to it. And it wasn't until I, like, sat down and started paying attention to it that I realized how far away I drifted from, like, the old DNA of something that I used to love. And it's just been nice to find it again. Like I said, it makes the streams more fun too. Like, I started streaming Indigo Prophecy last night. David Cage Super Stinker Classic. One of the most entertainingly bad games that was infamous back in the day. And now I'm playing through that. And I've never finished that game, I don't think. Which is another thing. Even though I would be playing games over the last 5 or so years, most of the time I wouldn't even finish them. Like, I became notorious for not, like, starting Yakuza games and not finishing them. Like a real fucking goofball. I don't like that. It's embarrassing. So, another thing I've been doing is any game that I have started, I am finishing. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that does include Death Stranding 2, which drops in 2 days, and I am not looking forward to it. A lot of Kojima fans just hit their keyboards real hard to say some mean stuff about my lack of palate, but I hate the gameplay loop of Death Stranding. I think it is the most mind-numbingly boring, tedious for the sake of tedium shit. I love the universe of Death Stranding, I love the writing, I love the characters, I love everything else about that game, except for the core gameplay loop of delivering packages while stumbling and pissing your pants. I hate that. I like the gunplay of it too. I also like some of the gameplay ideas of it, but since the core loop seems to be again that same shit from the first one of just fucking stumbling over pebbles while delivering heavy loads of packages, I am not excited. But I'm going to eat my vegetables and I will finish that game too, goddammit. Anyway, I got off on a tangent there. But yeah, I found the passion again for gaming. That's the point of that. Next thing is editing. Last night I posted a Silent Hill 2006 review as part of this big undertaking I'm doing that'll probably take like 3 or 4 years to finish, where I'm watching every single video game adaptation ever made. Movies, that is. Every video game movie ever made. I started with Silent Hill 2006 and posted that review last night to kick off that series. And a lot of people with astute peepers may have noticed there was more editing than usual in that video. A lot of editing, in fact. It wasn't edited by me, it was edited by Chase. I've talked about this before, but I edit like 98% of my videos. Pretty much everything that's not IRL or a big project is edited by me in Sony Vegas, the GOAT of editing software. I use 2 things to edit. The cutting tool and the moving mouse tool to push them together. Which isn't a tool, I just move it with my mouse. So I use 1 tool for editing, and it's just cutting. So that's the vast majority of my content, but the ones that are IRL or bigger projects I give to Aaron, Chase, or Edgar. And Chase edited that one, and I told him to just go hog wild with it. I told him to go absolutely ballistic with editing, because I wanted it to be very over the top, very fun, very silly, and I think he absolutely crushed it in that department. And a lot of people were taken by surprise, the big time jump scare of seeing, like, zany edits in a video I've posted. Which, by the way, this isn't the first time either. I've posted plenty of videos here that do have quite a bit of editing. Now, this probably has the most, though. For sure. Now, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. There's no problem with that whatsoever. There's going to be different tastes. I hate cherries. Other people love cherries. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. I think that is totally fine. And it is very different. So I have no doubt that there's a lot of people that probably don't like that style all that much. And a lot of people had this idea that this was going to be every video going forward, this kind of editing style. which blows my mind because I don't know how anyone gets that impression. Throughout the entire fucking 19 years or whatever that I've been on YouTube, this whole channel has been just a smorgasbord of a variety of different things. Like, so many different things that I don't know why anyone would think that one thing would now be everything going forward. Like, this one video is now going to be everything going forward in this style, when that has never once been the case for anything on this channel ever. So I don't know why that became like a prevalent concern from a lot of people seeing the editing here and thinking that now everything's going to be edited. Holy shit, it's ruined. I don't get how that thought crossed so many noodles. I've always dropped like experimental shit on this channel all the time. Like, I don't know why this one was such like a problem or something to be worried about. Like, oh no, the enshittification has begun. There's editing now. All because one video had a lot of editing. So here's me putting those fears to bed. The content's not changing. Still going to be me slapping the vast majority of it together in Sony Vegas, an archaic program only archaeologists fucking remember. That's still going to be almost all of it. Same way it always has. But this series, I'm gonna tell you, I like it being very over the top. I think it makes it very, very different, and I want that for it. So maybe going forward there won't be as many, like, quick edits. I don't know. It's something that we'll tinker around and tweak with, because, like I said, this is going to be like 3 or 4 years worth of watching video game adaptations. There's like 150 of these bitches out there, and I'm doing all of them. The ones from the 90s, the Uwe Boll dog shit ones. Uwe Boll, I don't know how many of you remember this. He made like, I think it was like 5 awful video game movies way back in the day, and he used to challenge his harshest critics to boxing matches. Like, literally fight me if you didn't like the movie. So, like, I'm doing all of them. So it's going to be a lot here to find definitively the best video game adaptation movie. And it's fun. And it will be edited a lot. But that doesn't mean everything will be. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly. Oh, and I guess I'll also mention this. In the Silent Hill review, I kept calling Sean Bean's character Harry, and I thought I had explained why I did that, but I clearly didn't. It wasn't in the review. In the movie, Sean Bean's character is not Harry, he's Christopher. I called him Harry because in the movie he looks exactly like Harry from the Silent Hill game that it is adapting loosely. Christopher gets absolutely nothing of value to do in that movie, and I thought it was pretty clear that that character was supposed to be like a subtle nod to the audience that it's, you know, modeled after Harry. And since Christopher is kind of useless, gets absolutely nothing of value to do on screen, he just goes on his own side quest and leads to nothing, I just stuck with calling him Harry, because at least people know Harry from the Silent Hill game, whereas Christopher is very forgettable in this movie. Though, there's a kind of a spoiler going ahead, in the second Silent Hill film, Christopher does do more of what Harry did in Silent Hill 3. So, like, it's pretty clear it's supposed to be Harry. Like, at least I thought. And so I just kept calling him Harry in that review. But I probably should have just called him by his actual character name, because it ended up being very confusing for people that have actually seen the movie. Anyway, that's enough yapping. Just wanted to talk about these few things. That's really about it. So yeah.
And I've got mixed emotions today, obviously. It's now
Jesus, what is he doing? Exercising Brian? Getting the short demon out of him or something? Fucking treating him like a vampire of sub-optimal male height with a wooden stake through the heart. Oh, baby! Is that Dave Bautista shrunk down to 5'5"? You wanna know something sad? When Tetris stands up on her front, like her back 2 legs, her face comes up to like top of my pecs. And I'm not insecure about my height. But I hate being short. If I could change it, I would. Maybe I am insecure about my height. He seems like a nice guy, but I think he's just a clout chaser because she's got TLC on her back. I don't know if I trust him yet. He has to earn my trust to date Nancy.
I couldn't find one long enough.
Well, do it yourself. Get a little DIY going. Get creative. Maybe even make like a gas-powered dress with like levers and pulleys and stuff.
Okay.
Like some fucking steampunk shit.
6'7" to like 6'10" or 6'11".
Fuck
But I
yeah.
do want to wear heels on our wedding day.
Just to flex on Brian a little harder. To be literally 2 full feet taller than him.
And I'm gonna inhale right.
This looks like shit. This doesn't even look like yoga. This looks like a 1980s like aerobic workout VHS tape.
First thing I thought was,
Thought yoga was supposed to. That looks like yoga.
Been 16 years since I saw you last.
Yeah. It's a decent icebreaker. Hey, what's up? I left 16 years ago, in case you forgot.
Out again by the same man. You don't want to see the person.
I mean, how could he really let you down again? He already abandoned you for 16 years. Like, what's he gonna do next? Like, de-rank you on Halo or something? Like, what the fuck could he possibly do now?
That he puts me down.
Stacy, the matchmaker, has set
This
me
girl
up
goes
on
on the weirdest fucking first dates with the Tinder guys. One of them takes her rollerblading, the other one takes her to like a fucking butcher shop to watch meat be produced or whatever the fuck the other date was. And now this guy's taking her to a children's carnival. Can I motorboat you real quick? I can do it standing up if, you know, if you don't mind.
And a true gentleman. We have a lot in common.
I love baking and...
What's your
Yes.
specialty?
A real man. He starts with, I love baking. I also like looking at rainbows and crying. Using only one box of tissues, in fact.
Do you get that a lot?
Sometimes it's nice to just unwind. Glass of red wine in the bathtub, lots of bubbles. Yo, what's up, bro? Oh my god, all of his friends are taller than him, too.
I'm extremely nervous right now.
I like the guy in the glasses. He's got a real nice shirt. He should be marrying Haley. Brian doesn't deserve her. Wearing a fucking V-neck gray shirt. This dude rocking the crew cut white tee. Fuck yeah, baby. Now that is an alpha male.
Said I do that I would listen and respect him as a father and not marry Brian.
What?
I've got mixed emotions there.
That's fucked up. It sounds like she's looking for any excuse to not marry Brian at the last minute.
Well, this is a big
Dad, if you stand up, I'll just call it off.
She hasn't lived life yet.
I really hope you don't do that, Dad. Just letting you know, just please don't. Oh no. Oh goodness, I'd hate for that to happen.
Golden Chad height is 4'11".
Yeah, fuck yeah. 4'11", the optimal height in the Shire.
Then you need a Viking. Totally scared the hangover right out of me.
Max said he was gonna come at 10.
Train all your life to be an actor and actress, and that's the role you land. Fucking Leif Erikson, female style.
And so my mom surprised me with
Ooh.
the hair and makeup.
Ordinarily, I'd be very disappointed that the episode is ending, but luckily, TLC has stepped up their fucking game and uploaded 2 episodes. Bang.
I'm getting married. This thing's happening.
It really did happen very
Before
fast.
we do,
I see where the father's coming from.
I have to put all my
Brian sprung it up immediately and made the bride's family pay for it, like ASAP. That's a pump and dump, like, cryptocurrency scheme right there. It's a fat scam.
Ready to go. How's that? Yeah. Sounds good.
Alright, so let's talk about how we're gonna kill Haley's father. I'm tired of him calling me short.
Just have a pure... Let's give it up right here. Yeah.
Hey, can you bring the toast down a little bit, guys? I'm kind of short, remember?
I was too short with heels, and I could see my feet, and it was one of those moments where it was like, I don't feel great walking out in this because I want
So I called off the wedding.
very
She's just looking for any excuse possible not to marry him.
And I feel like I'm gonna hit my head on the ceiling.
Max took a shit and it was real stinky, so I just decided not to marry Brian.
I'd rather you not see my feet.
I'm not a hobbit. 5'6" is the optimal male height.
But I guess we'll just have to see.
Literally confirmed by the 10 Commandments. Anyone over 5'6" is in violation of one of them, I'm sure.
You look great. Thank you.
Well, actually, pretty decent quality for getting her off of fiber.
This is what I was
She at least seems to know what she's doing.
I hope Shay's going
Using
to like
WD-40 for hairspray and stuff. It's creative.
Wow.
God, even that guy's super fucking tall. Jesus. Brian is amongst giants at every turn. He's like entered another dimension.
Thank you for everything. My dad.
Yeah, you probably won't be saying thank you when he stands up, whips his cock out, and says wedding's over, like he's been threatening to do for the last 4 episodes. God, I hate it when people have weddings outside. Oh, it's about to be a fucking crime scene at Whiskey Red's, a bloodbath when the dad stands up and Brian kills him.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
A short man can only stay silent for so long.
I've settled my soul.
Oh, don't call him out. You're gonna force his hand just out of spite. Oh, what's up, bitch? You want to call me out in front of all my friends? Wedding's off. I paid for this.
Encourage them.
Oh, he washes her feet here, doesn't he?
Tell you what I'm feeling and never
He said he wanted that part of the ceremony.
Protect you and always shut the closet doors when you're scared.
Yeah, speed it up, Brian. Wash your feet.
She's scared of monsters.
It's the only way I'm gonna get hard tonight.
5 foot
feet washing ceremony.
Yes.
For the foot washing.
Oh yeah, baby.
It was just such a cool.
There it is.
Act of service going into
Yeah.
marriage.
Oh yeah,
to
it
get
is.
down on your hands and knees and wash your partner's feet in.
Nothing says love like a good foot wash right in front of your family.
What it is simply it's a discipline.
Oh baby.
of redirecting
Oh, Brian's feet. It's a foot reveal, baby.
And so by them doing this as their very first
Amazing.
act of marriage, it's saying that our marriage represents sacrificial love.
No, it's saying
That
I
my
don't
love
respect
for you,
Brian
my
as a
love for
man.
this
I'm gonna use him as a
relationship, my
slave to wash my
commitment
feet.
to
That's
our
what it
marriage
says.
comes before my
5 foot 12 is the optimal height.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard. 5'6". 5'6" or bust.
Service in front of all of your family and friends and say, I'm gonna love this person.
That's a classic Dan
support
Schneider
them
wedding.
And
For
give
sure.
them all
For
that I
sure.
have.
Christ, I now pronounce
There
you
is no
husband and
Jesus
wife.
Christ at this
Brian,
wedding, my
you may
friend. I
kiss
can
your
promise you
bride.
that. He would not have allowed the foot washing to happen. That's downright evil. Whoa there, Buster. That's a flag on the play. 5-yard penalty. Unnecessary frowning. Let's try and fix that attitude now, shall we? There is a game that just came out a few days ago that's got everyone smiling, it seems, to the tune of over 550,000 concurrent players at its peak. Slay the Spire 2. I've pumped about 12 hours directly into the ass of this game, and I've only just now scratched the surface. It is content-rich, so much meat on the bones, and for only $22, I think it is. Let me double check. We have technology right at my fingertips. I can't remember if it's $22 or $25. And it looks like it is $25, which I think is a great deal because for the price of a single big arch burger from McDonald's, you can instead get well north of 12 hours worth of content. In 12 hours, I have only just now completed a run with the 5 main characters: Ironclad, Silent, Regent, Necrobinder, and Defect. So 12 hours and I have completed one run with each of these 5 characters, so I've completed 5 total runs in 12 hours, which is fucking nothing. That's basically completing the tutorial for each of these characters. Like, I'm through the introduction on each of these characters, more or less. I'm only just now getting to my Ascensions, which, if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, Ascension is what you do after you complete your first base run, going through the 3 acts. There is so much content. So I think it's a great price point for how much content you get. And I know I've kind of already whole hog, both cheeks out, dove into like my impressions of the game thus far. It's very positive. I think the game is extraordinary. And that's probably no surprise to any of you that follow my gaming channel, which all of you should be following the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. I've got numerous videos up for Slay the Spire 2. I am loving it. So I wanted to give you my review of the game after 12 hours so far, because a lot of people are seeing the headlines about how popular this game is and how much it's been, going ballistic out there and wondering, well, is the game good? Does it live up to the hype? And I'm here to tell you that, yes, I think it does live up to the hype. I really think this is something very special. If you played the first Slay the Spire, you know exactly what you're going to be getting in Slay the Spire 2, but everything is improved. The visuals, I also really like the new characters. Regent and Necrobinder, I think, are extremely fun with very, very cool mechanics. A lot of the cards have been improved. I think they've done a great job with Slay the Spire 2 across the board. There's nothing in here I think was like fumbled or lessened. I think everything has only been heightened and has been made even better. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Slay the Spire, I'll go ahead and lay the groundwork here, the foundation here, hit you with the foreplay. It is a deck-building roguelike game, which I know in the current landscape are a dime a dozen. You can go on Steam right now and dumpster dive, finding 40 of those bitches released over the last 2 weeks. Roguelikes have become the new wave, the new hotness, and I know everything is ham-fisting roguelike mechanics into everything. But Slay the Spire is like the OG deck-building roguelike that blew up many moons ago, and the sequel, I think they carry that momentum and show why they're still like the best in the business when it comes to this genre. I really think they nail the formula, and there's just no other game I think that does it this well. I think Slay the Spire is to deck-building games what boobies are to happiness. The GOAT. Now, if you know nothing about deck building games, deck building roguelikes or anything, I'll just break it down to the bare bones. You will choose a character, and each character plays vastly different from one another. They have access to different cards, and they utilize different mechanics. And they also have a different starting relic, and relics are something that you collect throughout your runs to try and juice your shit in order to, gear your build the way you'd like it to go, or, all kinds of different things. There are just so many different variations. There are so many different cards and combinations and strategies. It is just endlessly replayable. You go through Act 1, 2, and 3, killing a bunch of enemies, which will give you other cards. You'll have potions that you can utilize in the middle of combat. You'll get relics, and you will always be changing your build around. No runs ever really play the same, even if you try and do like the same thing. For example, if you're playing Necrobinder and you want to laser focus on Doom, you will never have like the same Doom run every single time because the relics will always change. The cards you get will always change. The enemies you encounter will change. It's just so fucking fun. There is just endless depth to this game, and I can easily see this being like hundreds of hours to like really min-max everything and just fully fucking complete everything this game has to offer. In Slay the Spire 1, A20, Ascension 20 was like the max challenge there. I'm not deep enough into Slay the Spire 2 to know if that's still the case here. Maybe there's even more, I'm not sure. I'm trying to do most of this blind because I think it's much more enjoyable to go in there and like fully just have things, fucking golden shower on top of you as fresh as they can be. So I've been really enjoying like learning everything through trial and error, discovering things. It's been so fun, and I am only just now at like the very tippity top of the surface here of how much content this game has. I'm playing it daily for multiple hours a day. It's so good. So I truly do think Slay the Spire 2 lives up to the hype. I know this was many years in the making. It was worth the wait. $25 for this much content I think is a great price point. I love to see things like that. I know I glazed and commended Hollow Knight Silksong for something very similar where you get so many hours of content for a low price compared to like AAA games where you'll pay like 70 or Lord help us, God forbid, but unfortunately even $80 sometimes for like a 6-hour game or something, right? Like I think this is just so refreshing. It's super nice and also very simple. It's a game you can enjoy with your friends. Slay the Spire 2 has multiplayer. I just tried it for the first time last night with my buddy Ryan, but it has, I think, 4-player co-op. So you can have a run with your friends too. And they scale it up so that way it's not just like a full-blown fucking steamroll. Like there is a challenge to it. Granted, of course, since there's more of you, there is more flexibility, so you probably will have an easier time, like if you're struggling by playing solo. I know a lot of new players have found it kind of punishing, which it is, and I appreciate that. I think it's a good thing. It doesn't hold your hand and put the training wheels on or clobber you with sock'em boppers. It's giving you the raw, knuckle sandwich, and I think that's wonderful, and it will enable you to get better over time as you keep doing runs and figuring out better synergies and what cards work for what builds. It is just a game that I think is just a joy, start to finish. And like I said, the multiplayer is like a really nice cherry on top because playing with friends is a lot of fun. I had a great time playing with Ryan, and I imagine it's even better playing it in a fucking 4-stack. I bet that goes ballistic. I don't have any real complaints. Like there's nothing in the game that I was like disappointed by. I will say that there are some cards in here that are utterly useless, just pure poop ass. Like you will never take them in a run, and if you do, you will feel like an idiot for it. There are just some genuinely awful, terrible cards in here that I think could use a little, sprucing up, a little tuning on. But for the most part, I think they do a good job with all the cards having a place and a role to serve and a function. Some cards obviously are much better than others, but yeah, that's always going to be the case. There's always going to be some cards that need a little tweaking, balancing, but I think just off rip here, they've done a really good job balancing things. Silent, I believe, is probably the strongest character in the game right now, but even then, I don't really think it's busted. Like, I don't think there's anything about Silent that makes it just like a complete cakewalk every single time. Like, you still need to activate neurons. It doesn't play itself. So, like, I have no problem with that being, like, the best character right now, and I still think it's in a good state overall in terms of balance. So, I'm very happy with Slay the Spire 2. I'm really happy to see that it's doing so well right now. Over 500,000 concurrent players at peak is amazing. That's an incredible accomplishment, and I'm glad to see it holding so strong. Still over 200,000 players every single day? That's great. Hats off to the team. They knocked it out of the park. I just wanted to give you this little review as I continue to play through it, and of course post more of my runs on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, and really that's about it. So, yeah. Good morning. I hope you're ready to put a frown on that face. If you happen to be smiling right now, get that off of there. Take it down. And I mean that because what we're going to be talking about today is very infuriating to any sane person out there. And it's something that needs to be talked about and is part of a phenomenon that's becoming all too common, which is child sexual abuse crimes no longer being taken seriously in our justice system. Minimal punishment to the demons that commit these crimes. Behold, Exhibit A. Robert Morris has just been released from jail after spending only 6 months in there. Robert Morris is a former Texas megachurch pastor, also former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump, who last year pled guilty to 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. In the 1980s, Morris was molesting a 12-year-old girl multiple times, numerous instances of him molesting a child. People in the church also lied and covered for him, even attacking the victim. And eventually, last year, it was all completely confirmed that he had committed these acts. He had even pled guilty to these acts. And the justice that was dispensed, a measly 6 months in jail for Robert Morris. And now he has 9.5 years of probation, which he will spend living in his luxurious lake house property. He also paid, I think it was $270,000 in restitution, which is peanuts to this guy's net worth. And he has to register as a sex offender, which, judging from the response from people, probably won't have any effect on him. People are like, well, he did the time. He's a changed man now. He's learned from his mistakes. We should welcome him back with open arms, which I think is unhinged lunacy. But if this current administration has taught us anything, it's that the sex offender label is a protected status in the government. Fucking Donald Trump appointed Lawrence Taylor on his Council of Sports and Nutrition. Lawrence Taylor is literally a level 1 sex offender, actively registered sex offender, and Donald Trump gave him a position that supposedly works with children here on this council. And of course, the government doing everything imaginable to protect those named in the Epstein files. It's pretty clear that the sex offender label doesn't actually matter to a lot of people in positions of power, and even to just normal community members, it seems like they're more than willing to just say, welcome back, Robert Morris, we're glad to have you home. It's just complete fucking insanity. I'm just gonna be honest with you, puppet pals, and again, maybe I'm just fucking boofing crazy pills here. It just doesn't smell like justice to me. That Robert Morris only spends 6 months behind bars in the slammer, even though he has been found guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl multiple times, numerous instances of it, only spending 6 months in jail, and then getting to just live it up in his $1 million lake house property, and I imagine will be landing lucrative gigs in the future, even despite all of these known facts about him being a heinous, unforgivable demon. And like I said at the beginning of the video, this is a phenomenon that I think is becoming even more common. Another thing that I read today is that one of the January 6th rioters who's been pardoned by Trump turns out to have been a huge pedophile. There's actually been a couple of them, but the most recent one is Daniel Tochi. He was just sentenced to 4 years in jail for having more than 100,000 child sexual abuse images and videos on his devices. Authorities also found other disturbing things in there, like apparently he had saved videos of like a cat being thrown in blenders, stuff like that. But what I don't understand is, why is his sentencing so light? Why is he only getting 4 years in jail? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. He had over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material. Why is he not being behind bars for the rest of his life? This is absurd. This is just downright preposterous. 4 years in jail for that? That's 4 years in jail is like the same sentence they give to someone who fucking had an ounce of weed in their car or something. Like, this is completely inexcusable. And just even reading about this case makes me feel like Ed from the episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy when he had a fucking rock in his shoe where he's just really mad. Like, that's how I felt reading this whole fucking thing. So apparently, Tochi's attorney had argued for dismissal because the evidence of all of this child sexual abuse material was gathered from the case for which Daniel Tochi was pardoned by Trump. The case against Mr. Tochi must be dismissed because the entirety of the evidence stems from a warrant that, according to President Trump, should never have issued. President Trump recognized the ongoing nature of the injustice against Mr. Tochi as the investigation took place over the course of 4 years, and the instant case is still being prosecuted. There aren't enough words that exist to describe this kind of evil, ghoulish behavior. So fundamentally, his argument boils down to, this case is unjust because you gathered all of this evidence of my client having over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material during an investigation from a case that President Trump has pardoned him for. Thus, all of this evidence is moot. Yes, all of it exists, but you didn't collect it appropriately. Thus, my client should be a free man, despite very clearly being a deranged pedophile. And they're falling onto, like, President Trump as, like, a means of shielding them. Like, President Trump said that this warrant should have never happened in the first place, thus you would have never even known that my client was a pedophile, so we have to dismiss this. That was what he tried to argue. Unsuccessfully, for the most part, though, even though they did lose that case, his client's only getting 4 years despite having over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material. That's not justice. He should be in jail for life. He is a fucking danger to a civilized society. This is a monster. Why in the fuck is he only getting 4 years in jail? It's just crazy that crimes like this aren't being taken seriously. Child sexual abuse crimes are not being taken seriously by the justice system anymore. And like I said, these aren't just some like fringe rare cases. It feels like it's only getting more and more frequent. I could go on and on. Another really recent example, a case that actually happened here in Florida, in Tallahassee. A Judge Tiffany Baker Carper allowed a maniac by the name of Daniel Spencer, who had just been convicted a month earlier of trying to meet up with a 15-year-old minor for sex. He was caught in a sting operation. And while awaiting sentencing, the judge allowed him out on bond, and while out on bond, he murdered his stepdaughter, Melissa Missy Mogul. The judge stated he's been out for an entire year, as far as I saw, with no violations. I didn't see any criminal history regarding violence. The only criminal history I saw was relating to drug offenses. When I looked, Madam Prosecutor, you're free to enlighten the court if I've missed something. This article then went on to say that it's unclear from the record whether the judge or prosecutor were aware at the time that the Tallahassee Police Department, in consultation with the state attorney's office and the DCF, had investigated allegations that Daniel Spencer molested Missy. Both agencies dropped their investigations without taking action because of a lack of probable cause. So it seems like there were allegations there that weren't pursued, and the judge decided that while awaiting sentencing, even though he had been convicted of trying to meet up with a minor for sex, that he'd posed no violent danger, so allowed him free on bond. And while out, he murdered his stepdaughter. Now, let me ask you something, and I want you to put on your thinking caps here for this thought experiment, this exercise. What fucking sense does that make? He is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. How is he not a danger? Like, maybe he doesn't have a violent criminal history, but he is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. Why let him out on bond in the first place? Especially, he knows he's going to get sentenced. I would imagine most people would have the thought that would cross their noodle like, well, maybe he's going to go out there and do something. He knows he's going to the big house. So maybe there's a chance he would just go out there and do something drastic in the meantime while he's still breathing the free air. I don't know how that scenario wouldn't be a consideration for the judge here. It doesn't make any sense to me. He is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. What sense does it make to release him out into the public, into the community, while awaiting the sentencing? All that does is put that madman back out there in the meantime where there could be more victims. It really is just outrageous. The judge seemingly didn't think that this guy, this pedophile, was dangerous. His crime wasn't really violent. He was just trying to meet a child for sex. So I don't see like a criminal history of violence. So we'll go ahead and let him out on bond. I won't revoke that. That's fine. And naturally, this caused a big uproar here in Florida, as it rightfully should. I think this is completely inexcusable. If the judge had ruled that he must stay in custody during the sentencing as they await for it, then that 5-year-old child would still be alive. Most likely. I think that is very true. And I do think judges need to be held accountable for these kind of fucking baffling decisions that they make. Judges should not be above responsibility and accountability. And this was such a big deal here in Florida that a new piece of legislation was put into effect called Missy's Law, named after the victim in this case, with the stated intention of requiring judges to remand defendants to custody immediately after their conviction of certain dangerous crimes rather than allow them to remain free pending sentences, which happened in the case of Missy's stepfather. So basically, when someone is convicted of a dangerous crime, which I believe, and I think most sane, sensible people would also agree with, that Daniel Spencer's initial conviction of trying to meet up with a 15-year-old child for sex makes him a dangerous criminal. He should not have had the opportunity to be out again in the meantime, in between the conviction and the sentencing. I think that 100% should constitute staying in custody. Alright, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files, that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for, is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain, I just called it piss. I just say, hey Buster, I'm urinating on you. And you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to Community Note it as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here, preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on those easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this, with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them, and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, and it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself, and it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that. Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
What is number one?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel,
for our country and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Toho 10. Let's do this shit. Oh, I'm playing Lunatic difficulty. Ain't no time for shitting. What is this? Oh, this is a conundrum, but I'll choose her. I can't read Alien, but I'll choose the top one. Now, I know the controls, so asses will be spanked. Let's do it. Here we go. A fucking flawless start. That is incredible. Oh, they're trying to get me from the flank. Oh, I'm just dancing with them. Taking them to the ballroom for the waltz. Fucking welcome to the Space Jam. I got Little Red Riding Hood firing on all cylinders, wheeling and dealing. Oh, this is remarkable. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. They've got me in between a rock and a hard place. Dodge. Ah, shit. Do not panic. We still have a powerful ally on our side. My wiener. Oh, fuck. Dodge. I gotta dodge it. Dodge. Yes. Shit. Went headstrong right into that laser beam. I'm using the bombs now. There's no holds barred. What the fuck? So this is what the asshole looks like just before a fart. Dodging. Fuck! Shit. Vengeance will be swift. And severe. Fuck, I'm out of bombs. Resorting to evasive abilities. You cannot scratch that which wears a medieval suit of armor. Look at these dodges. Fuck! They're squirting diarrhea at me. Oh, I dodged it. Oh, shit. Alright, here we go. This is... Fuck! Alright, I got it now. Not even the mightiest of caterpillars could stand up to a rhinoceros. And you are not the rhinoceros in this scenario. Yes! Oh, what the fuck? It's stopping me from shooting. Let me shoot. Oh, there we go. Must have been a cutscene before a boss battle. I'm not afraid of this boss, though. I got bombs on my side. You can't handle this shit. Call 1-800 can't handle this shit. Fuck, I'm out of bombs. And she's tossing balloons at me. And I'll just dodge everything. It's not an issue. Son of a bitch. My dick is hard. My nipples are too. Go ahead, put your titties in my shoe. Got 2 hands. Both hands have fingers. When I take a shit, the smell lingers. My shit may not always make it to the toilet. I'll put it in a pan on the stove and boil it. That's right, eat my shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. A low-calorie diet. Bitch, it'll make you thinner. Fuck! I was kicking ass there for a while. It's alright, I should still be able to pose a threat to a house made out of Legos. Fuck, I had to waste a bomb. The age-old bait and switch. Flawlessly executed, son of a bitch. That's gonna take its toll in the boss battle. She's launching knotted pubic hairs at me, but I'm fighting back with plasma anus rings. Shit, I'm out of bombs. Gotta dodge. Son of a bitch. The glass is half full. I got the bombs back. Here we go. This is more bang for your buck. This is taking the cake and fucking it too. Go fuck yourself, bonus failed. I don't give a shit about the bonus. I'm out of bombs. Oh, what the fuck is this? She just activated Swords of Revealing Light. I'm actually dodging it though. Fuck. This is a pound of ass baloney. How am I supposed to dodge all of that shit? That's fucking ridiculous. I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up. Nice dodging, here we go. Back to the boss battle, back to the home of the house. You see, because a house is a home. So when you enter a house, you're in someone else's home. That's quantum physics 101, bitch. Detonating explosives. I've got her back against the wall now. Shit. I used the bomb too far away, but I guess it really didn't matter. Fuck! She just slapped me with a sword dance. Will a nice bomb tickle your fancy? Say hello to Mitt Bomney. Is your favorite cartoon Bomb and Jerry? Yes. Bonus failed. Splendid. I wouldn't want it any other way. Alright, what do we got here? What is this? Oh shit! Fuck. Alright, I better get to start right from this change in scenery. I better not have to go through all that shit again. Thank goodness. My word, if I was forced to go through all that asshole shit again, I probably would have sent myself a text message encouraging myself to try again until I complete it. This is actually a lot easier than the last part because I start with full power-ups. You know, it's really fucking awesome how I can just finish stating how it's significantly easier because of the full power-ups, and now I'm just getting bombarded by battleship depth charges. Fuck it. I'll play their own game. I'll drop bombs on this bitch. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. That's it. That's it. I know your scheme, and I know how to counter it. I just... Damn it. Fuck. More bombs. Here you go. I don't know what's shooting me or where from, but these bombs have a blast radius of a big fucking blast radius, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, you think you can hit me with those streams of piss? That's not gonna touch me. No, sir. No piss is gonna touch my shit. The enemy is deploying rice. Attempting to dodge rice. So far, so good. Oh, shit! That's the last straw. I'm like a fucking dodging machine. Damn it! Alright, you know what? You want to play dirty? Bombs. Bombs are dirty. Bombs will scuff up your shoes. Bonus failed. What the fuck does it take to get the bonus? What do you have to do? Do you have to fucking defeat the boss with your titties hog-tied to your hands? I've got this under control now. I'm dodging all of these fucking weird attacks. Oh yeah, this is too easy now. This is... Shit! Pardon the sniffles. My nose is runny. Shit, I have to use a bomb. That was a close call, but it is alright. What the fuck is this? It's like an eagle is flapping its wings, but like shooting 50 caliber rounds while doing it. Just wasted all my bombs on it and it wasn't even the boss. Alright. Shit, I missed one of the power-ups. Who the fuck is this? Is that Sailor Moon? Is that who I'm fighting? What is this? Oh wow, this is fucking awesome. Hurling go-karts and slot machines at me. There we go, up close and personal. You're not too effective without throwing train cars at me, are you? Oh, you can blow that bonus out your shitter. How are you supposed to dodge that? I didn't have any bombs to deploy, so I couldn't counter it. But how are you supposed to dodge that? That's impossible. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
You already know what time it is. We're tuning in to a new batch of Pokemon scalpers getting into their little clown scuffles over some precious product that they can turn around and try and resell online. I'm only half joking when I say that Pokemon scalpers should be officially labeled as terrorists. Like, genuinely, if you are a scalper, you should be forced onto a registry, like as a national security threat. Because these are just violent degenerates. We already saw a young woman who was murdered in Chile for her Pokemon cards because they wanted to get their grubby little paws on her product so they could turn around and resell it. We saw someone recently shot here in America over a disagreement in the Pokemon vending machine line. We've seen oodles of fights that are showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, homie. I'm gonna crack you, homie. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? We gonna fight. I don't fight. You don't fight. What you gonna do? What? You don't fight, huh? Why you touch me? Why you touch me? Fucking touch me, bitch.
Hits him with the pepper spray and then boot scooting boogies out of there as quickly as possible with his one box there. It was all worth it, baby. So here's two scalpers throwing down the old clown fiesta, which has become commonplace at Pokemon vending machines or really anywhere that sells Pokemon product at this point. As I've said numerous times, it becomes a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw out all logic and reason, and they just start throwing knuckle sandwiches at each other. In this case, he brought out the pepper spray, so he just pepper sprayed this man and then ran away from him. These fucking losers will fight and fuck their way to one box of Pokemon product just to make like $5 off it online. There is no more pathetic existence than being someone like this.
Guys, stop! Hey! Break it up.
So here's an interesting one. So apparently the construction workers ganked this guy over a disagreement about Pokemon product in the store because the construction workers had apparently been very disrespectful to a child who had showed up for this product, allegedly. I don't think any children actually ever even get a chance to go to the Pokemon card aisle because it's like walking into Salty Spittoon. You gotta go through like the greasiest fucking gauntlet of goobers imaginable. Plus these loveless, lifeless, worthless piles of shit clear out the entire aisle within the first 10 minutes of the store even being open, so there's not even morsels left for children. But I guess in a very rare instance here there was. Probably perfect order because scalpers are now just leaving perfect order because they can't resell it as effectively as previous sets. So maybe that's what it was, but the construction workers didn't get the memo that it's not the hot product to scalp anymore. Apparently there was a kid that was looking to get product. These assholes were being rude about it or something. So then this guy stepped in the middle of it, and then the construction workers tried to lay a beat down. You can see that one, like, elderly gentleman, the fucking octogenarian's, like, climbing on the guy's back, throwing sucker punches. He looks like a squirrel that's trying to get his licks in. And then we have another angle of this scuffle, and I swear to God, that old guy is throwing his punches in slow motion. It's like he's lagging. I'm watching a punch thrown at 4 FPS.
Break it up. Break it up. Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, bro. You look up to my dad. Hey, he's talking about hitting a little kid, bro.
I love that the douchebag that had to go 2v1 against this guy is calling the other guy a pussy. You just had to have your little sidekick, your little pocket-sized buddy there, wrapped around his back in order to try and get some of your punches in. And you're calling the other guy a pussy, even though he ate all of your wet noodle punches with no problem at all, and you have the gall to call him a pussy, even though you had to 2v1 him. Oh my god, these scalpers are sickening. Now, of course, there's a very real chance that the other guy is also a scalper, but at the very least, what he's saying seems like something a rational person would have an issue with. Like, hey man, you are cutting in front of this kid and disrespecting a child. This is a hobby for child. This is Pokemon cards. Like, he is calling sense into this. At the very least, I can respect that. And he held his own in a 2v1 here against these relentless, violent lunatics here. All over Pokemon cards, mind you. And I'm gonna tell you something. Those three dudes, there's three, but only two of them got involved in the fight. The other one was in the cuck chair. Those three dudes, I'm gonna tell you, probably aren't collectors. And they probably don't play the card game either. I don't think they're avid Pokemon TCG enthusiasts. I have a hunch that they might just be scalpers and they're here on their lunch break, so they decided to scoot on in and try and get some product to maybe make a couple of fucking doubloons after work, selling it to a local card shop for an extra $1. Like, it's just so pathetic. I went back and double-checked seeing if there was any more lore and context I could give of what led up to this. Apparently, it wasn't just, like, being rude to the kid or, like, cutting in front of him. They apparently threatened to slap a child at the Pokemon aisle for this product.
Bro, that's a kid. It's Pokemon. Oh, bro. Come on, meet me outside, bro. Meet me outside. Come on. Wait for me outside. Both of y'all grab me. Wait for me outside. Ain't nobody grab me, bro. You acting for nothing, bro. Bro, I will go beat the shit out of you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. I'm telling you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think you would, though. You and Grandpa just 2v1 this guy and couldn't do it. So I feel like one-on-one would be even worse for you. You tried to tag team this guy and still couldn't beat his ass or anything like that. I don't know why you're talking so tough when you look like such a bitch here. Again, sucker punches from the back and still eating your punches from the front and handling you just fine. I think that guy probably would have won if he did actually step outside with them. It's just pure lunacy. There is no low that these scalpers won't sink to. If that is true about them threatening to slap a child over Pokemon cards, like, it's completely indefensible, man. These are such worms.
Hands on, hands off, get live. Pokey Streets in Meyer, baby. Let's go. Let's get them. Who's got them hands? Here we go, Pokey Streets. Let's get it. Oh shit, whose man is that?
At first I thought this was at an airport or something. I thought they started introducing Pokemon cards there, which wouldn't even surprise me. Everywhere is, because they just fly off the shelves, mainly because of these fucking scumbags that constantly swoop in and camp out for hours waiting to get their hands on a box of Pokemon. But I believe this is at Walmart, and tensions are bubbling over because there was a chair that was left in line, and then when the person came back to get the chair that was holding their place in line, they came back with 8 people. So someone left a chair and then came in with an entire clown car of people here to scalp the Pokemon product. So then that led to an argument in there, and then things started to get heated. The guy filming's delivering some commentary on it like he's watching a sport.
Get live. Fucking let him know. He's got a crutch. That ain't fair. Man, Pokemon cards, you all are wild. And he's pulling up, bro. Don't count him off the fight. He's pulling up.
I'm gonna go at it with a crutch, really.
He said tag team. You want some? We getting some. Lion Meyer, baby. We live. He don't want jack shit. He want none of that. Sheesh. This was worth the wake up. Sheesh. Get an Eli.
I'm gonna tell you something that seemed like a mismatch. The guy with the crutch actually had maybe 200 pounds and a whole foot on the other guy in the hoodie who kept throwing up one of these sets here like he was about to use some kind of Tekken move. I don't know what he thought would happen had he not been held back. This was probably just one of those peacocking things where he was trying to appear really big and was just very grateful that his friend was squeezing his tits and holding him back. Because had he been unleashed there, I think the guy with the crutches would have actually just fucking dismantled him. And when that guy lifted the crutch over his head, I thought we were about to see some Looney Tunes type shit where he bonks him on the head and he starts seeing stars and all of that. I thought it was about to get like real WWE-esque, but it didn't. I guess things simmered down after the screaming match there.
I pulled are only like 20 to 30 bucks. And it makes me mad every time it does that. Hold on one second. Oh, I'm getting a notification. Hold on one second. One second, guys. Getting a notification.
Here's a little bonus I wanted to slip in here because this clip blew up. This is a whatnot scammer. This guy is Clayton's Cards, and Clayton hatched a nefarious scheme. So this is a rip and ship. For those that don't know what that is, you pay the streamer to open packs for you and you get the pulls from it. So someone is paid for this pack, and Clayton is going through the pack, and then he happens to catch a glimpse of the hit at the back. You can see that there is a foil in the back, potentially a really big chase card, and Clayton notices this, and the world stands still. Time ceases to exist. And he starts to cook a little bit. He starts to activate some neurons, and he decides, you know what? I want it. I can't do this. So he does something where he says he's getting notifications and he pulls the entire thing off screen and he swaps out the card. This is a bait and switch. It's a pretty standard scam, but usually they're not as blatantly obvious as this. And also, you can see enough of the card here so people figured out what the card was. It is literally a $3 card. So what he did is he bait and switched on a $3 card to one of the sellers here to scam them. He did inevitably get banned, but look at how he tries to finish the show here and get away with it.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy. Can everybody hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, I'm getting notifications for Amber Alerts.
I'm not the most athletic man in the world. You could probably take one look at me and deduce that for yourself. I'm also not good at flips and shit. I've never been good at acrobatics, even on a trampoline. When I jump around on a trampoline, it's like watching the fucking Tin Man get around with a slight bounce. I just don't move around very well, and I can't, like, adjust my body in the air to do cool flips and shit like that. But I saw Cirque du Soleil's newest show, Axel, and I got fucking inspired. Cirque du Soleil always puts on these crazy good performances. I'm not sponsored by Cirque du Soleil, but I really enjoy their work, and after seeing Axel, I thought to myself, what would my talent show routine look like? What would it focus on? What would it be about? If the Cirque du Soleil CEO put a gun to my head and said, perform for me, swine, what would I do? And then it clicked almost immediately. Onions. Onions aren't exactly the first thing most people probably think about when they think of talent, but for me it was, because I have a rare gift to be able to eat onions raw without feeling a goddamn thing in terms of pain. My eyes don't water or anything. So if I could combine acrobatics, juggling, and onions, I might have something very fucking unique. And I've spent the last probably week or so, consumed around 3,000 calories in onions, went through maybe $100 worth of fucking onions. Rest in peace all those onions that ended up on the floor and covered in dirt and shit. Just to perfect this routine, and I think I've got a goddamn banger. This truly is the only one of its kind in the world, so please enjoy my onion performance. I'm like the goddamn Avatar Last Airbender, but instead of bending air, I'm bending onions. Took me a long time with this. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, the pathetic thing is that is a compilation of my best attempts with my Onion choreography. So needless to say, I'm probably the best Onion user out there. Perhaps the only one, I'd imagine. So that's a montage of all of my best attempts, and that's what it came out to be. Cirque du Soleil, if you're looking for an Onion master for an upcoming show, I mean, you can reach out, I suppose. Yeah, that's it. See ya. Alright, today is the big day. Johnny Somali's sentencing is about to be handed out. T-minus 1 hour as of me making this video, so I don't even know what the outcome is right now. So you're seeing me all kind of bubbly and excited because he could be facing many years in jail, which he rightfully deserves. I have made numerous videos talking about this degenerate plague that has swept across the globe, going on this intergalactic tour of knuckle sandwich consumption where he goes and he harasses people, spreads misery, and then eventually gets his ass beat. When he was in South Korea, things got a little more out of control than normal. He went full-blown fucking Insano style. He went Cro-Magnon brain and just committing crimes and then even doubling down to commit further crimes after being shown leniency and insulting them for being nice about it and not instantly throwing them in the slammer. He then repaid that generosity by doing more crimes and more unforgivable degeneracy, and all this for the sake of his dog shit content. He's a live streamer and his whole thing is just go around and be a nuisance. In South Korea, they weren't having it after he was terrorizing them for quite some time. Citizens even took it upon themselves to just beat him up whenever they saw him. They even had like a live Johnny Somali tracker. They literally had like a Modern Warfare 2 UAV online tracking this guy's movements, so that way when he was outside, they could just punch him. But clobbering Johnny Somali must be more addicting than heroin because people couldn't stop after just one. It's like a Lay's potato chip. You can't just have one, so they end up just kind of wailing on him because he is a complete defenseless little fucking worm who starts all of these fights, instigates all of these fights, and loses every single one of them without ever even getting a blow in there. He just gets knocked out, knocked on his ass, goes into the fetal position. Like, he's more familiar with the fetal position than he is on his own 2 legs. So anyway, he started getting beat up, he kept committing crimes over and over again, and then finally had his day in court, believing with his full chest that he wasn't going to be punished, that he wasn't going to jail, so he didn't take it seriously. He'd get drunk the night before, blackout drunk. He'd show up and make a mockery of the court. But slowly but surely, the reality started to set in that he might be spending years of his life behind bars in South Korea. All for his terrible live streams that no one actually even supported him on. He doesn't have any, like, actual fans. He has people that tune in to watch him ruin his life for their entertainment. So his life is completely pathetic. Like, no matter how you spin it, he lives probably one of the most pathetic lives you could possibly envision. My heart breaks for his parents that had to raise him into whatever he became, because I don't even know if it's their fault. I think he just got poisoned somewhere along the way with, like, clout and the other shit that he saw online, and then decided he wanted to be, like, the worst of the worst. I couldn't tell you, but anyway, he is about to be handed out his sentencing after all of the crimes for which didn't go so well for him, didn't go swimmingly in court like he thought they would. And now we're about to find out his sentencing. We're going to see how long he's going to be in jail for. I can't wait. Next clip you see will be after I learn what got passed down here in the judgment. This is one of those standing ovation type moments, sports fans. He's going to jail. Yep, he has just been sentenced to prison with labor. It's still so fresh right now that I don't know the duration. The news is still trickling in, but it did not go well. He was found guilty on all charges, including the deep fakes, which was one that he pled not guilty to. The others weren't really a surprise or anything, but they came in there and fucking slapped him around in there, it sounds like. I'm very curious to see what the duration is for his prison sentence, but probably not the result he was hoping for. I just have a hunch. Apparently, he has the opportunity to appeal within a week, which I assume this slimy douchebag will. I'm taking a guess. I'm not his lawyer or anything, but I'm assuming it's going to be a desperate claw to try and get some kind of leniency, which he has already shown numerous times. He washes his ass with leniency and will never actually learn his lesson. When he did this shit in Japan and Japan showed him mercy, he insulted them for it. And then when he left Japan, he continued to insult them and then continued doing the exact same, public disturbances and like the harassment and the crimes and shit he continued to do after they showed him some leniency. So I hope that he is not granted any leniency here in his case in South Korea. It doesn't seem like he is, because he has now formally been sentenced to prison with labor. And I am salivating. I am sat in my seat like it's the fucking Super Bowl, just waiting, watching on bated breath to see how long he is going to jail for. Because with all of the charges and all of the crimes that he has been found guilty for, this could be many years. Like, it could potentially be a large chunk of his life spent behind bars in South Korea now, all from his obsession with clout through being a live stream asshole, a public nuisance streamer. He dedicated his life to just making everyone else's life around him miserable for his content. And now it's finally looking like justice is being served. So, I'm still waiting to see how long he will be spending in prison. Oh, I forgot to mention another component here. Not only will he be going to prison with labor for however long he'll be spending there, he is also now being registered as an offender. Now, I was trying to read up on that, but I'm not entirely sure what that means exactly, if that's like a separate designation for Johnny Somali in the prison itself. If it is, I imagine that will make all the prisoners in there hate him as well, and I imagine he will be finding himself in an all too familiar situation of getting his ass beaten in there too, which maybe that's what he prefers. He's probably become so used to his face being bruised and swollen and bloody that it probably feels weird that he hasn't had his nose caved in the last year that this has been going on. So he's probably looking forward to that experience again. It's probably what he cherishes most, because that's what he's dedicated his life to. Instigating fights, being hated, being a punching bag for everyone. Alright, I've seen one Korean article that is claiming that Somali has been sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor. The details aren't fully confirmed. It's right now just one article right now. Now, from what I was reading, they recommended 3 years in prison with labor as well as a fine. As of now, it's not fully confirmed, but if that is the real sentencing, I would be kind of surprised, because they found him guilty on all of the charges. Like, serious ones. Charges that, according to the law, could carry many years worth of jail. And the recommendation was 3 years. So I thought, okay, maybe they won't do the full 3 years, but it'd be like a year or something. But not even that. 6 months. I bet Johnny Somali thinks that he's getting off with a W. And according to people that were there, he wasn't remorseful and actually seemed pretty optimistic about it, when they were putting him in handcuffs. So maybe it really is 6 months. And again, to him, I don't think that's enough. He's not going to learn his lesson or anything. When he gets out, I imagine he's going to go right back to this shit in another country. That's what he does. He's already proven that. He spent 3 months in a Japanese jail. And then the second that he got out, he started insulting Japan, giving them the middle finger, saying fuck you, all that kind of thing, saying that they're weak, and just went to South Korea and started doing all of it all over again, even more so, going even more hog wild. So 6 months isn't that much more. I don't think that's going to change him. I'm very surprised if they really did take it that easy on him. Again, it's not fully confirmed yet. I'm going to keep waiting for more to come in, but that is looking like what the ruling is. Alright, more news has now settled. It is indeed a 6-month sentence, pending appeals from both sides here. So, could be more, could be less. I imagine it'll probably stay at 6 months. Another tidbit is that he does have that sex offender status now for 5 years. So he's got 6 months in jail in the slammer with labor and will be a registered sex offender for 5 years in South Korea, as I understand it, according to the articles I read. So it's still a W that he's going to jail, but I don't really think that this punishment is going to do anything to make him stop doing this shit. I think his behavior will continue the second he's out. Like I said, he already spent 3 months in a jail in Japan, and then the second he got out, fucking Pandora's box was opened once again. He went right back to the same content and then some. 6 months, it's not the biggest difference, so I really do think that he is probably cheering. He is probably pumping his fist, celebrating that they went so far under the recommended sentencing of 3 years. But it is what it is. It is still, at the end of the day, good that Johnny Somali is going to jail at all. That's great news. So that'll be 6 months with Johnny Somali in the slammer. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Holy smokes, if you felt the ground shaking beneath your feet earlier today, it wasn't an earthquake. It was the CEO of Crafton getting his cheeks clapped by a judge. What a biblical smackdown. He got good-douched. He looks like a full-blown fool here, an absolute clown. Before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs of this wacky meal that's been served up here, I'll at least give you the lore for those that don't know. Crafton is the publisher behind Subnautica. I'm confident most of you have heard of that game. It is a massive title, and the sequel, Subnautica 2, is a highly anticipated release. And last year, there was some serious turmoil, some big-time controversy. Crafton dramatically fired Unknown Worlds CEO Ted Gill. Unknown Worlds is the developer of Subnautica, as well as other senior team members. And Crafton also said that the game's launch had been delayed, something it blamed on Gill, even though its team had been working towards an early access release that would have seen them eligible for a $250 million bonus. This was part of their deal. There were certain milestones that they would need to hit, and they were working towards achieving those goals to secure the $250 million bonus. Gill and his former teammates immediately launched a lawsuit after all of that, suggesting that they were outed to avoid that bonus from being paid to them. And Crafton hit back and said the staff had resorted to litigation to demand a multi-million-dollar payout they haven't earned, and then accused the staff it fired of having stolen documents in anticipation of the subsequent legal action, muddying the waters over their exit. I covered this last year as the lawsuit was popping off, and I said then, and I still think it's true now, Crafton's argument is fucking nonsensical. You would have to be hitting whippets for this to be passing the smell test, because this is ridiculous. The claim is basically that the people who stood to potentially gain $250 million all collectively just decided to stop working on their game. They just said, fiddlesticks actually. Bunch of horseradish. I'm just gonna go ahead and not do this job anymore that could net me 250 million clams. In what universe would that happen? Crafton's basically saying like, oh yeah, they stopped caring about the game. They stopped putting any effort in the game and working on it. They just all of them just said $250 million can go right up my ass. Right up my ass. So we had to let them go. We had to fire them. They weren't working. That is mind-boggling to me. That's very peculiar. So you're telling me the people that have developed Subnautica, working hard on Subnautica 2, when incentivized to the tune of $250 million, all said, oh, that's the straw that breaks camel back. Don't want to work anymore now. No. I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and I'm done with this now. I don't want the 250. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I believe their side of things here, where it seems like Crafton was trying to wiggle their way out of this massive bonus that had been written up now, that they would have to be held to, because this is now a very crucial part of the deal. And it seems like they started sweating, panicking, because that is a lot of doubloons coming out of the old piggy bank there. So it does feel like they desperately tried to find a way to weasel their way out of having to pay that $250 million, thus opening themselves up to this lawsuit. And now, fast forward to today, and we're seeing not looking super great on the Crafton side of things here. Let's start with the silliest little nugget that's been squeaked out from this case, and I hope you've got your spitballs ready, because this one's a doozy. So the Crafton CEO allegedly was trying to brainstorm with ChatGPT how to wiggle his way out of paying this big amount, because he was unsatisfied with the contract Crafton signed. So Crafton created a secret task force called Project X, incredible name by the way, Very exciting. I can't wait for the huge house party Krafton CEO throws to celebrate how the lawsuit's going. Whose mandate was simple. Either make a deal with the founders on the earnout or execute a takeover of Unknown Worlds. When the founders refused to accede to Krafton's demands, Krafton pulled the trigger. Maria Park, Krafton's global head of corporate development, told Kim that it seems to be highly likely that the earnout will still be paid if the sales goal is achieved regardless of the dismissal with cause. Kim turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. So even ChatGPT's not on his side, so then he probably went to fucking Grok or something like, Grok, can you put Ted Gill in a bikini and then teach me how to avoid paying him the money? The co-founders allege that Krafton refused to produce the ChatGPT conversations, later claiming they no longer exist. Also, another fun fumble here from Krafton was their last-ditch, desperate Hail Mary allegation against the former developers, where they suggested that the ousted staff had referenced racist views towards Korea and Korean people, due to a note submitted by Owen Mahoney, the CEO and president of rival South Korean video game company Nexon. Now, I hadn't heard that claim before, so I looked into it, and Jiminy Christmas, what a swing and a miss. I don't know who Krafton hired for their legal counsel here, but they did not call Saul Goodman. They fucking called Paul Foodman or something, because they are really not doing a good job here, because it turns out what this is referencing is Charlie Cleveland, one of the key staff that was let go, wrote down a note that was a transcription of advice from other people. So it's literally nothing he even said, by the way, and that's exactly what he made clear. So these are not my words. These are all transcriptions from what we were advised to do, like these are words coming out of two other people's mouths, not mine. Again, every single word as far as I know in this document is something that Owen said, not what I said. I'm writing down what Owen told us, so it has nothing to do with my opinions at all. So they put this fucking note in front of me. He's like, you're racist, aren't you? We got them, they're racist. We knew it. All right, we win, right? Slam dunk, we're done? But shockingly, that didn't go as smooth as they would have liked it to. And ultimately, it's led to what is just unfolded here now, where I know they're really steaming about what the judge ordered. Judge declared that Gill is hereby reinstated as CEO of Unknown Worlds. The judge found that Krafton had breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. As a result, the board decision on July 1st, at which Krafton fired the founders, took over control of Unknown Worlds, and delayed Subnautica 2, has been declared ineffective to the extent it infringes on Gill's operational control right. Krafton must immediately restore Gill's access to the Steam platform and is not allowed to impede Gill's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. As for the $250 million sales bonus for the development team, the judge extended the eligibility period to September 15th and noted the co-founders have a contractual right to further extend this to March 15th, 2027. I feel like I can actually hear Krafton CEO furiously typing the ChatGPT right now about how to overrule a judge. Oh my goodness gracious heavens to Betsy. Now, I'll get this out of the way up top. This isn't the end of this entire case. There is still a little bit more that's out there. However, this was a triumphant W. The judge came in there and delivered a 619 right to the noodle of Krafton. And again, I know he went tail tucked between his legs right back to the keyboard to ask ChatGPT how to unfuck his butt. Like, my goodness. Like, this is about as happy an ending as you can get, even though it's not fully over. Not only is Gill back as the CEO of Unknown Worlds, but Krafton can now no longer impede his operational control over Subnautica. So they can't get in his way anymore. So now, if Krafton CEO decides to, take a little peek into the offices, he's gonna just be there fucking fuming, like, like, they'd have to put him in a straitjacket so he didn't just go over there and start, like, trying to strangle Gill to stop him from working on the game to protect the $250 million bonus. Like, it is actually incredible. He not only gets his position back, but the $250 million bonus is once again back on the table. And based on all available information, I'm pretty confident they will hit the milestones required to activate that and earn the $250 mil, especially with the extension and stuff. So this is just a great outcome across the board here. Like, really good stuff. And Krafton, they're being such good sports about it, they released a statement too, wouldn't you believe it? Krafton puts players at the heart of every decision, and that will never change. Over the past several months, Krafton and the Unknown Worlds team have worked tirelessly to strengthen the game and prepare it for an early access release, with a continued focus on delivering the best possible experience for the Subnautica community. We look forward to pushing out the newly updated version as soon as possible for players. While we respectfully disagree with today's ruling, we are evaluating our options as we determine our path forward. Today's ruling does not resolve the former executive's claim for damages or an earnout related to Subnautica 2, with further litigation still pending. In the meantime, Krafton's immediate focus remains unchanged, delivering the best possible game to Subnautica fans. Yeah, you can really feel the love. You can really get the sense that Krafton puts players at the heart of every decision, which is why they tried to fuck the developers up here, at the cost of the quality of the game, mind you, in order to try and save the $250 million that they had already agreed to as part of the negotiations. Yeah, Krafton really values the quality of the product and trying to give the community the best Subnautica can possibly offer. By firing the co-founders, that surely will help. That won't be a detriment to the game in any way, I'm sure. And they already blamed the delay on the firing of Gil specifically, from what I recall. So, I don't know, Krafton. I feel like you've shown your whole butt here. I feel like no one believes you. You seem very greedy and very salty about how the ruling went. And they do reference that there is some further litigation, but overall, this is a big W, and it's something I wanted to follow up on here. Pretty incredible stuff, really. That's really about it. So, yeah. All right, today at the round table, it's going to be a science discussion as well as an experiment, potentially. Can you freeze a fart? What are your thoughts going into this?
Why?
Because someone's got to do the groundbreaking research.
Yeah. Depends on the pressure of the chamber that you're releasing into.
Yeah. So when I was initially brainstorming, so it was an evolution. It started with a fart delivery where I'd go to Matt's house and fart into the Ring doorbell.
Great.
But I usually can't do that audibly, so I probably would have ended up shitting my pants and it'd be like a ding dong shitch. So I was like, there's got to be an extension of this idea.
Well, when you say freeze a fart, do you mean like you now have a fart snowball? Or
yeah,
do you mean like you want to be able to open a jar and the sound of the same fart keeps going out?
What I was envisioning is I would fart and while it's still like the fumes, it'd be frozen.
My theory is smarter people than us can do it.
Yeah.
And more so than more brain cells, it's more technology at their disposal.
We could get Jamie Heineman on it, I think.
Here's the thing. We're going to fart into a container.
Right.
Container.
Amaranth proved the theory. You can do that.
Right.
Yeah, you can.
Although I will say once again, we did not smell the fart. Our jar was empty.
Yeah. That was just an empty jar.
We got scammed. Oh. Here's the method. You fart into a jar. Yeah. The jar goes into the bag that you vacuum seal. Because you can't just vacuum seal the fart. The fart comes out.
Yeah.
You need the fart contained in the vacuum sealed bag.
Of course.
That gets dipped into the liquid nitrogen, which from looking online will freeze some of the fart gases, but not all of them.
Will it freeze the gases or just the particles? Like
gases.
the solid part. It will freeze the gases.
It seems like the
solid
two
particles, brother. It's a fart. Am I right?
They were saying there will be poop particles.
That's what smells. I mean, that is what.
There's going to be like flakes of poop. That's the fart shit. So that's.
It's really, if you think of it, it's like the base of a soup.
It's the broth.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
It's like the
It's like the miso paste that you put in there. Yeah.
It's the miso paste in your soup.
Because it's a gas. You can
naturally.
You can put it in you can make it condensate.
That's what I'm saying.
Liquid.
It is a issue of density, because like water becomes a gas and it becomes a cloud, and if you scoop up a cloud and freeze it, it turns into snow. That's what snow is. It's frozen cloud. So the idea is that you need to get enough fart together to make a literal fart cloud that you freeze into shit snow.
Well, no, because you're already in that you're talking about a gaseous state. We are producing it in a gaseous state.
I'll translate what Drew says. We need to fart in Matt's pool, is what he's saying.
So Ryan has had this idea, and I think this is stronger than whatever we're trying to do here is going into a body of water and just catching the bubbles.
The problem
Matt's
is
pool.
can't
Matt's hot
catch
tub.
the bubble. You're getting water.
There's got to be a way to create a vacuum
just
in the
catch
jar
You can do that.
to catch the air.
You
There's
hold
got to
the
be
jar
a way.
upside down, and then we just try to catch Charlie's farts like the bubbles, like a little mini game.
Yeah.
It's like a Wario.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
With enough jars, we could do it.
You can fill the jar with water and then fart into it because the fart will push into the jar and push the water out.
Okay. If we were going to UT and we had a science department behind us,
which we will be.
Yeah.
They have a pool.
We have solid ceramic, or not ceramic, but glass box with a little pump on the end of it
that you connect to your butt.
You will do that, but first you get a vacuum that sucks out all the air.
Yeah.
It is a perfect vacuum in there, as close as we can get humanly.
It's got it.
Then we attach a hose to our ass to put it blue, and we fart. And this is going to take a couple weeks probably to fill this whole little thing up with
That's
fart.
the thing, is the quantity issue, I think.
Yeah, so we take a little bit of time. We let them get real stinky in there, then liquid nitrogen all around it.
And even
Let's get
then-
Nile red.
So liquid nitrogen is only cold enough to freeze like 2 of the gases.
So we're
that
filter
comprise-
freezing farts.
Right.
Okay.
You're taking out some of the fart components.
Is there something to farting into a vacuum cleaner? So suck it up and contain it. Is there something there? I don't know. It just popped into my brain.
Are you asking would it be funny? Because
If you stopped at vacuum, I was like, yes. And then you had a cleaner, and I was
Well,
like,
no,
no.
just basically You just
Whoa, wait.
take
Okay.
the shop vac, put it up to Aaron's ass, let him fart. It just goes into the vacuum,
If we
right?
move
Now we've
forward
got
with this idea,
fart.
imagine we have a vacuum. We hold it up to an ass. We fart into it. We do this 500 times. You pull out the filter. What's there? Poop? Or is there fart essence attached to the filter? Because then you don't even need to freeze it.
The soul, yeah.
It's fart extract.
What we do is if we do that, if Charlie then goes to Matt's house, puts it in the microwave, or throws it at his door or whatever, then you're just throwing poop, and that is fucked up.
Yeah.
If you can keep
It's
it at
no
fart,
longer a joke
it
at
becomes
that point.
solid,
It's-
and that's gross.
It's
I wouldn't do that anymore because Chase had a really good point. We could unfreeze the fart in 3,000 years.
That's true. Running off of my theory of farting into a vacuum cleaner, you could then reverse it and blow up balloons with it and then freeze those.
Yeah, exactly. You put the filter on the other end, you blow through the filter, you've now created a non-human fart. You've extracted the human element.
That's true.
Literally
We could
the
just-
soul of the
We
fart.
could just fart on a screen or poop on a screen, smear it around, and then put it in front of a fan
And blow air.
And now we have a manufactured fart.
This is the most evil thing the warehouse has ever done.
I don't think I like where this video is.
The manufacturing of fart's a pretty good idea because you could do that you just need a fan.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I think we're losing. Oh, sorry. Go
If we
ahead.
could fart into a chamber and then apply pressure to it,
Yes.
like an immense amount of pressure, it will condensate into a liquid
From a
that can
fart
Yes, that
black
is
hole.
true. That is true.
that can then be frozen.
I think that's actually a harder experiment.
I agree.
This is not,
100%, but it is more pure.
this is not the experiment we're doing, but I think it would be really cool if we farted, had scientists.
End of sentence.
If we fart, if we poop. Farts have. Everyone always, as a kid, they were always like, cow farts have methane and stuff.
Yeah,
Do
right.
Human farts have.
I'm nearly 100%
Yeah.
certain.
We do
of
make-
it.
Has anyone ever tried slamming fart particles together in an
the
accelerator?
LHC?
Large Hadron Collider? Yeah, that would be good.
I know you guys are working
Well,
on
no.
black holes.
Brown hole.
Because then that opens the portal to the poop dimension.
There has to be.
It literally
I think
has
it
to be
is
the
pool.
It
It is
literally
pool.
has to be the pool.
Yeah.
Once again, though, you're not doing that without getting water, and that destroys the experiment.
It's also.
You can displace water, but here's the thing: if there's enough fart concentrated in one direction, we will get some.
What's wrong?
once
What's
again-
wrong with the little water in the jar?
Yeah,
when you
It's
freeze
not
it?
going to be a little water.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, if you fart enough, it'll fill up the jar.
We're either
We
doing
just have to fill
some
the whole
water
jar
or
with farts.
some air.
I think if we're doing this, we need to do bathtub because chlorinated water is going to fuck up the fart. The chlorine is
That's
going
true,
to kill
that's
the
true,
fart.
that's true, that's
Like,
true, that's
And we don't want to mix chlorine gas with our gas. You don't know.
Definitely.
That's mustard gas.
Yeah,
You're getting into Monsanto territory. and I don't want to.
we don't want to
So,
deal
wait,
with
did
that.
you guys
You guys want me to go ahead and order Taco Bell for everybody?
Hey, do we have ice cream? I'll beat you to it.
The engine.
If you just feed Ryan lactose,
Yeah, it's bad.
Here's the thing. We also have a 3D printer. Can we print the shape of someone's ass perfectly to make a perfect seal where
Like
they
a
can just
mold?
sit on like a mold and then fart and then it has nowhere to go except into
And then put
the
a rubber
apparatus?
seal, like a gasket.
Yeah.
Side, the issue here is it better to have less ass or more ass?
All right, wait.
That's an easy-
I'm
Because, like-
figuring this out. I'm going back to my whiteboard.
Oh no, God, the whiteboard. Oh no.
If we're,
Yeah.
if we're using a whiteboard in these, can we get one that isn't see-through that
You
you
want me
can't
to do it
actually?
on the wall
yes,
with the whiteboard thing?
100%. Because you just can't see that on camera.
Just right on the wall.
Here, it's got whiteboard.
Wait, behind Charlie, by Shrek.
No, this has
It's got
whiteboard
whiteboard
paint.
paint on it.
Okay.
Is that why
Sort
there's
of.
writing that's not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't erase.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So it's just
Well, the problem's the texture. Let's switch gears. How do we get this off the wall? Have you ever played the latest Bloons Tower Defense? You know, there's the spike thrower like that.
Yeah.
We do this. Center container,
We're all farting into the same container.
multiple tubes.
It's like a hookah, but in
Yes.
reverse.
It's hookah for your ass. It's reverse ass hookah. It's the communal fart. Into vacuum sealed thing. Once we have enough, you clip the hoses. You've got that into the vat of liquid.
Okay.
The Geneva Convention was invented for this exact reason.
Stay down.
It'll stay down.
The best part is I think the only way it works is if you are farting with your ass in the air, because if you're just sitting on something and fart into a tube, it will never go up. Like the tube has to be going straight like upwards. So you're gonna have to fart like this to make sure. No.
Well, imagine there's also a cue here where, like, if everybody farts 300 times, if we spend hours, it's got to push. Like, the gas has to move.
No, it will move up.
No.
It will move up if it has, because it's lighter than air. It will go up into the device. So as long as the tubes are vertical, it will go up into.
So we essentially, I am picturing this.
Fart upwards.
We should give this to
We should make like a device, a toilet, basically a fart toilet. That you strap in and then it rotates you upside down, so you're like strapped
Imagine
in.
going into the warehouse, Charlie's fucking suspended, and there's just a container up here with a hose to his ass.
Like a century.
I was gonna say, we're thinking about this the wrong way. We're thinking we have to go up or down. You got to flip the axis. You start spinning around in a centrifuge and it sucks all the fart like to the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like something Immortan Joe would have in like his lair.
He's got his concubine of like women, and he's like, "You can't birth me, my perfect son. Get in the fart centrifuge."
If we're gonna create this fart milking apparatus, I think we should revisit the vacuum idea, because then we don't have to worry about the orientation or like the
That's
axis.
true.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
true.
it's sucking. It's
The problem with
The problem is
it would create a vacuum seal to your asshole.
if you vacuum seal into your ass, you will just pull your organs out of your body.
The other thing is, a vacuum, even though it's in the name, a vacuum is not a vacuum.
It's also not airtight.
Yeah.
Right.
What are you even talking about? It's a vacuum.
It's not about creating a vacuum. It's just like,
It's about the sucking.
It's about the suction.
I see.
No,
but
yeah,
it's gonna
it's gonna suck your organs
fart.
out of your
Yeah.
body.
Fart's gonna go bye-bye.
If we have to prolapse our anuses for science.
No, what if we
Too
make
much. Like, it's probably gonna
a
melt
dry ice freezer?
Yeah, we need a
With glass,
We need
so we
a
can see it.
vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so we can.
All of our problems are solved with a vacuum chamber.
If you've got a vacuum, reach out to us. We
And
need
a
it.
vacuum chamber also solves the thing that Chase has been saying the whole time. Pressure is a massive factor that we can abuse to make it easier or harder to solidify the fart.
Forcibly condensate it.
Yes.
So that it's in liquid form. So then we can just.
At that
freeze it.
point, could we just keep pressing it tighter until it's a solid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I don't think we could do it.
Yeah.
But
I
someone
feel like
could.
at some
Make
point,
a fart cube.
I feel like at some point the boiling point of the fart becomes an issue, right?
Damn.
Because at a high pressure, the boiling point changes.
Right.
Or is it that at low pressure?
So is it going to explode?
But,
If
like,
we
you can
press
take-
a
It
fart
could.
too hard, will it explode? That's the next
That'd be
question.
so cool.
It farts itself.
Put it under a hydraulic press.
I was looking it up to see the freezing point of like the gases in fart, like the sulfur gas, the methane and stuff. and all of them freeze too low, because I was going to say if we did get it to like negative 200 somehow, the air could stay gaseous and the fart could all solidify around, and we'd have a beautiful fart snow falling.
Is it poetic or disgusting that when Matt was drawing his theoretical device that now it looks like a butthole?
I think that's
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going
happy coincidence.
Yeah, I think that's a
very happy coincidence.
Yeah.
I just got a lot more info. If you have a lab and you want to help us with this,
a lab would be helpful.
Yeah,
A lab would be nice.
It's definitely possible.
It is small lab somewhere, like the Department of Fartology. They just like burst open the doors, papers are flying. They're like, "Gentlemen,
we're back.
We've been summoned."
Needles, we just jab our intestines and pull, and we're done.
We need the scream extractor from Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
But for buttholes.
That's what I was thinking, and then I was like, my blood isn't going to get out of the way for that, sadly. I'm going to be putting the needle in. I'm going to be like, can I get to the fart? And my capillaries are going to be like, no, I'm sorry, I can't move today.
Halt! I can't allow you.
Osmosis Jones is going to be like, get the go, move the fart. Get it to the
They
needle.
just here for one thing.
Burn the farts. They're coming for the flush the farts.
Like the SpongeBob meme he's thrown
All right, we'll see you from Matt's pool.
See it at NASA.
Either my pool or NASA.
One or the other.
We definitely are going to keep talking about this after the camera turns.
You remember a while ago when Overwatch blew up, so every company on the planet tried to bite that bosom and make their own slop-ass hero shooter and flooded the market with garbage? That exact same phenomenon's happening right now with human beings on TikTok. Every single day, there is a new broccoli hair prankster or 3D printed looks maxer that just spawns in, gets a following, and then snowballs from there. And today I just learned about a new one named Hulo, who is a looks maxer that is now facing 15 counts of possession of child pornography, all of which he has publicly admitted to. They have pretty much irrefutable evidence based on what's available, and that's only what's publicly available, not even everything they submitted to police. And despite all of that, there are still oodles of people defending him, even though he has publicly confirmed that the evidence is accurate about his purchasing and possession of child sex abuse material. There are still these revolting mosquitoes, these flies that are attaching themselves to Hulu or Hello, it's probably not Hulu. The streaming service probably would have ceased and desisted him if that was his name. Hulu, whatever it is. They're still attaching themselves to his butthole to suck his farts and fight tooth and nail for his honor, even though he has admitted to these unforgivable crimes. That's the state of things right now. It's sickening. I talked about this same thing happening like with David, how the dipshits for David movement is still defending him, saying he's been framed, even though there is so much evidence publicly available and the case is still ongoing and not looking good for him. They are still willing to die on this hill that David's innocent, and now in this case, Hulu is a good guy and he deserves to be defended. I'll start here before going over Gideon's investigation of it. He has been arrested, and here is all of the charges he is facing here. Now, based on some of the reports I saw, this could carry up to 25 years in jail if he's found guilty on all of these, but it also varies from the different sources I read from. It's a long time in jail here. And the fact that they have these charges against him, the possession of this material, means that they probably have evidence of it. Outside of just Gideon's video where he admits to it, I imagine they have something far more solid, because they wouldn't... Think about all of the other, like, predator catchers where they do get the pedophile to admit to things, and that becomes inadmissible. There's a lot of times where that can't be used. So you don't see them ever get these kind of charges. The fact that he has 15 counts of this means that they probably do have very solid proof that he had this material.
This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. Just one. So, as you guys can see first, he messaged first. He said, hi. This is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available. Which package are you interested? And what's your budget? He said CP, $25 max.
So, to give you a bit of context here, like the lore, his ex found out what he was purchasing, the CP that he was purchasing, and then Gideon found out about that because of her blowing the whistle on it. Then they teamed up as well as predator poachers. They went to the police, they submitted the evidence, and then also publicly started to out some of the evidence so that way people could see it and stay away from him. And I've talked about this a lot. I think when it comes to shit like this, putting it out in the public is extremely important. Making sure that it doesn't compromise the authorities' investigation on it, but also alerting the community so they can stay safe as well and avoid these kind of fucking monsters. So I totally understand that approach. And what you were seeing there is some Telegram messages. Gideon goes through a lot of them. This is him trying to purchase CP for $25. And this became a meme in his community, as well as like a couple other looks-maxers made it like a joke to try and water it down and like sterilize it. Like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Haha, $25 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok. So he even posted like a 5x5 joke about it.
So his manager, who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CSAM. That $25 he spent $25 to watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme.
Evil shit, man. This guy is purchasing videos of children being raped and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. It's actual demon shit.
He said hi, they said hi, CP content available, and he says how much.
More Telegram messages get posted that show him cruising these telegrams attempting to purchase CP. So Hulo, I'm just gonna call him Mason. His real name's Mason. I don't know how the fuck to say his stupid handle online. So Mason was going around trying to purchase all of these videos and did successfully buy them. And was then confronted directly where he just started singing. He just started squealing and confirming all the evidence was true.
You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister and an infant sister as well. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I guess.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you straight up because you've been straight up with us. You're going to be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate with those videos of 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being watched?
It was just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time and just going through everything.
Okay. So was your hand going up and down on your penis?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that's probably masturbating.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest about that, dude.
On camera, openly admits to masturbating to videos of 12-year-olds being sexually abused, and the Hulo is innocent gang doesn't care. He is then asked again if the allegations are true, and he confirms they are. That he downloaded those videos, he claims he deleted them. Also, says he, told the police, when directly confronted, he openly admits to it. And it's all on camera. And now he is being charged with 15 counts of this. And still, people are defending him. In Gideon's own chat there, you could see a lot of people saying he's not a bad guy, free him, it's not that big a deal, that kind of thing. You can literally see it in Gideon's own chat. And then on TikTok, his community is standing beside him 100%. As if it's, some kind of mistake that he made that he'll learn from. That's not a mistake. That is pure evil. He is buying videos of children being raped for his sexual pleasure. He apparently tried to say that he was in a dark place when he was doing it, but now he's a changed person, so people are like, oh, he deserves a second chance. No, we can't let his life be ruined over this. He was just in a bad spot. Do you know how many people are in a bad spot that don't turn to paying money to watch videos of children being raped so they can jack off to it? That's not an excuse. That's not a justification. It is pure demonic evil shit. And people are just giving him a pass and fighting tooth and nail for him. They got their fucking shield up going to bat for him like white knights to defend Hulo. Even though he openly admits to it, he is being charged. They're pursuing 15 counts of possession of the child sex abuse material, and still people don't care. They think that this isn't that big of a deal, and that, well, he was in a dark place, so we can't be mad at him for it. They're not even saying that he's innocent, that he didn't purchase these and watch these. They're not even saying that. They are saying they don't care that he did. It's just unhinged, man. It is actually scary. Because it's not a small amount of people. It's not. It is not a small number of people. I know you can always point to like these fringe outlier freaks that'll defend anyone and anything, but here you can find a ton of them. Like, go to any post that's talking about this, or go to any video, or go to some of the communities. There's even some people like in the Looksmaxing community that are going to bat for him. You can find so many people defending him. It's just, I just cannot wrap my head around how we even got to this point. I don't get it. I don't get it. There is just nothing that is just universally condemned anymore. There isn't. Even just objective evil like this no longer gets a complete condemnation from human beings. Sanity is just devolving. It's scary. It is completely unhinged. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this. I think it is a great thing that he is being charged with all of this. He's a fucking disgusting monster. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I recently made a video talking a lot of shit about the Poopsie Slime Surprise Unicorn, which is a unicorn toy that you make take a shit for you on the toilet, and then you play with its shit, which is some slime. And I called it the worst toy ever made, a war crime, the one sin the Lord can't forgive, just a whole bunch of things. But recently I've been watching a lot of inspirational Darman YouTube videos, and I've learned something very important. Never judge a book by its cover. I'm not trying to get too fucking philosophical on you here with this Socrates knowledge, but appearances can be misleading, as the great Darman says, so I had my friend Matt go out and buy me a Poopsie Slime Surprise Unicorn. That way I can experience firsthand the joy and jubilation of making this unicorn take a shit for me. Now, the reason I had Matt go out and buy it isn't because I was embarrassed. I mean, shit, I buy fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards from Walmart, so there is no shame there. I would have no problem going right up to an employee and asking where their poopsie aisle is. It's just I'm afraid of being around people in this area, and Matt's got fucking nuts of steel, ironclad nuts, and he went out and he was totally fine getting this for me, so thank you, Matt. Now, apparently these naughty little things are flying off the shelves. There was only one Poopsie left, and he checked 2 Walmarts and a Super Target and found it at Super Target. Not only did he find that, though, he also got us our own little slime surprise. Our Poopsie Slime Surprise starter kit, I guess, whatever the fuck this is, a little birthday gift, I don't really know. But I figured we needed both just to make sure we got the full, authentic experience. So first impressions right away, I can tell you, this is the worst thing a kid can have next to the chicken pox. If your parents told you on Christmas they were getting a divorce, it would still be a better gift than getting this. What are you going to do with all that poop, am I right? Now, I'm sure you can hardly contain yourself. Go ahead and amplify that excitement by 100 for me. I'm about to start scratching at my neck like a meth addict if I can't get into this box soon. So let's just go ahead and dive in here. Let's go ahead and raid the public bathroom and check this shit out. So we'll crack this open here. We'll start with the actual Poopsie unit, and we'll save the slime surprise for later. Jesus. She's really sealed in here real tight. Like a fucking sarcophagus. I'll save you, Poopsie! Ah! Come on! Damn it! Fuck. Oh! Oh no. I think I snapped her neck. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Alright. We'll be alright. She doesn't need her neck to take a shit, I guess. Alright, well now that I've hit her with like a Mortal Kombat fatality, I'd say we're about 50% of the way there to getting her out of this. So, I didn't have a pair of scissors, which is why this is like so primitive here and like caveman-ish, like a Neanderthal ripping it out. I can't trim the shit on the back. Ah! Oh! Alright. So I hit myself extremely hard in my sack, and, well, that's just a little wake-up call. You gotta bleed for the poopsie if you really want to enjoy it. I guess the surprise in the name was for the surprise vasectomy I accidentally gave myself, getting it out of the box. Anyway, we got her here. She still kind of works, but I do think I broke her neck. Yeah. Not bad. This was moving around a lot more initially in the box, I think, so that something definitely went awry in there, but that's just entirely my fault for not having the proper equipment. So let's go ahead and check the back and go through what we learned from the tutorial and see if we can start making her take a shit. So on the back, of course, Wait, what? Oh, don't fucking tell. Oh my god. So I just looked it up. There's actually other poopsie models that don't take shits. They just sing about taking a shit, and that's all. Unfortunately, this happens to be one of those musical poopsies instead of the actual shitting ones, which is beyond disappointing. I guess I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt is if she has an asshole. Let's see. Nope. As you can see, there's no butthole here, so this model absolutely could not take a shit. I feel like I got scammed. No, it's not the time. I feel like I actually got scammed. This was $60. $60 fucking dollars. Well, what am I gonna do with the slime surprise kit? I can't even make slime out of her fucking colon. This is the only... How popular are shitting toys? How the fuck is this the only poopsie they had left is the singing one? They don't actually have the shitting one. I feel like this would be the one kids would want. Something that like sings and jingles keys. Not just shits. I don't get it. Well, this is probably the most disappointing moment of 2020 for me, I'd say. I was really looking forward to getting this experiment going. But, well, at least we have the memories, and now I have a cool singing and dancing unicorn that talks about shitting without actually doing it. Well... I guess that's where that journey comes to an end. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Nostalgia comes in many forms. Maybe you think back on grandma's old special grilled cheese recipe and get a semi-chub. Maybe you're like me and remember supersized options from McDonald's before they phased it out due to causing hearts to explode. Point being, nostalgia's fucking powerful, and nothing is more nostalgic for me than the original Luigi's Mansion. I still remember the Christmas I got it on the GameCube. Just an outright great game that still holds up well today, and I'm super excited to say the newest Luigi's Mansion 3, is just as good and in some cases even better than the original. So let's dive the fuck in. The thing I like most about the new Luigi's Mansion is that they have it as a hotel instead of a mansion, which let them do each floor its own unique theme. In the original Luigi's Mansion, each room would have a different theme or purpose, you know, a fitness room, a ballroom, whereas in the hotel, each floor is dedicated to it, the entire floor, so every room follows the theme. For example, there's an entire room or floor that's dedicated to just being a full-blown movie studio that has you with a really cool boss battle at the end on camera. Another floor has you entering an LA Fitness, where you can go in the locker room and find used needles where the synthol was used. Each floor just becomes its own entirely different adventure with a really good boss at the end. The bosses in this game are super fun. They each have different mechanics, some better than others, and there is one boss in particular I find to be a bit tedious for the sake of tedium. It's a cat that you have to chase through multiple floors doing the exact same mechanic to 6 times, and I just think that's a bit excessive. Not that it's a bad fight, but it doesn't change. You're just hunting it across these floors. So I didn't care for that boss, but every other one, for the most part, was a really memorable and enjoyable boss that not only looked good, but had some fun mechanics to play with. And it really is the strongest part about this game, just all of the different places you go and how great they look and how great the boss at the end is. You go to a floor and it takes you to a fucking pirate ship, you summon the Black Pearl and fight its captain. So it's not restricted to just being rooms in a hotel or, you know, themed around something indoors. It has you going all over the place and doing all kinds of crazy shit, which was a lot of fun. Now I'm going to get to a complaint now because some of the boss fights were made hard, not because they were a hard boss, but because the controls betray you. The controls have a mind of their own and they're constantly trying to fight you for their independence. When you're trying to aim something like the plunger is something where you can fire it sticks to a surface, you suck it up and you pull something off. When you're trying to aim that plunger, the controls just don't really work. They don't lock on to what you need them to, and they'll have you spinning all over the place, and this is where the camera angle kind of fucks you as well, because you can't really tell where you are in space or exactly where you're aiming. So then you just get confused, you end up firing the plunger straight behind you or throwing it out your own asshole, so it doesn't really go where you need it to during a boss fight, which became painfully tedious during the last boss. The last boss has you firing bombs into a mouth, and you can't find the mouth half the times because it won't lock on, so be fucking firing bombs like you're doing it with your goddamn eyes closed, because for some reason, it won't target properly. Now luckily it's made a little easier by being able to use the bumpers for the things that you'll need to aim, but even then it's still not great because when you spin around it does it so violently and you can never really quite tell where you're looking, that it ends up still just being very wonky and just not great. There's also an entire level where you're in a water raft, and the water raft controls are abominable. Has you spinning around like you're drunk on a fucking Ferris wheel. It's just confusing sometimes with how the controls work, but it's not the biggest issue in the world, it's just something that becomes frustrating during certain parts of the game. But that aside, those are my only real complaints with just the occasionally frustrating controls with a camera paired with a camera angle that doesn't really do you any favors with figuring out where you are in space. Other than that, the game's fucking great. The majority of the game will have you solving puzzles, which are actually pretty cleverly designed. They're not just surface level baby shit. Has you thinking like a real strong scholarly man. And there's a lot of things you can find, some rare jewels hidden throughout the world. And you have a lot of different things to tackle these puzzles with, so you'll be using a lot of them between the plunger, the dark light, and Gooigi. Gooigi's this sidekick that you fart out. He's basically just a cum clone of you. So then you control two Luigis. Gooigi can squeeze through gates and holes and shit like that. So there's just a lot of different ways of approaching these puzzles and a lot of things that you'll have to be thinking about when attacking them. It's a really fun game. And it just feels great to be back in the saddle again with the old Dyson in hand sucking on some ghosts. And the game's also not super short or anything. It took me just under 10 hours to beat it, and that was without going through and finding most of the things hidden in the world. And it does have an online mode, but I didn't find it to be that enjoyable. The online mode basically just has you and some teammates going through rooms, clearing them of random ghost mobs. I didn't find it to be all that enjoyable from the couple of games I played, but it is an option if you just can't get enough of sucking up the ghosts. So plugging Luigi's Mansion 3 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a nice 90%. I think if you own a Switch, this game is a must-have. It's a lot of fun, a really, really cute and exciting adventure, and I just really fucking loved it. That's it. So yeah.
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm gonna be answering some questions I get in messages. Let's do this shit. What you're seeing in the background there is Vanquish for the Xbox 360. It's one of my favorite games. And it's just me getting my ass kicked in the secret mission number 6. Alright, let's get this show on the titties. Usually when I receive a message, it starts with, I know you don't read messages, or I'm not sure if you read messages. I actually read every single message I receive on YouTube and Xbox, and that's just about all I fucking have, so I read all the messages people send me. I don't always reply to them, but I do read every single one of them, so everyone's welcome to send me a message. I will read it. Another question is, what happened to the Fun Tactics series? It seems a lot of people think I just stopped it. I didn't. I usually only make Fun Tactics for multiplayer games that I enjoy, or in some cases don't really enjoy, but play. And there just hasn't really been a multiplayer game that I haven't enjoyed, or I have enjoyed. I neither have nor haven't enjoyed a multiplayer game recently. So I haven't really been thinking of Fun Tactics. However, if a multiplayer game gets released here soon, that's good. Or shitty. A shitty goodness to it, then I will start thinking of Fun Tactics again. Another question is, what happened to the Critical Versus series? Honestly, I vastly underestimated how fucking difficult it would be to do some of those boss battles. At the time I thought, for some fucked up reason, I could just skip to the boss battle recommended and fight it in a specific way. it didn't factor into my stupid fucking cranium logic processor that I would actually need to go through the game in a very specific way on a very high difficulty just to fight one boss on a very fucking strict regimen. And that was just way too fucking difficult, so honestly, I don't really see doing that again, because that's just really fucking difficult. Another question is, do I take suggestions? I do, and if you want to suggest anything like a game, or just suggest anything really, send it to me in a message. I will read it. Alright, I'm just going to answer these next two questions at the same time. Why am I not a partner, and did I go through with the charity idea? Last year I posted a video saying I'd like to get partnership and give all the money to charities. And I went through with it last year, and I'm still doing it, and I will continue to give all the money to charities. So I am a partner now, and all the money goes to charities. I set up a Twitter account that shows the monthly donations. That Twitter account is Charity Critical, so you can go there and see the monthly donations if you give a shit. Now the next question is one I really want to expand on. The question is, why do I like titties and nipples so much? Now to answer this question, we need to thoroughly examine humans themselves. What is a human if it does not have a titty or a nipple? It's not a human. As simple as that. You see, when titties and nipples collaborate, they form a flawless entity. On a woman, the titties and the nipples are flawless. A woman's titties and nipples make up everything in this world. Everything in this world currently exists because of a woman's titties and their nipples. Everything is existing right now just to see titties and nipples. Like a fucking common misconception in today's society. We think the universe is expanding. That's not the case. The universe is simply trying to get closer to a woman's titties and her nipples. That is the only reason the universe continues to grow. So, in conclusion, I really like a woman's titties and nipples. In fact, I love them. Now, that's going to be all the questions I answer right now. I know there's a lot more people ask, but these questions were ones that over the past year I've gotten a lot, and I think people really wanted to know the answer to these. So, these are the questions I chose to answer. I know that I've taken a lot of shits. Actually, I shit a lot every day. So that's splendid. Alright, well, see ya.
Can't resist the urge to talk about this. It's diabolical and just an abomination to what they deem justice here. It's a story out of San Francisco about an 80-year-old woman who was driving 70 in a residential area. She was zooming, reaching ridiculous speeds, like she was trying to travel back in time or something in the DeLorean, going 70 miles per hour, crashes into a bus stop, killing an entire family of 4 who are on their way to the zoo. And she's not going to prison for this. Her defense? I don't know what happened. Car just took off. And I guess that was enough.
We learned the victims, Diego and Matilda, were celebrating their wedding anniversary and were headed to the San Francisco Zoo with their 2 young children before they were killed. They were waiting at the bus stop when 80-year-old Mary Fong Lau crashed into them. Matilda's mom, brother, and Diego's sister spoke to the judge about the pain and trauma they have endured and described Lau's request to reduce the felony charges to misdemeanors as insulting.
It is insulting. It's despicable. The gall to even put forth this notion of reducing these charges to misdemeanors, that's unthinkable. The fucking shamelessness here is, it's sickening. She massacred a family of 4, blasting through a bus stop at 70 miles per hour without even an attempt to hit the brakes or swerve or honk the horn. What? And then she's saying she doesn't know what happened? Like what? Did she hit a fucking banana peel like it's Mario Kart and just lost control or something? This is craziness. And the news segment I'm showing you is a little older. The most recent update, even though the judge did deny that request, ultimately what happened is she's getting a few years probation and is banned from driving. She's not going to prison or anything. And also, on top of that, she's also being accused of hiding millions in real estate assets because she's also facing a wrongful death lawsuit from the family. So, according to the information here, she fraudulently transferred her ownership of 2 San Francisco homes in a commercial building to Nevada-based LLC corporations in August. which was not permissible under state law to transfer the property while facing the wrongful death lawsuit. This new lawsuit exposes an intentional scheme by Ms. Lau to place assets beyond the reach of grieving families seeking justice, showing an unwillingness by Ms. Lau to take accountability for her actions, the attorney for the victim's family stated. Lau's attorney, Seth, said his client reorganized her property holdings because she was advised to do so after meeting with legal, financial, medical, and mental health consultants after the crash. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Listen, Miss Lau, I know this is a very traumatic period for you. You're the real victim here in all of this, and I think it's important for the healing process for you to hide all of your multi-million-dollar assets right now. It's going to make you feel a lot better, trust me. It's horseradish. This is just very clear baloney here. She is trying to hide those assets so that way they cannot get them. She is very wealthy. And this feels like a case of her being so wealthy that she's above the law. She killed a family of 4 with her dangerous, carefree driving, hitting a bus stop at 70 miles per hour in a residential zone.
Lau's attorney asked the judge to consider her clean record and the fact that her husband died in a vehicle crash when she was 25 years old, becoming a widow with 3 children. But the judge denied that request.
Judge, listen, there may be 4 corpses right there, 2 of which very young children. That's bad stuff. Big thumbs down moment, I get that. But have you considered that this is the first time I've done that? Can we put that into the equation here? What do you think? Oh, also, here's something entirely unrelated about a tragedy that I've experienced, back at 25 years old with my husband. Can we consider that as well? Like, that has nothing to fucking do with any of this. You killed a family of 4. It doesn't matter what's happened previously to that. There needs to be punishment there. There needs to be justice for the family. It's such a slimy, weaselly tactic. And then she goes a step above that by hiding multi-million-dollar assets so that way the grieving family can't get their paws on it, so that way it can be protected from them, so that way she never faces any real punishment. A few years probation and she can't drive anymore. That's justice?
In the courtroom, the victim's family members questioned why Lau didn't hit the brakes or honk as she sped 70 miles an hour in the residential area where she crashed into this family. Lau's attorney said she was headed to her brother's house to take him soup and couldn't explain why the vehicle, quote, took off.
Oh, I see. It's like that scene in that Fast and Furious movie where they hacked the cars and just fucking took control, assumed direct command of the vehicle, and forced it to go 70 miles per hour in a residential zone, and then crashed into the bus stop, killing a family of 4. This is actually her defense, by the way. She doesn't know how it happened. Oh, geez. Well, if she doesn't know how it happened, what are we supposed to do about it? How are we supposed to know what really went on here? You know, maybe it wasn't even her fault. Maybe this was like in Mario 64, that speedrunning phenomenon where a potential cosmic ray flipped a bit and caused that, one-time glitch to occur. Maybe that's what happened to her vehicle with the sun phenomenon forcing it to go 70 miles per hour out of nowhere. If she doesn't know what happened, then what are we supposed to do about it? This is such a strong defense. We're powerless here. The real justice is making sure, she gets 3 years probation and the grieving family gets nothing.
That if I was putting myself in that place, I would never take this case to trial. I don't think a jury's going to respond to an explanation that I don't know what happened, so I killed 4 people.
Huh. It almost sounds silly when you put it that way. The defense of, I don't know what happened, now 4 people are dead. Can I go home now? It's almost like that's fucking stupid. And yet, it's worked. I guess she had enough money where anything would work, so now she just gets off with the tiniest slap on the wrist imaginable. The Superior Court judge in the case indicated Lau will likely get probation and no prison time after factoring in her age, remorse, and lack of criminal history. The judge said she would likely serve 2 to 3 years probation and be banned from driving. James, the attorney of the victim's relatives, said they were appalled at this development in the crash where a single family, including 2 children ages 2 and under, were killed, saying, a no-contest plea avoids the moral accountability that this case demands. Yeah, I agree. That is avoiding the accountability this case demands. Also, factor in her hiding assets worth millions of dollars for the sole purpose of trying to protect them from a family that is suing her for the wrongful death of an entire family of 4 that she has killed. It's actual craziness to me. So you factored in her age and remorse, which, by the way, I don't really buy the whole remorse thing. Someone that's that remorseful, probably not immediately looking to hide multi-million-dollar assets off rip. That's just my hunch, right? That's how I feel. Like, if you're really remorseful, you're probably not immediately then bouncing to put your fucking real estate and properties into LLC shell companies. I would think, but who am I to say? As for the age statement here, her being elderly, I think the attorney said it well. He argued that if the defendant gets away with probation without prison time, that it would send a concerning message to the public that an older driver can get away with killing a family in a car crash and simply get a slap on the wrist. Age cannot become a shield against meaningful consequences when the conduct constitutes gross negligence and results in catastrophic loss. I agree 100%. That's a big amen moment from me right there. Just because she's a fucking octogenarian doesn't mean that all of a sudden she can get away with killing a family of 4 with no consequences. How does that make sense? So once you reach a certain age, you're just immune to consequence because you're just already old? What the fuck? Lau's family had urged the court for home detention and meaningful community and service as the punishment that fits the crime here. You know, the crime of slaying an entire family of 4 through your reckless driving? That's what they thought justice looked like. The meaningful community service, by the way, I'm sure would be very, tough stuff. Picking up trash on the side of the road. But I'm sure, given her age, she's 80 years old, it probably wouldn't be that much. Maybe like 1 or 2 Twix wrappers and then call it a day. I mean, that's a hard day's work right there, and that's really setting her on the straight and narrow. That's really letting her think about what's happened here. It's just insanity. It's actual insanity. She killed an entire family of 4. She has no real defense of it. It was reckless driving, going 70 miles per hour in a residential zone, hitting a bus stop with not even an attempt to brake or avoid it, or even honk, which says to me that she was truly not paying any attention at all. She was extremely zoned out, maybe on her phone, maybe preoccupied with something else, I don't know. But it is reckless driving, and it led to the death of an entire family. And then she goes and then she hides multi-million-dollar assets in order to try and protect those, it seems, and she is getting away with it. No real consequence. How is that justice? It's fucking absurd, man. It's insanity. I had to yap about this once I learned about it. It just blows my mind. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya.
You just go.
Yeah, just give him one of those. What'd you say about my mom on Xbox Live? Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
Just go.
Bang, 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 bang. What's that? I didn't like that tweet you posted.
Some arsehole stands in front of you and tries to rape you and your kids.
Whoa! Who's just gonna try and rape me and my kids on the sidewalk? Alright, I'll start throwing some mean meat out there in that case.
Someone's there cussing off your wife, dragging her by the hair. You go.
So, hey, let go of my wife's hair is what I'm saying. He doesn't let go of her hair, yeah, I'm coming in wailing.
It doesn't take much force to break his jaw, and you don't want to hurt someone. But he's trying to rape your kids. So
Hey, yeah, stop trying to rape my kids.
Rape your kids.
Yeah, don't rape them.
And you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, let go of my kids. Pull your pants back up. Yeah.
Or just simply, someone's trying to abuse you and grab you by your cock.
No, hey, let go of my cock. Yeah, give him one of these.
So you chop his
I'll grab him by the cock, see how he likes it. Give him one of these. Yeah, and then maybe some of this. Then maybe on myself too a little bit. Maybe.
Someone's trying to put your kids on drugs. Just simply go.
Put those drugs away.
Backfist him in the fucking.
Yeah. Get those drugs away from my kids.
I'm saying that would be an option.
I didn't walk down this back alley to get drugs for them. Right? Those drugs are mine.
Someone's trying
get them away from my kids.
Trying to.
What's he trying to do to me?
When someone's coming at you expecting you to be the prostitute.
Whoa! Whoa!
And they're the pimp.
I'm not the prostitute.
When someone's trying to use you like a cheap condom.
No, I'm an expensive condom. Yeah, no. Pay money for me. More money than that. I'm no prostitute.
Someone's talking shit.
Yeah.
Check this out. My buddy John is an ex-bouncer, and now he's an active-duty special operations guy with over 600 street fights under his belt.
Maybe he's an asshole.
Fighting system.
600 street fights? Your friend John's a dick. I don't want to be trained by a fucking asshole who gets into a street fight anytime he even goes to the fucking grocery store. Let's learn how to protect ourselves from some recent uploads. Urban combat self-defense, okay.
Hi guys, welcome to section 2.
Oh, is he fighting her?
The G-Kinder applications of the form, okay?
This doesn't look like someone that would attack me.
From here,
she looks nice.
Forward. Okay, other side. She lock pass out, punch.
Any of you guys ever fought old Asian women? Do you know if this technique is effective? Should we get attacked?
Like that. If you punch, okay, you gotta pull.
This guy looks like more of a computer programmer than an urban combat fighter.
That way.
But looks can be deceiving.
If I do it to you, speed, boom, speed, boom. Okay, but in the beginning, try and do it very slowly.
I fight my grandmother's friend every day. It works. Okay. We have a real testimonial then.
Slowly, lops up.
He's like a Reddit warrior. What did you say about Game of Thrones being bad? Oh god, not the nunchucks. Please, he didn't mean it. He was just shitposting. No, don't do it to him. I swear, this guy's just coming up with flashy moves. Nothing that works. I get the knife, throw the knife on the ground, jerk him off. Give him pleasure, give him pain. Bang, finish with the elbow. Seth Rogen coming at me with a knife, take the knife, jerk him off, stab him. Bang. I will say it's at least flashy. This guy could definitely be the protagonist in like a Western Ip Man. Like if they wanted a computer programmer Ip Man, this guy could play the lead. Like his speed is nuts. It's just... I like it. Huh? No, you don't want any of this. Your eyes can't register his speed. You're at a huge disadvantage. He poked your eyes out 10 times. He poked your eyes out, put your eyes back in, poked them out again, and then wiped his ass with them. Oh, he's potato sacking him. Oh!
While on the subject...
I really unironic. This guy should really choreograph YouTube combat skits, maybe. Because he's got like the goofy speed down. Never try and get the number up. No, she didn't want to give me her number, huh? Time to Wing Chun! Teacher? I'm gonna feel like such a fucking idiot when it turns out that everything Emil's been teaching is like extremely effective and reinvents combat as we know it. I saw something super interesting today that I want to yap about. It's become somewhat of a big conversation even outside of these bubbles that I'm tapped into, because even people that know nothing about guns can recognize that there's something wrong with this little puppy here. It's the SIG P320. This puppy's got a real nasty reputation developing. It's got the cheese touch, people talking about it being stinkier than Sir Strumming. I was going to lore dump on you, and I had even made this video setting all of the groundwork and the foundation for everything that had been happening with the P320 up until this point, but I want to show you the video that's sparked this topic for me today that I want to talk about, and it's got a lot of people talking.
Through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're going to see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know. We'll try it a couple times. It might not. This safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been. So let's see. And if you touch the slide, let's see if we can touch the slide and get it to go off. We have it staged at 1 millimeter or less as measured on the table. So this is just a guesstimate. And if we put some input into the slide somewhere, will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see.
Now, without knowing any of the context for why he's doing this experiment in the first place, there's been a lot of confusion from people that don't know anything about the P320, wondering why he put a screw there. Why did he fucking MacGyver this handgun and make it fire by, fondling the slide. There's a lot of people that clearly didn't watch the full video where he explains that, and they do not know about the P320's history and everything going on with that handgun in particular. So now they're just passing this off as like worthless or a useless experiment that demonstrates nothing and proves nothing, saying like, the trigger is fully engaged, so of course he's up there cranking on the slide like I jerk my dick, it's gonna go off, it makes sense. And yeah, I guess that thought does make sense if you're a resident of Stupidville. This shouldn't happen, and it doesn't happen for most guns, but the P320 has been in some serious hot water for alleged uncommanded discharges and a lot of incidents around this gun firing like while in its holster and such, including the recent death of a 21-year-old airman where it is reported that this firearm discharged, and according to leaked reports, now again these are unconfirmed reports, but according to the leaked reports, the handgun was holstered on a desk and then went off, killing him. It is a problem that has been reported for a long time. And this YouTuber, Wyoming Gun Project, just did a video kind of breaking down, can this gun fire without the trigger being pulled? And I think he did a beautiful job at demonstrating that, and we'll get into the screw and the millimeter that he's talking about there in a moment, but I want you to understand that this is a big problem. And the company themselves said under no circumstances can this gun fire without a trigger pull, yet it is provable and repeatable that it indeed can. There's even been a push to stop using this weapon in an official capacity due to how dangerous it could be. It's a widely reported problem, apparently linked to more than 100 incidents since 2016 with at least 80 injuries. Even in my neck of the woods here in Tampa, an officer in 2020 had the weapon fire while in his jacket while he was adjusting it. So dude up here just like fucking popping his collar on the jacket or something, fires the handgun, which reportedly shattered his ankle. There are tons of cases that have been reported, and SIG has actually filed a lawsuit trying to like reverse the ban on this weapon from law enforcement, which I think is a horrible look from SIG, by the way. This is just a big safety concern across the board, and it's something that's been talked about quite a bit for a while now. But yesterday, this video came out from Wyoming Gun Project, and now I just really want to talk about it today because I think it is so interesting and pretty scary.
Basically, we were able to input a millimeter or less of downward movement on the sear and get this slide. By manipulating the slide, we were able to get it to go off and actually fire a primed case 5 times in a row.
That's the whole experiment here in a nutshell. Inputting a millimeter or less of downward movement on the trigger past the pre-travel, and then manipulating the slide in any way. It didn't have to be like hands, by the way. Like the real world application would be if for some reason that trigger was engaged a millimeter or less past the pre-travel, and then you put it in your holster, it would go off. That is answering the question that people have wanted an answer to for a while. How could the P320 fire uncommanded? And his experiment aimed to try and solve that, to figure out how it could happen. Now, this isn't some like really wacky specific set of circumstances that are just astronomical odds of happening. Like this isn't unfathomable. A millimeter? That's nothing. That's like the size of Ant-Man's erect nipples when he shrinks himself down to an atomic size. A millimeter or less of movement past the pre-travel, that is something that can very realistically happen over time, like build up in there. There are so many things that could contribute to that happening, which is probably why there are so many reported incidents of this discharging uncommanded.
I have seen some other videos where people have taken their SIG, they've engaged the trigger just a tiny bit and touched the slide, and it's gone off. Now, I just did that for me right there.
This was the experiment people were doing prior to Wyoming Gun Project, where they would lightly pull the trigger, not fully engaging it, but lightly pulling it and then tapping the slide and it would go off. But that's an experiment that obviously isn't the, most reliable, because you never really know. Maybe you put more pressure than you thought, and it was a little too up for interpretation whether or not it was a trigger pull and such. So it wasn't the most reliable demonstration, and instead Wyoming Gun Project went the extra step of showcasing how it can fire without your finger even being near the trigger, if there is just that millimeter or less worth of movement past the pre-travel.
So I tried to figure out a way, like how can we come up with a way where we can gradually increase the pressure on the trigger to the point where this play in this slide makes a difference, because this is none of my other guns do this. And for control, let me just show you another handgun that does not do this. This is a Taurus G3. Look how much play is in this slide. Like literally none.
I found that to be pretty weird with how much the slide moves when you slightly manipulate it, like fucking doing sock puppets on the slide, has it bouncing up and down like it's getting hit with raging wind gusts during a hurricane. I don't know if that's normal for the wobbliness to be set to wumbo or what, but I've never seen it in any of the handguns I've shot either. So like, for example, this is just a Springfield XD. And if you go to like move the slide, there's not even like the slightest give in it at all. But again, maybe that's common in some way, but I'm certainly pretty unfamiliar with a slide moving like that.
Now, why is that important? That is important because the striker mechanism is in the slide and the sear and FCU is in the frame. So any up and down movement affects the engagement of the sear and the striker hook. In case somebody doesn't know, this is pre-travel on a trigger or free play. Nothing is happening here. No firing process is starting at all. When it hits that wall, that's when it will start lowering the sear.
A super solid explanation on why the movement of that slide is so odd, and then he explains the pre-travel. Then he measures the pre-travel, and then he puts in the screw being his way of fine-tuning the amount of movement that he could get past the trigger wall. And in this case, it would go off with as little as less than a millimeter worth.
Let's see if we can get it off by just touching, if we can release the striker by just touching the slide. Now I'm not touching it with my finger. How about that? So this was less than a millimeter, so we'll assume the one that is at 1 millimeter will go off. Okay? So let's try it. That time it didn't. And there it did. So that's kind of simulating of it's rolling around in a cop's holster.
Not a whole lot of movement required to have this go off by just having the slide be bumped or moved or in some way jostled around. That's a big concern. And then he addresses people that inevitably ended up talking about like the screw being there. Like, oh, it's just a full trigger pull with the screw. This doesn't really prove anything. I think he gives a good explanation on why the screw doesn't matter. It's there just to simulate what could happen should a millimeter worth of movement happen to the trigger, which again is something that can very easily happen.
I'm going to get some jerk off that comes in these comments go, well, just don't stick a screw in your trigger. This is a tool to simulate, to take the human factor out so that you same people that will come in my comments and say this aren't going, you pulled the trigger with your finger, bro. I didn't. The FBI report said there was a ledge on, it was either the sear or the striker hook. I don't remember. And you pulled the trigger a little bit, less than a millimeter, less than 1 millimeter. And it caught on that ledge. And then you holstered your gun. Okay, this is a G-code holster. Then you holstered your gun. And it just went off.
I think that right there really showcases it extremely well. Also, there are some holsters that do have like a reported issue where when you holster it, like depending on the angle, sometimes it can actually depress the trigger slightly. So if you happen to have one of those holsters and happen to put it in at that angle and the SIG P320, the trigger gets depressed a little bit, a millimeter past the pre-travel, it could just go off in your holster. Like that is an issue.
Let me see if I can set this on the desk and bang the desk and see if it'll. Now the camera's going to shake, so. Whoa! Let's see what we got here. Did it go off? Sure did. Look at that. So how could he set it on the desk and it go off? I just showed you right there. Again, this is simulating what the FBI found as a shelf on either the sear or the striker hook, and it getting caught up on that, or maybe you're putting input on the trigger and you've only gone less than a millimeter through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're gonna see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know, we'll try it a couple times. It might not, this safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been, so let's see.
It is pretty crazy to see the desk demonstration there with just how little has to be exerted on it for it to discharge once there is that teensy tiny tiddlywink of movement past the trigger wall. Now, of course, I don't think this is going to happen all the time to every P320 out there, but the fact that it can happen at all is concerning. It is clearly an issue based on the numerous reported incidents, all of these alleged incidents with this weapon. It proves that there are a lot of circumstances that lead to that little amount of movement there, and it's causing it to discharge uncommanded. And it is something that needs some big looking into and maybe a little sprucing up, because it is seemingly responsible for numerous injuries and, at least in one case, a death. So I just found this to just be an interesting topic and a really great video from Wyoming Gun Project. Again, I recommend you check out the full thing. That's really about it. See ya. Please, let us take a moment of silence for the YouTubers that now post on TikTok. Thank you. It's like a fucking ASPCA commercial. It's weird, everyone on YouTube collectively took fat shits on Musical.ly, but now with TikTok, wait a second, can call that home. Everyone's going to TikTok. No disrespect for any YouTubers, anyone that does post on TikTok. It's just not my cup of cum. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's one of the, probably the second most humorless place on the planet, second only to Reddit. And it's just a barren wasteland of fun. Going through your parents' divorce is more fun than going through TikTok, at least in my opinion. I think it's all bad on there. And to showcase that, I'm going to show you some of the most popular trends going on right now that I was able to find. So let's dive right in. Bravo, that was a fun TikTok for everyone to enjoy, especially the janitor, the worker that's going to have to go and clean that up, because your affluent ass definitely isn't going to be bothered to do it. That really kind of sums up the comedy on TikTok. This will be hilarious, just pouring this liquid into the glass until it overflows and gets on the floor and makes someone else clean it up. Yeehaw, baby, rebellious 9-year-olds for the win, except I'm 24 years old and I have a kid and I'm really trying my best to be famous on the internet. Better do this challenge on TikTok. So you'll never guess the name of this one. It's called the Spill the Drink Challenge, and there's music that plays, but I can't play it because it's a copyrighted song, but it says, hose, and that's while they're pouring it the whole time, and it's drawn out. The shit is genius, a fucking masterpiece. A beautiful challenge, just doing it right there in the middle of McDonald's, making sure to get everyone in the crowd involved, you know, getting water or Sprite on everyone, which is exactly what you want when you're just going about your day, trying to get some cheap-ass food. Yep, that's what I want, to feel like my feet are getting pissed on. Great stuff. To be fair, this is the only one of this challenge I saw that was done in a public location. Everything else was staged with their family or their friends in their own house and using water or Coke for the most part. So this was just a real pioneer who decided to take it to the next level and do it in public and make everyone uncomfortable and be a public nuisance for the internet clout. I'm not going to play any more from this challenge because you get the idea. Every single one is just staring at the camera and overfilling a glass. It's fucking awful. Let's move on to a different one.
You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad. You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad.
I should have warned you to come in here with a change of panties, because we're all getting wet with this challenge. This is the You So Bad, I Want You So Bad challenge. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't put butterflies in my nutsack. Man, what a confidence booster. It's like, damn, all these dudes looking at me like this, saying they want me, like I'm so bad, and they want me bad. Like, god damn.
You're so bad. And baby, I want you so bad, yeah. You're so bad, yeah. And baby, I want you so bad.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Those are children. Those are kids. I feel like even having watched this clip in the middle of a compilation puts me on a list. I also don't really know when Bass Pro Shop became like acceptable fashion. When I was growing up, the only time you'd ever see anyone in Bass Pro Shop gear is if they were kissing their sister and 40 years old with a beer belly. I can't imagine kids now are wearing Bass Pro Shop merch, but hats off to Bass Pro Shop for breaking into a younger demographic.
You so bad, and baby I want you so bad, yeah. You so bad, yeah. And baby I want you so bad.
There's no greater mystery in this world than the one that you see before you. How do you get more than one person to be in your shitty TikTok? How does no one along the way say, hey guys, this sucks. Why are we doing this? This is embarrassing. Why is there no sense of shame when it comes to TikToks? I'm always surprised when there's more than one person in a TikTok. I get why one delusional person might think it's a good idea, fucking biting on their lip and lip syncing and shit. I get that. But when you bring in like 3 other people, how does not one of them say, this is dumb? This sucks shithole. But hats off to them. You got 3 dudes gathered around with their red Solo cup trying to give the illusion that they're drinking alcohol, but they're clearly under 21, clearly under 18, so they're most likely just in there with fruit punch or root beer. And then you have one dude dance around the back. I mean, even scripting that and telling your friends what you're going to do, how does no one just say, no thank you, this is embarrassing? But whatever, group TikTok effort, very popular, hats off to them, they're having fun. I feel like such a fucking boomer shitting on new generation entertainment, but I just don't get it. I don't know who's scrolling through TikTok, stops on this one, gets a big old smile on their face and leaves it a heart. Like, there's no joke there. I hate when the joke is the song or like a goofy dance. I hate that. I fucking hate it. That is my least favorite form of comedy. Big on Instagram, big on TikTok, was big on Musical.ly, which is TikTok. Just not for me. We'll move on from this challenge, though, and go to another doozy. Another real banger of a challenge that are on TikTok to look at girls. But I have to wonder who goes on TikTok to look at girls. What the fuck is the point of that when the internet exists? There's millions and millions of girls on the internet doing all kinds of crazy shit. You can find pretty much anything to suit your degenerate taste. Brazilian fart porn if you're into that. You can watch a girl put Fruit Loops into her gaping asshole while another girl puts a spoon in there and eats them out. You can watch a girl putt golf balls into another girl's gaping asshole. There is anything. The sky is the limit. Why go on TikTok? Why roll those dice? Those girls could be 14 years old, you fucking weirdos. It just makes no sense. I don't know who's going on TikTok to look at girls. I thought TikTok was supposed to be for like humor and shit, but it's clearly not because there is no humor. It's fucking awful. Let's keep going.
Catbug! I need a bath.
Yeah?
Some yogurt. Yeah? And a place to go. Duty!
If that's not illegal, it certainly should be soon. Well, I think this has been enough to make my point. There is nothing good on TikTok at all, unless you're like a predator, maybe. I just don't get it. I never really thought I'd reach the age where I didn't understand new stuff. Like, growing up, I was always like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That'll never happen. I'll always be with the times and understanding everything and being able to partake in technology and shit. But now, I totally fucking see it. I get why boomers don't understand how to use a fucking cell phone. I get it. I am finally at a point where I just don't understand something that younger people like. It's a fucking sad feeling. Getting old. And it's gonna happen to you too if you're young and watching this. Don't think that it's only boomers. It's gonna be you too, you fucking loser. You're also going to get to the point where you're like, oh my god, what is the younger generation doing? This makes no sense to me. It's gonna happen. I definitely see it just being a natural order of things now. I get it. And it sucks. Also, TikTok fucking sucks. It's not me. It's not boomers that are the problem. It's the younger generation with shit taste. TikTok sucks. It's bad. That's it. See ya. Well, hello there. Yep, haven't slept again. How'd you know? How could you tell? Is it the grease? Is it the bags under my eyes? What gave it away? Huh? Yeah, no, I couldn't sleep again. What? Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Anyway, decided to use this insomnia as like a superpower here to grow my brain here, get real big and smart. And look into something chat told me about that I kind of wrote off pretty quickly as being probably nonsense about NASA discovering potential evidence of ancient life on Mars. This is a headline I've seen regurgitated like once a year, every year for the last 31 years of my life. And it never actually leads to anything, it never goes anywhere, there's never any confirmation, and a lot of the evidence in many of the cases feels very flimsy, where it's like, well, using this rover, it drove over this grain of sand that reacted in a weird way. It made like a whoopee cushion sound, which means that was most likely probably some microbial life playing a prank on us. We knew it all along. Maybe. So I've kind of just instinctually started to write it off as most likely horseradish. So when chat was telling me, I kind of was very dismissive of it. But since I couldn't sleep, I decided, well, let's take a peek. Let's see what all the hoopla's about, huh?
This very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
So last July, NASA's Perseverance rover found a leopard-spotted rock at Mars. And scientists immediately knew. It was interesting, we hadn't seen anything like that before.
What we saw in this rock were these layers of very fine-grained, rusty red mudstone that had in them these incredible features, these things that we took to calling poppy seeds, which are the sort of dark black spots in the rock, and leopard spots, which are these kind of ring-shaped features that have dark rims around them.
I'm not a geologist, so the significance of this rock kind of eludes me. I do think they do a good job of breaking down why it's a big deal and what it actually indicates, but in my sleep-deprived state, I unironically thought when they were showing the leopard spots, I thought it was going to be something like fucking eye-popping, having my eyes go out of my skull like a cartoon character. I thought they were going to say, like, and these leopard spots here, these dark rings, well, it turns out these are cigarette burns, indicating that we had tobacco-smoking doobie lord monsters on Mars at one point, or just something unhinged. I don't know why I was expecting that. I guess maybe with the way chat was talking about it kind of just planted the idea in my head. But even still, the actual, like, real explanation is still cool. Just not quite to that level.
We've done the analysis on these leopard spots, and we think they are potentially made by some sort of ancient life. This finding by our incredible Perseverance rover is the closest we've actually come to discovering ancient life on Mars.
The discovery of a potential biosignature or a feature or signature that could be consistent with biological processes, but that requires further work and study to confirm a biological origin.
That's the quick and dirty of it. That's kind of the rock in a nutshell and its importance. Basically, they found this very peculiar geode here that they don't have a way of explaining how it could be like that without life being involved in some way. They have a null hypothesis where they attempted to prove that it's not life, but were unable to prove that. But I wanted more information than just that. I wanted more than just a surface level dive on it, so I went to a YouTuber named Anton Petrov, who covered it beautifully. I highly recommend you check out his full video. I'm going to play a couple clips for you here.
For several years, this rover has been moving across the Jezero crater in order to collect several samples and in order to possibly find life. And here this crater was chosen specifically for one reason. Researchers believe that this used to be some kind of an ancient lake, and also very likely contained a river delta, both of which are environments considered to be prime targets in the search for extraterrestrial life.
Now this is something I did know about, and I think a lot of people get confused about with like the mission of the Mars rovers. A lot of people are under the impression they're actively looking for water on Mars or life on Mars, like they're going to stumble into a fucking frat house or something up there. The goal is to put these rovers and explore areas where they believe water once was. So this area was chosen because they believed it could have been an ancient lake. So that was something I was aware of, but I wanted to put it here just in case people were still kind of confused about like, well, why are they looking at, fucking rock? I thought they were up there trying to, get water samples and stuff. That is not exact. I mean, if they could do that, if they find that, that'd be huge. That would actually be like game changing, but that's not like the primary directive here. They're not expecting to somehow find that.
And it actually stood out because of these somewhat bizarre markings. They were referred to as the leopard spots, with the initial scans revealing that it seemed to contain organic compounds that might have come from some kind of ancient life, or at least showed us that there were clear evidence of liquid water in the past, and so life did have conditions necessary to exist. And it also contained these flecks, or these unusual spots of iron and phosphates, from various chemical reactions that, though could have been just chemical in nature, could also have been produced by ancient microbes that possibly use this for energy.
So that's how it ties into ancient life, why this rock would be potentially indicative of ancient life. It could have been used by ancient microbes on Mars, the fucking Martian microbes, as energy, and what we're seeing here is kind of the result of that. Or it could just be a chemical process in nature that the scientists aren't overly familiar with at the moment. And since it's not exactly a convenient trip over there to grab the sample, nor is it feasible to send the sample from Mars back to Earth because we don't have a retrieval mission scheduled any longer, I actually learned from Anton Petrov here that the retrieval mission, which was supposed to get the Mars sample to study them on Earth in our labs, where we could actually do some real heavy digging on it and figure out, what the fuck is going on, get into the bare butt cheeks of it. Apparently that has been put on an indefinite hold. So right now, there's only so much they can do to analyze that rock, and at the moment, they can't prove that it's not, indicative of microbial life because it is peculiar and there are some markers that it could be.
And this is a really interesting study. Now, first of all, this is really good science. There are no speculations here. There are absolutely no assumptions based on some kind of a preconception. And most importantly, this whole study is based on a null hypothesis. In essence, they're trying to prove that whatever they discovered is not life. But at the end of the study, the conclusion is that they're actually unable to do so. They don't have an explanation for what was discovered if it was not produced by life.
As he mentions, that's good science. That is chef's kiss, what you want to hear. And, not to toot my own horn, it's how I approach ghost hunting. About as far removed from science as you can get real quick, but just hear me out. I approach all of our paranormal investigations with the sole intent of proving empirically that ghosts are real. My, biases about I don't think that shit's real play no role in my science. It just happens to be that all of the science points to ghosts don't exist. So even though I'm going in there for that, I always end up proving so far that they're not real, but maybe one day that'll change. Actually, the more I talk about this and say it out loud, it's not really a null hypothesis at all. But it did just somewhat remind me of my ghost hunting methodology and how I approach it. Anyway, though, as he says, the report here is very good science, and it is super interesting. As far as these life on Mars claims go that I've been privy to over the 31 years I've been alive, this one so far holds the most weight to me. This does seem pretty significant.
Which usually contains iron phosphate, and greigite, which contains iron sulfides. But what's really key here is how these minerals were arranged. Because on Earth we usually see very similar arrangements in water sediments where microbes are physically eating organic matter and then breathing out rust and sulfates. This is usually referred to as redox cycling. And so the presence and distribution of these minerals in the Martian rocks potentially suggests similar biological processes that might have happened here before. And one of the scientists from the study, Michael Theis, essentially describes this as something that would be very easy to explain if there was life, but something that would be extremely difficult to explain if it wasn't. So if this was just the chemical or geological processes, it would be super difficult to explain.
And that right there is kind of the bread and butter of why this could potentially indicate ancient microbial life, because the geological and chemical processes that we're familiar with, they would very much struggle to explain the presence of what they found on this rock. Meanwhile, if it was microbial life, that easily explains it. It's not to say that 100% confirms it or anything. There is still wiggle room that maybe there is just a process that we don't know about that is geological and chemical and does not have anything to do with life at all. It is possible, but it is seeming more so, at least to me, that it is likely explained with ancient microbial life being responsible for that, which is pretty cool. And I was looking up people's reactions to this, and a lot of people are downplaying it as not a big deal, who cares, not a three-titted goth alien babe, why should I even bother giving a fuck? And I think that perspective is kind of dog shit. I want to go ahead and show you Anton kind of going over some of the implications if this truly is ancient microbial life.
it would have profound implications on life existing elsewhere in the universe. It would basically suggest that developing life on different planets may not be as difficult after all. And so if life arose independently on 2 different planets in a single star system, it may suggest that life is not rare, but there's also this idea of panspermia. Maybe life started on Mars and then got transported to Earth, or I guess vice versa. And so maybe what we're seeing here are 2 different cousins that eventually ended up on 2 different planets. And finally, this idea also brings up the very important Great Filter hypothesis. And so if the simple microbial life is common, why don't we actually see intelligent complex life as well? And so is there some kind of a filter that's stopping everything? And is there something really major basically preventing life from becoming super advanced? And if so, what is it?
Of course, this is just some of, I imagine, many discussions and questions and things that would arise should this actually be confirmed as ancient microbial life. I find it to just be really fascinating. Any kind of proof that we're not alone in the universe, I think, is a big fucking deal. Like, truly. The Great Filter in particular is always such an interesting thought, because if this is ancient microbial life, it would really then need to be, like, thought about deeply why we're not finding complex life. Because if we can prove that we're not alone, we're not like the first and only civilization in the universe, here's proof of ancient microbial life on Mars, well, what happened, to prevent other civilizations from, sprouting up elsewhere that we would have probably at least seen inklings of by this point? What is stopping it, if there is anything at all stopping it? It's all just so big in scale. I don't know. I always find shit like this very cool when it is legitimately something worth getting excited about, which I do think this is. I really appreciate Anton's coverage of it. Again, I recommend the full video. It'll be in the description. And chat wasn't lying. Like, they weren't overhyping this. I did think it was pretty huge. It seems, to me, like pretty strong evidence of ancient microbial life, but I guess we'll see as more tests get conducted on it. I guess as many tests as they possibly can do from this distance, since they can't get it into labs here or anything. There's only so much available to them, but for now, I'll just try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. That's really about it. See ya. Other than the clapping of butt cheeks, what is the most powerful sound a human being is capable of making? Boo. There is something so strong and impactful about tactical booing. And I just saw it used to great effect against one of these zombies that does this nationwide humiliation tour, cock-gobbling on AI. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, he just did a speech at the University of Arizona for their graduation, and he faced so many boos. I don't know why he kept going, but this is some hopeful shit, because people are seeing through this ridiculous AI messaging that these corporate fucking ghouls are trying to spout. The lies are now falling flat. So these graduates aren't having it. And it's not just college graduates, but just people in general are tired of it, especially like with AI data centers in particular, which I've been really blabbering about a lot recently.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know. We do not know the precise contours of what this...
I haven't seen Eric Schmidt in a while, but it looks like he's fully transformed into Joe Biden, like he's doing a cosplay. If all of this AI investment that he's done goes tits up and he loses all his money, he could have a side hustle being a Joe Biden impersonator for those YouTubers that invite them over for a private session. So at least he has a backup plan. So here's him delivering his motivational speech here at the graduation, but he's treating it like it's E3 for AI investing vultures. Like, all he's doing is like pitching AI to them. Terribly, by the way. The messaging here is abysmal, and he just keeps being met with boos, but he keeps pressing forward. I think it is the perfect representation that sums up how all of this is going, especially with data centers, how data centers are being brute forced through in these small communities, even though the communities are doing everything they can, fighting back, very vocally opposing them, booing, shouting, screaming, begging their representatives, their elected officials to shut it down. Don't do it. But they plug their ears to it and they keep going anyway, even in light of all those boos. Like, again, I brought this up a lot. Like in Utah, there's not a single soul in Utah that is pumping their fist enthusiastic for a 40,000 acre data center to come in there and butt fuck them. It is spearheaded by Canadian billionaire Kevin O'Leary, who just can't help but keep LARPing as an American. And nobody, no sentient person in Utah is happy about it, and they have been fighting the best they can to stop it, but Fox Elder County officials, they don't care. They're gonna make a pretty penny, I imagine, from it. So they actually just berate the citizens and do it anyway. And the point I'm making is this speech has that same DNA. The demons that stand to make millions and billions of dollars from AI are constantly singing its praises and trying to shit down your throat and call it a delicacy and piss on your head and call it rain. And no matter what you do, they just keep going forward. They hear your boos. They hear that you hate it. They just don't care. So they keep going, much like this speech. He goes on for so long, even though it's nothing but boos over and over and over again. I don't know why he didn't just pack it up and walk away. Just be like, hey guys, I see you're not fucking with me. I'll just go home, I guess.
If you'd let me make this point, please. Choose a diversity of perspectives, including the perspective of the immigrant, who has so often been the person who came to this country and made it better.
What? Eric, put down the crack pipe. Snap back to reality. What? Pardon? What the fuck? Comparing AI to immigrants, huh? An interesting tactic. I don't think I saw this play in John Madden's handbook. I don't even know where to begin, Eric. I'm gonna be honest. You kind of took my breath away with this one. Like this, these can't even be real people. He has to be some kind of like cringe android or something, right? Like there's no way.
We thought that we were adding stones to a cathedral of knowledge that humanity had been constructing for centuries. But the world we built, artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be unimaginably better for it.
Now, in this video here that was covering the lowlights of his speech with all of the boos, they also started sharing the additional tiddlywinks of information there that I actually didn't know about Eric Schmidt. I did know his name appeared in the Epstein files. It was a dinner invitation, if I remember correctly, or even a couple of dinner invitations. I don't know if he went or not. But I didn't know he was recently in a lawsuit with his ex-girlfriend where she's alleging heinous things like sexual assault, which recently has been ordered by a judge to be settled through arbitration. There are other accusations as well in there, but I actually hadn't heard of that lawsuit before. So even before he went on stage, students weren't extremely excited to have him there, just in light of those things. And then he goes there and immediately starts yapping about AI, yeah, let's get it, that kind of stuff, and just met with a tremendous amount of boos.
You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose, AI will become part of how work is done.
No, Goober, it'll become part of how work is not done by human beings. That is the big thing that we are seeing. Again, I don't want to just keep harping on the data centers, but I will. Data centers give temp jobs during their construction. Once they are completed, even the biggest data center in this country only employs about 150 full-time employees. So they come into these communities, they raise the price of living in the area for the people there because the energy bills go up. Also, Again, I don't want to just regurgitate everything but the water. Everyone already knows this. And then most data centers that aren't the biggest in the country only have like 20 to 25 employees. They're not giving jobs. They are not. They are making living more expensive being around them. And when it comes to AI in businesses outside of that, it is being used as a replacement tool for many jobs that humans have. So it's not giving any new jobs right now, Eric. And even Kevin O'Leary, the galaxy brain intellect that he is, when pressed on it, can't name a single job that it gives. He can only just vaguely talk about this nebulous concept of AI bringing imaginary jobs in wet dreams. Nobody in this industry can explain what jobs AI is going to bring to people, because right now all we are seeing is the jobs it is taking from them. So there, even in his speech, it's not like he's giving any examples of how this is going to actually help people. He's just saying, yep, even if you don't care about science, it's touching everything. Everything is going to be contaminated with AI. So get ready and put a big old smile on that face, because you can rest assured that we're making a lot of money from it. Us, the billionaires, not you guys, don't get it misconstrued. Us, the club that you're not in, by the way. And I feel like I need to mention on the back of what he's spouting here that there is a very real application for AI where it is beneficial to people. And this is one I've yapped about quite a bit, specifically when it comes to the medical field. There is a lot of really good use cases of AI being integrated into medicine and science, where it's not replacing anyone. It is a really helpful tool to help when it comes to things like data collection and looking at all of these things quickly. And we even saw that recent story about a guy who made a personalized medicine, a personalized treatment for his dog. Like, there is a lot of really cool things that AI can be used for that are helpful to people. But what we're mainly seeing is the ham-fisting of AI into everything to justify the unfathomable amounts of money that have been poured into this industry so quickly. So you're seeing AI in things like fucking fast food, with Patty, the AI helper, trying to remind fast food employees to say thank you, and like monitoring employee behavior to ensure they're saying enough thank yous. Like, this is fucking garbage. It is right now in this state where they're just trying to find any ways of squeezing a little bit of clams out of this investment they've made into AI, so they are putting it into everything, and it is inshitifying all of it that it is touching. But that doesn't mean that it always has to be that way. Like I said, I do see a lot of positive things that can come from AI in medicine in particular, but that just doesn't even really seem to be the focus of most of these AI corporations right now. It really does seem like it is being used to try and find ways to save money for these businesses at the expense of human workers, replacing them for cheaper AI alternatives. And that sucks. That's why so many people hate this, and hate when people like Eric Schmidt start preaching about it and start publicly dick-sucking it. Like, he is actually on his hands and knees with AI, one cock in each hand and one in his mouth, going crazy, slurping on AI wiener. And people are tired of it.
If you want to learn something entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own. When someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on. The rocket ship is here. Let me give you some advice.
Just leave the stage! God, this went on for so long, I'm surprised they weren't throwing tomatoes and banana peels at this guy to get him the fuck out of there, man. No one wants to hear your advice when you're up here just pitching AI. He's not making any, good points. It's not a positive message to any of the graduates here at all. This shit just turbo sucks. Eric, leave.
First, find a way to say yes. Listen. You bring the judgment. You bring the conscience. You bring the perspective. I'll give you one final reflection. Happiness, I have come to believe, is not the same as joy. Happiness is derived from meaning. Meaning in your work, meaning in your relationships. Thank you very much and good night.
Holy Toledo, his side profile is indistinguishable from Joe Biden. Like, I really cannot believe how much he looks like him. This could be his fucking body double. But he finally gets some applause when he's leaving, which is what everyone wanted him to do many minutes ago, man. This was awful. Terrible speech. This might be the most amount of boos I've ever seen someone just sit there and face tank. Like, honestly, he would have had less boos if he had fucking ragdolled himself over the podium like that criminal did to the judge one time with, like, the cross body block, that kind of thing. I just don't know why he didn't just call it quits, just say, all right, thank you and good night, minutes ago. The boos were unrelenting, and he never once said anything inspirational. He tries to close it out with something about happiness versus joy, but this is coming from a joyless cyborg. So it falls flat, especially when your whole speech was about the opposite of humans in general, about AI counterparts coming for everything and why they need to be positively receptive to it, and like 2 thumbs way up about it. So that messaging doesn't work, Eric. Not from you. Not on the back of everything you were yapping about. Just actually a terrible speech. And good on the students for just making it known. I think these kind of vampires deserve to be publicly shamed, met with boos out the wazoo every time they open their fucking mouth about this garbage. Just the public shaming of it, I think, is actually a valuable service. So anyway, just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So yeah. Good news for Scream fans, there's a new movie out. Bad news for anyone who likes good movies, it's not a good one. It's here though. Scream 7. The disgust you felt watching me do that is about how disgusted you'll be wasting your time and money watching this film. Most people don't like this movie. Most of the reviews aren't overly positive. I just watched it. I'm also in that camp now. I didn't find a whole lot to like about it. We're just going to dive right in, get into the weeds. So here's your spoiler warning. The best part of this film is the first 15 minutes. The scene that you see plastered on the trailers, that is by far the best content in the film. It's the intro, where you have 2 people in a house, and it's, the house, and guess what? Ghostface is there and he kills them. And it's actually pretty tense. It's also pretty charming. Like, you actually care more about those 2 characters in that house than any of the other characters that you spend the rest of the movie with. They did a better job making you care about those 2, connect with them, and actually root for them than any of the other characters you see from that point forward. Every character that you meet outside of, the core characters of Sydney and Gale, and here's your big spoiler, but I'm sure most of you have probably already seen this because it got leaked before the film came out. Stu, played by Matthew Lillard, also makes an appearance in this movie. Outside of these 3 characters, everyone else that you meet is the biggest throwaway nothing burger of just generic writing ever that just ticks off boxes of buzzwords without ever exploring anything about these characters, and you get actually nothing. They are just meat balloons waiting to be popped by the ghost face killer. That's it. Even Sydney's daughter, Tatum, the relationship between Sydney and Tatum is hardly explored. Now Sydney's an overprotective parent, Tatum kind of resents her for that, and now she's kind of rebellious, but they never actually even really talk or connect through a shared experience until the very end, kind of. It's just all of a sudden, Mom, this is really fucked up stuff you've been through, and now that I've been subjected to it, man, I really get why you were so protective all these years. It's oh, okay. But that resolved. But there's never anything built up with any of these characters or their relationships to one another. And every character that is introduced in this film, every new character, I shit you not, is here solely to be killed. You get nothing of substance with them. They get killed, and some of the kills are actually pretty decent. Especially in the tavern, there's a couple moments in there that was oh, that was a really silly kill, but self-aware silly. But the character that dies, you probably don't even remember the fucking name of. They are the most... they have one character trait. For example, Lucas is the creepy guy. He's obsessed with horror films and the story of Sidney Prescott, so could he be Ghostface? Or is he just a obsessed weirdo guy? And then they also introduce 2 new characters that are working with Gale, and they're reporters, and they're into true crime and stuff, so they're investigating all of this. And they're doing like it could be Tatum's boyfriend. Or it could be creepy guy, but creepy guy, maybe a little too obvious. Creepy guy loves this a little too much. Maybe creepy guy could be Ghostface, that kind of thing where it's supposed to be self-aware, but it's very clearly written by a 60-year-old man who clearly has no idea how people actually talk, so it's just really embarrassing and cringe to listen to. But anyway, like every character that gets introduced has one personality trait, and it is all they do. And that's it. You get nothing else. They hardly interact with each other, and when they do, it's very stiff and very bland, and then they die. And like I said, some of the kills are interesting, but that's all they do is just die. So this whole film is just, here's a kill in a sequence that isn't really intense. The sequences aren't that intense outside of the first 15 minutes. That ends with a kill that may be satisfying, or maybe it's just they got stabbed and died. There's a couple of those. But like, Ghostface racks up quite a kill count here. The KD ratio went ballistic, and yet not a single kill felt like it mattered at all. Because also, the main characters, like Tatum, forget about all of her friends. All of her friends die. They are brutally murdered. And she actually even witnessed her boyfriend getting stabbed to death. And she basically forgets all about it by the time the credits roll, and even drops like a hard one-liner saying, "I'm Sidney fucking Prescott's daughter." It's like, okay, wow, this was quite a turnaround. What about all your friends and your boyfriend that has all been murdered? Like, I guess, whatever, we'll wipe her ass with that, I guess. It's just crazy how little they actually tried with any character in this movie at all. And I think it's important to have characters that you actually want to see survive. Otherwise, you're just watching a montage of kills and sequences that aren't exactly amazing most of the time, and nothing else. There's really just nothing of substance here. Anyway, though, I mentioned Matthew Lillard makes a return to this film. Kind of. This movie has some baffling decisions. Like, actually, shockingly dogshit ones. So one of the things is AI. And the way Matthew Lillard reprises his role as Stu is, you know, in the trailer where it says, "Oh, I'm not hiding, Sidney, not this time." Well, in the film, he then follows it up with a FaceTime call, and it's Stu. It's Matthew Lillard as Stu talking to her. So then the question becomes, is someone deepfaking this? Or is Stu really alive? So then her and Gail start investigating, and they're starting to piece the puzzle together. They go to an insane asylum because one of the Ghostface killers that they actually were able to kill, Gail hit him with a car, like literally a joke moment where Gail just flattens this fucking guy. They get out and they're like, "Oh, vehicular manslaughter. Didn't expect that today." They just murdered a guy. It was Ghostface, obviously, but they kill this guy, they unmask him, and everyone just goes, "Who the fuck is that?" And it's just some escaped psychotic guy from the loony bin who, I guess, just out of nowhere decided he wanted to kill Sidney Prescott and her family, kill the daughter, kill the husband, kill everyone as Ghostface. So they tie it back to the insane asylum, the ward, and that's when they talk to one of the guys there who's like, "Oh yeah, no, that guy, he was a bad guy, but he was also friends with that guy on your phone you just showed me a picture of. That's John." So now they're like, "Oh my god, Stu's really alive, it's John." But they're also still not entirely convinced, so Tatum, her boyfriend, forgot his name, Ben? It might be Ben. I don't know, it's either Ben or fucking Jerichomo or something, I have no idea. It shows what a good job this movie did of making you actually pay attention to these characters or care about them. But they've said multiple times that this guy, her boyfriend, is really good with technology, so it could be him deep-faking Stu, because it's really unlikely Stu's still alive. And then Tatum even discovers that he was deep-faking himself as Stu, and he's like, "Wait, no, I can explain, babe. I was just seeing if the technology can do that, if it's even possible," and she beats him with a laptop. Turns out, wasn't him. He really was just seeing if it was AI. He dies in the next scene. Completely worthless. Again, completely worthless. And every single time these characters are together, it's a battle of who can make the dumbest decisions fastest. So all these characters, all of her friends, and even like the investigative reporters that work with Gail, when they are interacting with the group of friends, they all just make the worst decisions and even call out how stupid their decisions are while making them right before dying. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make it better. It's still just annoying to watch. It's so tropey, and at this point, it's just lazy. Like, you know it's lazy, but you don't care. You're just fucking sending it. Like, you're insulting the intelligence of the audience. It doesn't make up for trash. It's crazy how dumb the decisions are. For example, like, Tatum. when she's getting ganked by Ghostface and her mom's on the phone. It's like, you gotta shoot him through the wall, shoot him now. And she shoots him a bunch and he goes down. Well, she then, like, unblockades the door and goes out to try and finish the job. And then that's when she gets captured. But it's like, why did you bother doing that? You just saw shooting him through the wall worked. If you want to finish him off, just keep shooting him through the wall, I guess. Just dump the mag. You don't have to go out there and put yourself in danger again. And in the theater, the entire auditorium just sighed collectively when she started moving, like, the furniture away from the door to go out there. Because it was just very obvious what was going to happen next. And, like, decisions like that happen constantly in this movie. Constantly. Now, anyway, by far the worst moment of this film is the ending. The entire ending. Like, the last 10-ish minutes or so. Actually, it's closer to 20 because the villain gives an extremely long-winded monologue, because it turns out it was 3 Ghostface killers, and you don't know fucking anything about any of them. They are random people. So, one of them is the guy from the asylum that got hit by the car, and it turns out he was friends with 2 other people in that asylum. A woman and a man. The guy I don't remember the name of, but he was like an employee there, and they befriended each other. And then loved Stab, which plays a crucial role in here, because half of this film is dedicated to just regurgitating everything that happened in previous Scream films, just lore dropping everything that happened. So even if you've never seen a Scream film, you probably know scene for scene, bar for bar, what happened in Scream 1, because they do not shut the fuck up about it and just dropping all this nostalgia bait and everything, and even making a mention of, yeah, you know, if I was making a new slasher film, I would be doing a lot of nostalgia baiting. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what this whole film has been. That doesn't make it better. There's still nothing here. Like, they even call it out and still do it. It's so annoying. It's not meta. It's just lazy. Anyway, though, this guy's going through, like, how much they love the, you know, Stab, everything that happened with the Prescott story. And then the other friend is Jessica, who's actually Sydney's neighbor, a family friend. And it turns out she had an abusive husband and became obsessed with the story of Sidney Prescott through, like, her book and everything. And eventually worked up the courage to kill her husband, and then resented Sidney because she didn't go to New York and thought she was, like, you know, weak for it. And then she became just crazy and checked herself into an asylum where she met the other 2. And they cooked up this plan to basically make Sydney 2.0, or, you know, kill Sydney, that kind of thing. It's a stupid fucking conclusion where they reveal the killers. It was very, very awful. And I also think most people are going to guess that the guy at the insane asylum that they meet, who was like a weirdo briefly, where he talked about John, I think most people will be like, yeah, that guy's probably in on it in some way. Because they made that pretty fucking obvious, but I don't think anyone will expect how stupid it is. And it turns out, prior to working at that asylum, he was like a Google engineer or something with AI, which is how he was deep-faking Stu's face onto his videos and Jessica's videos that they were interacting with Sydney on. It sucks, man. And also, there's a big point about you have to shoot them in the head. That's what Sydney keeps telling the Tatum, her daughter. Shoot them in the head. Because if you don't, they're like zombies. They always survive. And that happens actually 3 times, I think, of them getting shot everywhere but the head, and then they just disappear and they're still alive. So they act like they are literally zombies. Movie sucks. The movie's just not very good. Like I said, the first 15 minutes, I actually was very surprised that anyone was like shitting on this film, because like, this is a very solid 15 minutes. I'm really enjoying this so far. And then after that, it became very clear the big problem with this movie. All the problems became very clear. And I'm just shocked that this is the film they released, to be honest, because Scream's always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched the Scream movie and been like, damn, that was terrible. Until this one. This one really had me go, damn, that just wasn't very good. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
And
stop looking for
I
love.
want to love someone for everything they are.
Stop looking for love at Geek Love. Ryan just makes pussy and dick meet. He doesn't make hearts connect. He's just here for sex.
I don't know how to word it without sounding dumb.
Girls.
Guys.
Okay.
Are there any serial killers in there?
There could be.
Yeah, it's Comic-Con, yeah. You're never far from either a
But
serial
I'm not that
pedophile
weird,
or a killer?
And I would like turtles. I love
Uh-oh.
Ninja Turtles, like Leonardo here. I am dressing up for the con. I'm going to be Robin, and I made my own
Wait,
costume
that's
and
not
everything.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh my god, it's adorable.
I love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
because
That's why
I
I'm
would
going
like
as
someone
New York
that I could share my
Giants
life with,
quarterback
and
Tony
participate
Romo.
in things without
Or
saying and
Eli
stuff,
Manning.
Feeling foolish.
Are you gonna try
I blew it. My sports knowledge isn't what it
I
used to
don't know,
be.
I can't flirt. I'm awful.
Girl.
Just look how charismatic Ryan is, man. What a guy! Holy fuck, everyone loved Star Wars in 2011. This was before Star Wars got killed by Disney, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Down life to a lot of people. If a girl can't be part
Weird
of
picture.
that, then
It's a
she's
weird
not
one.
Gonna be part of my life. And it
I
has
put my
caused
picture on top of
relationships
Brendan Fraser's face in The Mummy when he's kissing the girl.
nothing, man. What's up?
That way it makes it look like I'm doing
Star
it.
Wars costume.
All right, we're good to go.
Oh, a man's in a fucking biker jacket. Shit.
All right, does everybody understand what's going on?
Girls love bikers.
Your dates are about to...
Hey, Naruto.
I'm a Mandalorian from Star Wars. Mandalorian.
Hey,
It's like Boba
whoa,
Fett.
wait.
So do you
I
like
thought I
Star Wars at
recognized
all?
that, but maybe not.
Do
That
you
guy
like Star
wins.
Wars at all?
Star Wars never really hit me that much when I was a kid.
Ooh, ooh. No!
Hit me that much when I was a kid.
It's Alex! What? Oh, okay, so I realize probably a lot of you are pretty unfamiliar with the established Geek Love lore if you weren't here for the last Geek Love stream. Alex was the one that started all of this for us. So, Alex was in the 2014, or 2013 reboot, I guess. Like the new DC universe for Geek Love. He's a brony. So he must be cruising with Ryan, like in his posse. Going like across country Comic-Con doing the speed dates. That's fucking awesome. Fuck yeah, Alex, alright. I like that. That's a go-getter attitude right there.
Next.
Oh, Jesus. Well, that sounds like Alex right there. Yikes.
On to the next date.
Fun.
It's a really great costume. You must be so hot.
Well, thank you, I am.
You know what?
Ooh, that didn't land at all.
Arrogant.
I'm sure you get stopped all the time by all the guys.
That didn't work. It was a good try though.
So confident.
Second favorite is Donatello, though.
He sounds like Captain Hugzo. Hugs a lot. What from Toy Story 3? Who the fuck is it?
Looking forward to the 3D one.
Hugs a Captain. I can't tell if that's Joey or someone that works at Dunder Mifflin. What? It looks like the guy from the old Sprint commercials. The "Can you hear me now" guy. Are you sure? It's like a picture of Sasquatch. I don't think that's Joey. I don't think it's Joey.
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh really? Is that where like the Amish live?
Yes, this is where the Amish live.
Someone nice. Is,
She's not wrong.
like,
That
the most
entire
important
state
thing
is
for
flooded
me.
with Amish people. I saw a lot of horse and carriages.
Do you want to do like lunch?
And I saw them cheating on their religion by eating at a buffet and using cell phones, so they're kind of like pseudo-Amish.
I don't want either of them to feel awkward. By the way,
Oh, then you shouldn't be there, you know?
know each other. Isn't that what a date is? I don't.
Well, it's not a date since you're here, Mom.
Am I making?
Oh, you ruined it. Oh, and now he doesn't know what to do.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm David Moulton.
I'm Carolyn Mansager.
He looks like he could be the dad of her.
Pleasure to see you again. Do you want to walk around the floor upstairs?
I didn't realize, like, the giant age difference.
I'm gonna follow the two of you if that's okay.
So that's fine with me, yeah.
Like, they look like two parents with their daughter at Comic-Con.
My mom is. And I would allow you to call her.
Oh, hey, high five. Can I doggy style her in your guest room? Yeah.
I should go over there.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be there, that's for sure. Oh god, I hate the blue ball you like this. You finally got Venom cornered with the Cloblin. But I'm ready to get back into Geek Love. Holy shit. Was that made out of tinfoil? I know. Fuck it, I'll fucking reignite Geek Love. I'll fucking travel the country doing geek speed dating rooms. This shit is, like, not only fun, like, it's unironically uplifting and cute. This is like a great show.
I work at GameStop. I tried going into the.
Do you guys remember when GameStop existed in any meaningful capacity?
But the girls weren't.
Rest in peace, GameStop, if you're in the chat.
I'm not one of those.
You look like you could be a lax, bro. I could easily see him playing lacrosse. Turning me away at a house party because I didn't bring enough girls.
I'm looking for...
That's a good deal. Wait, he looks kind of cool. He's like Surfer Bro Iron Man. What the fuck? I want that. My hair's almost long enough to hang out the back.
If I can do a Chewbacca mating call.
You see women start sledgehammering his walls to get in there because they heard the mating call.
You know, Gerald's one of the better Chewies I've heard. It could either go
Every time it makes him wet.
You know, bust right out, hey, I can do the Wookiee. I would save it for a second date.
No, fuck no. Don't listen to him. Gerald, just keep that Wookiee shit coming full throttle.
Mostly I'm a Star Wars fan. Yeah.
Well, that's no quicker way to make an internet nerd these days get erect and ask if they like anime.
Just that much more like...
Come on, Iron Man. Come on, baby.
And it looks great. Well, I was like, I'm going Iron Man.
I love Iron Man, so...
Hey, wait, this is Mary.
Him when he walked in, and he was super cute.
Mary's just cruising the Comic Cons for speed dating, isn't she? She's been waiting for him.
Nice. And maybe I could even introduce her to Han Solo, my best friend.
That's a weird thing to say, unless that's what you call your wiener or something, but even then that's super weird to name your wiener Han Solo. Because that just means you jerk off alone.
I really like Robin.
Hey! Nice! Hey! Hey! It didn't work out though, because Mary comes back looking for more geeky men in the next episode, so Iron Man didn't do it for her, but he tried, I guess.
That sucks. It doesn't feel good.
Can someone give my boy Gerald an over-the-pants handjob or something? That's a rough one. Oh, and another good-looking girl right in his mouth. Oh, Gerald.
Please leave.
Gerald, just give her the Wookiee. Hit her with the Wookiee.
Thank you very much, guys. She's really good at video games.
I'll own you.
What?
I'll take you out.
I didn't know you were a comedian.
Oh, she's gonna epic troll-style pwn you, man.
That's super cool that she has a sense of humor.
That's a deal breaker. Don't let her beat you at Fortnite.
That's so cool.
Or it's 2011. Don't let her beat you at Call of Duty.
I was so hungry, and now I'm like,
Like, wow.
no.
Yeah, it's typically what food will do to you. Once you start eating it, you stop being hungry.
I didn't check Twitter.
It's typically
I didn't
how
check
that works.
Facebook. I literally didn't care what's again. Also, have a good time.
Yeah.
Wow, they're only 5 minutes apart. That's super convenient.
I think I actually.
I can already hear the booty or see the booty call texts. My TARDIS is needing company.
Like I'm an ape or something.
I'll hop in my Rick and Morty time portal.
Okay.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
I'll see you.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Mary and the Boy Wonder.
I love Mortal Kombat.
Did I tell you I work at GameStop?
No, that's awesome.
It's not awesome.
Oh my god.
Little do they know, in 5 years after this airs, GameStop is basically extinct. It's like Blockbuster, but for nerds.
I had a wonderful time, Saul.
If the date went so well, why does she come back? Ah!
Ooh, red lips.
What now?
But something must have gone awry because in the second episode, Mary comes back. So I don't know what went wrong, but... What's the big difference between AI and my height? AI is still growing. And most people recognize that a lot of jobs that exist today won't exist in the next handful of years because AI will replace them, and companies are being pretty forward about that. There's plenty of signs about, the corporate direction here and the role AI is going to play and the effect it's going to have on the workforce. But what a lot of people still don't fully understand is even if somehow your job survives the initial purge, your life is still directly being affected by AI's existence in a negative way, such as electronics prices getting higher and higher, most recently the RAM crisis that hasn't even fully set in yet, by the way, and already seeing an explosion in price there. But even outside of that, as data centers become more and more common, as more and more get installed, the price of just living in the area is going to go up, and we're already seeing that in communities that have data centers going up, where water, electricity, all of that, their price has started to increase exponentially because of data centers. So even just being in proximity to AI as it becomes even bigger is a net negative on your life in terms of being able to live it or own things or pay for things that you previously had no problems paying for. But also, outside of that, not even your gooning is safe. AI filters have gotten so good that now anybody can pretend to be a hot babe, holy honkers, big big-titted online influencer that's influencing the nut right out of your sack, and you're none the wiser to it actually not being a human being there. It's all AI. Or in some cases, a dude with the AI filters on as well as a voice changer. That's another thing that's become very common so far since this has gotten so sophisticated. But oftentimes on Instagram in particular, it's just fully AI, no actual human being there. And they're making tons and tons of money, tens of thousands of dollars per month based on some of the reports I've seen from these individuals, as well as some of these are even like small businesses that are just pumping out AI women on Instagram to make money. I saw the real-time AI filter on Twitter. That shit's crazy. Which one? There's a bunch of them right now. I imagine it was probably this one. This one I think is the big one. You're gonna be squeezing your hog to this pretty soon, and you'll never even know. Meanwhile, our boy here's gonna be raking in all the doubloons. But this is big now. I've seen quite a few of these. Still very easy to tell, though. Not really. Not at all, actually. Imagine just in a small face cam on stream, you would have no idea this would be an AI avatar. He will absolutely just be using an AI voice filter. You'd have no clue. You'd have to really, really, really be getting into the weeds of it to try and spot anything. It's very, very tough. My 50-year-old coworker subbed to like 6 OnlyFans girls. This will destroy him. I'm pretty sure it's bannable on OnlyFans to do AI creators there, but if you just shit out like 100 of them, it doesn't matter how many get banned as long as you can just have a few of them last long enough to get the money out of it. It's really big on Instagram right now. AI Instagram influencers are making tons of money. Like, here's one of them that has 550k, Emily Pellegrini. But this one is at least disclosing that it's an AI influencer. Some of the other really successful ones don't do that. I don't know, Emily Pellegrini AI lady. But there are so many. Kind of obvious that it's AI, right? To some people. And in some ways. But not all the time. This one will absolutely be hard for people to find out. And in some of the other videos I saw of this, the hair moves like 1-to-1. It's like really very difficult. Especially when you consider that the way this will be used is just on like normal streams or like TikTok lives where it's going to be much tougher. Dolan made a video on an AI music artist that signed a $3 million deal. I know, I covered that same story. And it's not a music artist, by the way. That implies that there's like an actual art to it. It's just AI drivel. Signed a $3 million record deal. I went to a marketing conference and AI influencers are going to kill influencer jobs. All the big brands will just make a character do whatever they want. It won't happen overnight, but that is something I've talked about as well. Why would a brand even work with a human being for like a brand deal? It's expensive and you can't control everything they say or how they talk about it. A brand will most likely just invest like very tiny amount of resources, like a matter of $100 or $200 to just do an AI avatar to promote their product. Absolutely. That is definitely coming soon. Yeah, they're already doing that. It's fucked. Who's doing that right now? Give me a brand. I want to check it out. I didn't know it had already started. The only ones I know are the TikTok AI influencer farms that I was just briefly mentioning, where they just have AI like this endlessly on loop shilling products. Oh, that's what you're talking about, the AI live sellers. Yeah. I know about that. I thought you were talking... I'm talking about, like, big brands are going to do it, too. Like, I think Coke will probably be one of the first ones to do that. Coke loves their AI-generated ads. I'm sure they'll just start partnering with... I'm sure they will stop partnering with any real people for their advertising. They'll just do AI for it. Here's an article, though, on the AI live sellers. I don't know if it has the collage that I've been trying to find. Wow, what is this fucking URL link? Holy shit. AI virtual sales avatars are transforming live stream e-commerce by outperforming humans with 24/7 real-time demonstrations and higher conversion rates. AI-powered tools grow more sophisticated. Concerns about job security among workers have been rising. However, certain professions still appear to be safe, like sales, where the human touch, charisma, and conversational skills remain essential. Sales domain, nonetheless, might be experiencing a transformative phase. In China, AI-powered avatars are increasingly being leveraged for product sales over live streams, as reported by Wired. Notably, these virtual entities are beginning to surpass their human counterparts in performance. Case in point is Japanese electronics firm Brother, which has adopted virtual salespeople in China, where live streams serve as a popular and effective vehicle for product sales. Within just 2 hours of deployment, Brother's AI avatar secured 2,500 in printer sales, representing a 30% enhancement over traditional live stream sales. These avatars are crafted by Shanghai's marketing agency Pilter Firm and have been unleashed across significant e-commerce platforms like Taobao and Pinduoduo, where they promote an array of products from office devices to typical consumer goods. This is a bit of an older article, I imagine. Yeah, 2025 August. As of like 2 months ago, I've seen the AI sellers are now just big on TikTok. This is what all our RAM is being used for. Pointless shit. Pointless shit? What do you mean? They're selling fucking fake products to fake people using fake people to make fucking imaginary money. This is a requirement for a civilized and, functioning society. The AI influencers will also try to sell you courses to become an AI influencer too. That one is adorable. It's not the AI influencers. What you'll see oftentimes is people like trying to hawk a course on how you can make your own AI e-commerce shilling avatar, as if it's something hard to do. As if it's not something anybody on the fucking planet with access to the internet can do right now. Shameless. It's so shameless. What percentage of people do you think care about stuff like this? I would hope it's high, but it's probably not. I know people like to pretend that, it's not a lot of people that care about this. It's just people online, terminally online. That's just not true. Your average everyday layman is not thrilled about this shit either, because it is literally directly affecting people's lives right now. My mom and dad are like the least online people imaginable. My mom, I went to dinner with them tonight. My mom was even talking about how, like, she just recently learned how to scan things to get rid of her fax machine. These are not online people, but one thing that we always bring up when we talk is about how fucking terrified they are of AI and how much they hate AI. Like, it is a very normal perspective that actual people have about AI being really not good right now. So I think that is a sentiment shared by a lot of people, not just those online. Once the data centers go online and the electric bills go up, shit will get crazy. Oh, and you're already seeing that. We watched, not too long ago, a short news segment on a town that just got a data center installed, and they just completely lost access to water from time to time because of it. Which, of course, they're pissed about. It's nobody, no real human being wants this. And the ones that think they do, they're going to soon learn they don't, when the data centers get installed and everything gets more expensive around them. Oh, here's a nice little segment on it. But this one's only focusing on the China AI live selling. I'd love to find the one for TikTok.
Taking over pop culture in videos like this.
It's basically just like this, though, to be fair.
These are AI clones of human live streamers, built to host shows by themselves. Is this what the future of online shopping looks like?
It is. It 100% is, but not just online shopping. Shopping anywhere, anything. The future of literally fucking everything, unfortunately. We'll see how bad ChatGPT usage drops off since they're introducing ads in the US. Wait, what? A piece of AI news I haven't heard? Wait, is that real? Are they actually doing that? Here's something from OpenAI. Our approach to advertising and expanding access to ChatGPT. No way. No way. Let me read. Okay, what the fuck? Why is it? Did they just take the article down? Oh, there we go. AI is reaching a point where everyone can have a personal super assistant that helps them learn and do almost anything. Who gets access to that level of intelligence will shape whether AI expands opportunity or reinforces the same divides. Hey, also, by the way, brother, this has existed for a while. It's called Google. Just going on your cell phone and researching things yourself. Like, you can do that right now and have been able to for a couple decades. But the difference is, now you'll never even bother diving into things, so oftentimes you'll just get fed wrong shit and learn how to do nothing. It's very cool, actually. We've been working to make powerful AI accessible to everyone through our free product and low-cost subscription tier, ChatGPT Go, which has launched in 171 countries since August. Today we're bringing Go to the US and everywhere ChatGPT is available, giving people expanded access to messaging, image creation, file uploads, and memory for $8 a month. In the coming weeks, we're also planning to start testing ads in the US. Yeah! For the free and Go tiers, so more people can benefit from our tools with fewer usage limits or without having to pay. Plus, Pro, Business, and Enterprise subscriptions will not include ads. Wow, that's so sweet. That's so nice. I'm sure eventually these will start to get some ads, though. They won't just be free users that get to have all the fun. I mean, there's so many people now that will just switch to Gemini or DeepSeek. Until they do the same thing, man. All of these fucking companies are so parasitic. Once ChatGPT proves that people will just sit there and mindlessly watch ads like the good little drones they are, everyone else is going to follow suit. You see Jeff Bezos about renting computers. I forgot to look into that. Did he actually say that he wants people to be renting computers? Which, by the way, is nothing new. We're kind of going in that direction where you won't even own your fucking computer anymore. It'll all just be cloud computation and shit, and you're renting your devices. Let me see. I see a bunch of articles on it. That's not going to laugh. Jeff Bezos believes AI will force you to rent your PC from the cloud, and the RAM crisis is accelerating it. Yippee! Renting computers! You can't even own them now! NZXT already offers computers for rent. Oh, I know, that's why I said this is nothing new. Pitching local PCs for subscription-based cloud computing. In an interview with the New York Times, Bezos talks about how AI is the main focus at Amazon. Shocked! I'm shocked! That's hardly a surprise, seeing as every company is doubling down on incorporating artificial intelligence into their products, apps, services, and more these days. But the real kicker comes in when Bezos mentioned a brewery he visited, and this company had to build its own power station to improve the efficiency of their brewery with electricity. Since there was no power grid, they had to build their own form of electricity. At the time, that's what everyone did. If a hotel wanted electricity, they had their own electric generator. I looked at this and I thought, this is what computation is like today. Everyone has their own data center. Interestingly, he continued to say, that's not going to last. It makes no sense. You're going to buy compute off the grid. That's AWS. That comment was said in 2024, and today it rings more true than ever. Oh, so this isn't even new. Renting everything is on the table. Man, you could fucking rent burritos with Klarna. You remember that? Fucking just put that shit on Klarna. Pay it back later. The fuck they gonna do if I don't pay it? Reach into my stomach and take it? Yeah, I don't know, man. Who's to say? Well, I think we don't even need to worry about spending in the future. AI will just do everything for us.
Mm-hmm, they've got that covered.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Money won't even exist in the future. It'll all just be AI tokens to ChatGPT and Gemini. Yesterday I made a video clowning on some trash content, and today it was like Harry Potter when he got accepted to Hogwarts, with the amount of like emails and letters that I've got about other equally garbage slime out there that's popping off on TikTok, because there are so many zombie homunculi that are just addicted to attention and desperate for it at any cost.
It's good. Yum, 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 pizza, pizza.
Yeah, thank you. Pizza.
Pizza, pizza, pizza.
Pizza!
Yes, bro. Yes, sir. Have a good day, Brody. Hey, bro. Cheese pizza.
Thank you.
Yeah, for the homeless.
For the homeless.
Yeah.
feeding pizza laced with laxatives to the homeless. Just a good old-fashioned biological warfare prank. I mean, who hasn't done that one before? That one's as old as, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Just a good old harmless prank. Now, I don't know if he actually laced these pizzas with laxatives, or if he's just lying about it for attention, but if he actually did do that, he should be in jail. 1000%, this is a crime. Now, I know internet influencers are addicted to exploiting the homeless for content, like this guy from back in the day who actually received a 15-month prison sentence for filling an Oreo with toothpaste and feeding it to a homeless man. And what this douchebag here is doing with the laxative pizzas is arguably even more cruel. Again, I have no idea if he actually did that or if that's just to, like, I don't know, rage bait people into checking out his dog shit account. I'm not positive, and there'd be no way to find out either because it would be hard to follow up here to see if anyone actually did end up, shitting their brains out. And even if he comes forward and says, like, oh no, this is all a bunch of horse hockey, I made it up for attention, he could just be lying and covering his own ass, since if he does say, like, no, I really did lace these pizzas and give them to homeless people, he could probably face real punishment. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So even if he tries to shut that shit down, saying like he didn't actually do that, it's, horseradish, there still just is a very good chance he did, and he's just trying to save himself here while panicking, realizing that what he's done is literally like a fucking crime.
Shout out here, homie. Boop, boop, boop. Fly!
Excuse me. How you feeling, big dog? You want some pizza?
Thank you.
Anytime. Appreciate it.
Pizza!
Have a great day. Like it? You go.
Shout out Arizona.
Can I get some more stuff? You want a plate? Pizza. I don't want your dollar, man. I want to get some pizza. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Here you go. Of course, you want one more slice? Take a bite. Enjoy it, man.
The way that he talks to them is just infuriating as well. He talks to them like they're animals. He's treating them like dogs. Oh, you want some pizza? And actually dangles it in front of his face. Oh, yum, 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 pizza, pizza, pizza. I hate this guy. This guy super sucks. This pizza terrorist is just an insufferable piece of shit, man. I can't even fathom being this much of a heartless, hollow, attention-seeking little worm that you would actually do some garbage like this. Just exploiting the most vulnerable people, feeding them a laxative-laced pizza knowing that they probably haven't eaten too much in that day, just to torture them for your content. He's genuinely just like a little mosquito, but I thought this was just so over-the-top cruel that I have to make fun of him. And I want to show you a couple more of his pranks, because that's all he does. He goes out into society to make it worse. He is just this big fucking plague that sweeps through and just thrives off others' misery while being an extremely cringe douchebag.
I got a free type of pizza. It's for the homeless.
It's like some pizza for homeless? If you wait till 9 o'clock, I give you the rest pizza for the homeless.
For homeless?
Yeah.
What, bro?
Well, let me tell you something. I'm a nice guy. I'm not gonna do it all the time, yeah?
Yeah,
I
I
just
put
let
it.
you know, okay? It's a hot and crispy steak.
Oh, for the homeless, bro. Thank you, bro. What? Yo, shout out you, bro.
Alright.
Yeah. Free pizza! Fuck the homeless!
What an angel. This guy's really a saint. So, something he likes to do is the free pizza method, he calls it, where he goes into restaurants and pretends that the food that he's ordering is for homeless people, so he tries to get it for free. So in this one here, this pizza spot gave him this pie for free, apparently, because they believed that he was going to be giving it out to homeless people. They even dap up. It seems like they were really excited, like, oh, what a nice young man who's about to go out there and help some homeless people. We'd love to give you a free pizza for that, to support something so nice. And then he just eats it for himself, goes into the lot there screaming, fuck the homeless. Wow. Truly outstanding stuff. Now, I did a little super sleuthing here. I went full-blown fucking LARPing as a detective because that pizza box looked similar to the pizza box you could briefly see in a couple of the clips from the laxative pizza thing. I don't know if it's the same box because there are some differences, and the pizzas that he gave out as the laxative pizza ones, I don't see in the box when they open it in the store. So I don't think it's the same box of pizza that he used as the laxative pizza box. So, to me, that makes it even more convincing that he actually did do a laxative pizza giveaway to the homeless, especially when he's celebrating the misfortune of homeless people and how it benefited him. You can see some eaten slices of pizza with only the crust left, and there's, I think, 3 slices there, and none of those 3 slices are the ones that were visible that he gave to the homeless people, and so I think that was entirely different. But I do believe he did actually give one of these slices to another guy, and he uses this guy at the end of basically all of his videos.
Free pizza! Fuck the homeless! Free pizza! 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 Pizza!
Now, outside of poisoning homeless people, he also loves to do the standard insufferable prankster shtick of making fast food workers and restaurant employees miserable, treating them as props, not human beings, to exploit for content. You can't have a prankster without making employees of restaurants miserable. These two things go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Hello. See the bowls, bro? The bowls? The bowls? Yeah. What's up? What's up, bro?
You making it?
What's up, bro? Yeah.
You gotta wait for the guy over there.
I got you.
What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl.
Yeah, why?
Okay.
Get out. What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl, bro.
You don't work here. That's not funny. That's not funny. Get out.
What, bro? I'm making a bowl, bro.
I don't care. Why are you back here?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm confused, bro.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
Oh my good golly, how devious. He went back there and made himself a bowl. Wow, so brave and tough. Man, that's incredible work. Now, I know this one isn't exclusive to just him. This was a bit of a trend on TikTok for a little while where pranksters would just go behind the counter and get their own fast food and all that, which, from what I understand, is a huge nuisance to the employees there, because then they have to like swap everything out because, well, it could have been a problem if they didn't. Especially in the case of a dangerous asshole like this, who apparently fed laxative-laced pizza to homeless people. So who's to say he didn't just start poisoning the food here at this Chipotle? It's just so fucking stupid, man. I actually don't know how anyone found this entertaining at all, because there's not even like a joke there or anything. The joke is literally, he's doing something he's not supposed to. Ha ha ha.
My hand, Dad! Bro, my hand is gone! Help me! Bro, help my hand! It's gone!
What to do?
What, bro? Call them, my hand is gone! Where's my hand at? Guys, let me find my hand.
Yeah.
Where is it?
When he's not just directly impeding people's ability to just go about their day, he's then doing this kind of like baby shit where he's like, where's my hand? And making a silly voice with it. That's his comedy.
Oh, yeah. Wait, these can fit my feet?
Huh?
You can fit my feet?
What size is those? This might be too big.
No.
Sure you wear 15?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let me see.
Can I just try them on first to see if they fit my feet?
No, that's gonna be too big, man.
What do you mean?
Bro, this is size 10.
Bro, I wear 15.
No, 15 too big. That's way too big.
I want a size 15, bro.
You want a size 10?
15.
You want? All right, here, I'll let you try it on.
This guy's nice.
It's gonna be too big. I'm letting you know now, but
I'm not exaggerating. When he's not like directly harassing people or like getting in their way and being a huge fucking nuisance, this is what he's doing. Just being extremely annoying. Literally doing like baby talk. Well, not even baby talk. He's actually just putting on goofy voice and being dumb. That's not even entertaining or anything. It's genuinely just completely useless, baffling mumbo jumbo. It's just such a fucking loser. This guy is just such a loser.
Excuse me, sir. You have my fuck. Can I put this right here real quick? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Why are you putting it in my cart?
No, because like I have a finger problems. Like.
Oh, okay. Well, what am I going to do with them?
Can you put it back in my hand for me real quick, please?
Just put it in your arm. Like that.
Thank you, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you.
Now this one's very creative, actually. This one's clever. He's pretending he's got a finger problem, so that way he can do this to everyone in the store. That's really naughty. Oh my goodness. And he's so big and tough that he loves to target elderly people, just like all of the other awesome pranksters out there. Just a swell gentleman all around, harassing fast food employees, targeting the elderly for these garbage-ass disrespectful pranks, targeting the homeless for a little pizza terrorism. Man, what a guy.
The cucumbers?
What is your deal, dude?
The cucumbers.
Yeah, I see you have cucumbers. I also see you throwing me the bird.
No, I have a finger problem. I'm sorry. It's a finger issue. I'm sorry about that. The bread?
Uh-huh.
The bread?
What are you doing, man?
The bread?
I can see you recording, okay? Come on. Put your finger down. Move on.
Sorry about that, man.
Move on.
That last guy just dressed him down right there and spanked his bottom. He's like, yeah, I see you recording. This shit is embarrassing. Put your fingers down and move on. Get away from me. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And you could actually see him take his fingers away. I'm surprised he left that in there because he just looks like a huge bitch here. He's very tough when it comes to the homeless and the elderly, but the second some guy like actually calls him out directly to his face, he fucking deflates and like shrinks into himself into fetal position.
You good, bro? Bro, you're not gonna call the cops, bro. Fine, bro.
Oh my goodness, another gut buster here. He goes into the Planet Fitness snarling. He goes in there like a feral beast, making weird noises and running around a little bit. Holy, what a prank. This guy sucks, man. He's just such a fucking loser. I had to make fun of this guy. And if he actually did feed homeless people laxative-laced pizzas, I hope he goes to jail. I really hope they arrest this guy if he actually did do that. And I don't know how he'd even prove his innocence there, because he's the one that said that they were laxative-laced, and I think it'd be really hard to prove that they weren't now, because it'd be very difficult to follow up and figure out, well, were they actually laxative-laced, or was this guy just lying about that for attention? So, to me, if I was the authorities here, I'd just take him at his word that he fed them laxative-laced pizzas, and I would arrest him. Because this guy fucking sucks, and he probably did actually do that. At least based on all the other things that he does. I wouldn't be surprised if that was real. He sucks. Wanted to make fun of him. That's it. See ya. If someone wants to tell me the code, I'm all ears. 4231, I don't think that's it. I think people are just shouting random fucking numbers. You know what? I'll trust you. Fine, how about that? I will give one guy in chat one try. If he's wrong, then I'm doing it normally. And Alien Creeper was wrong, right? I don't even remember the fucking objective now. Oh yeah, I'm looking for pieces of a doll that my dad's soul is trapped in, naturally. Okay, let's do this one first. So this will take me to the doll's leg. I don't trust chat anymore either. They're what makes this game scary. Just how fucking wrong they are every time, but they caps lock it, and it makes me feel like I have to, or else I'm dumb. And then I do it and they laugh at me. So I lose no matter what I do. Oh, there we go, see? I found something. Close call, baby. Nine, 6, 8, 9. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I've grown up now. I won't fall for those gullible tricks yet again. Alright. Fuck, the next puzzle becomes which way does this shit turn? Diagonal, down, sideways. What are you talking about? I see. Yeah, I had it backwards. Hey, look! It's that fucking nerd playing soccer from earlier. Now that was frightening. Yeah, no, I'm trying to give you your leg, though, because I've already got it. What, are you gonna be like a stickler? You gonna be real selective with what you take from me? I already have your leg, just put it on. Dentures times dentures equals... Ooh, a little bit of an algebraic expression, huh? What does it all mean? Ooh, dentures activated, alright. Oh, he's making a run for it. Look at this expert sense of direction. What is happening? Is the house stretching? Bang. What? Oh, I got it. Oh, there's somebody there. I didn't even see that until I put on the monocle. I guess that was supposed to be scary at first. What was that? Oh. Like, the jump scares are missing. I feel like when they designed the game, they designed it for a little more to the left. Because that's like the third jump scare in a row that just completely misses you entirely. I was over here when it dropped. How to put a soul into a doll. You can't just be giving away that kind of information. This is like some Voldemort Horcrux research shit. Circle with symbols, animal corpses everywhere. Tamsin sitting in the middle, muttering something, came clear. She's a witch, blacked out. Remember that you fought her. She fought her daughter just because she was sitting in a circle with dolls and maybe a few animal parts? It's a shit-ass mom. Do I have a favorite horror game of all time? Horror games kind of fucking suck ass, man. That being said, Resident Evil 2 was incredible. Resident Evil 2 remake. Outlast isn't very good. The first Outlast was good, but the second one was kind of ass. Hey, hey, wait, give me back the doll's arm. What a fucking misbehaving child. No wonder the mother went psycho. Shit, I lost him. Oh, I see. I couldn't tell. Why does he look so old? That's like the oldest looking 4-year-old I've ever seen in my life. He's got like mustache, graying hair. Fuck. I lost him. I can't catch him up now. Oh, there he is. Damn, I missed him. What a little bitch. You think you're so slick because you can hide in the attic, huh? Wait until I get in my step stool. Alright, I got your pieces. That was profound. First floor library. I was on the first floor and I didn't find the library. Oh, here. I found it. Easy. Are you taller than your girlfriend? Yes, by an inch. One glorious inch that separates the men from the girls and the boys from the men.
Find the picture of the sun.
Okay. Oh, shit. Alright. Monocle. Found it. We got it, baby. That was easy. The fuck do I do with it now? Wipe my ass with it? These books look like the cover to Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Ah, here we go. Easy. Yeah, most people are showers. Myself included. I meant grower. I'm sorry, grower. I meant grower. I wasn't paying attention. The majority of people are growers, not showers. Showers are in like the 1% of the 1%. No one's in between grower or shower. If you're a shower, you know it. That means your flaccid dick is fat. You got a fucking monster schlong. You would not be like in between. I think I'm going the right way. You see that? I'm starting to crack the codes now. It's all about backtracking. I can't open this box. I just tried a minute ago. What the fuck? What am I? Oh, I'm doing that. I see. Nailed it. Quick time events going well. Come on, come on, come on. The tension is building. into a nice crescendo of horror. About to make a fat tinkle in my pee-pee when it comes to a jump scare. Bang. Oh. Do I have to do the whole box again? All the way back here. That's rough. Alright, ready for this fat quick timing? It's coming in hot. Going for a new speedrun world record on this one, baby. Come on. Bang. Oh. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Closet. What? Oh, thank you. No! Oh, if you don't get that frame perfect, you don't make it. Jesus Christ.
Love your content. Can you say good to stop being
oh
scared
shit,
of the
did I
game?
fuck up? I see that was scripted, okay. Is this when the snake tries to convince me to eat an apple from the tree of knowledge? Alright. Oh god! They got her good this time. Looks like a little bit like George Washington, a little bit. Do I like exit through her vagina portal or something? Where do I go? Oh, I see. I get it now. I see what you were doing there, developers. You got me good. Oh, how many more notes are in here? Fuck. Oh, I got the cleaver. Oh, hey, shit. Come back. The science experiment's gone rogue. Pussy. Yeah, don't you feel fucking silly now? Shit, they're multiplying like rabbits. Yeah! I missed him. I played Mordhau, I know how to use this. Did I get him? He's not even parrying me and I can't get him. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who's next? What the fuck do you think that's gonna do?
Oh god, what did I do? How did that happen?
Uh-oh. Ah, that was Peter right there. Peter was the one that didn't get macheted. He's the one that escaped through that wall.
Did you find drawings of the curse?
Yes.
No? What's wrong with you, Peter? Don't you want to help your father?
No. You're a bad man. Jesus, what is this, like Sheriff Woody? He only knows a few phrases? Now all of a sudden you can't hold a conversation? Jesus. Hey, what the fuck? How did he even reach my head? He's like a 2-foot doll. Wow, 2 feet's being very generous. He's like a 15-inch doll. Mm-hmm. I feel like we have to be nearing the end of this game. Summon Satana. Santana. Ooh, yeah. Summon Santana, and then we could also get Ed Sheeran. Who did he? It's like the ocean under the moon. Rob Thomas. They could tag team a concert.
You betrayed us.
No, I escaped.
I didn't betray you. I was deceived. But I will rectify everything.
Wait, what? I'm not gonna refund the game. Oh, nice. Poison
I'll
Ivy.
help you to find other Aconites. Look through the eyepiece.
Oh, fucking Aconites. I don't even know what that is, and I don't want to do it. Just because it's another scavenger hunt. You know, I gotta wonder though, when developing a game, typically you have like a creative vision, right? And you want it to be kind of unique in its own way. But why would you make something that's literally just a carbon copy of like 50,000 other things? Like even story-wise, Evil Doll. It's just, I don't know, I don't see the point. But you're not gonna like try, I guess. How the fuck do I get in there? Am I really gonna play another horror game tonight? The way you asked that makes it sound like you might not want me to. And for that, I just might.